Chapter 1231. Su Ji felt that this was really a show. This guy has a good brain, but did he come up with this plan just to crave the god of creation? But it had to be said that this idea was very creative. It even made Su Ji feel that the incredible thing he had created was already beginning to take shape. From Medusa's first Big Bang of the universe, to the heavenly way piano, to the creation of this universe, to the heavenly sound sect, to female bee, and now. After continuous development, he seemed to have achieved something unimaginable. Previously, the insect race evolved life spores in the dimensional courtyard, evolving into countless living beings. But now, I can already evolve the spores of the universe and the endless universe. Su Ji could not help but feel that his evolutionary ability had grown. How powerful would it be if he could integrate these abilities into the Zerg sub-brain? In the past, the Zergs evolved the origin of life. Now, he evolved the origin of the universe. Even though it was still incomplete. I wasn't confident enough to modify the Zerg Queen's 6th bloodline before because I didn't have enough knowledge. But now, I've already surpassed my previous self by a few dimensions. It seemed like not much time had passed, but how could time be used to measure the accumulation of knowledge? Su Ji cultivated in the cultivation techniques of the multiverse. The knowledge accumulated by the entire Zerg race could be gathered on him. The Zergs now, including this new universe, Lady B, and these ancient saints. Coupled with the knowledge of a universe and the history of the creation of the world, the moment Su Ji activated a multiverse technique, his level of knowledge was already high enough to be terrifying. Zerg sub-brain, do I have the authority to adjust the Zerg bloodline now? Su Ji asked. Checking. The Queen Mother does not have enough knowledge to activate, the mechanical voice said. Whoosh. Su Ji immediately entered the multiverse combat body, and endless knowledge gushed into him. The Zerg sub-brain's voice paused for a moment before it quickly said. In terms of knowledge, you already have the right to mobilize it. The core authority has been activated, and you can freely change the bloodline of your race. However, please be careful. This is the blood and sweat of the past Zerg empresses. Once it is overturned, it will be completely destroyed. I've succeeded. Su Ji's eyes lit up slightly when he heard that. Looking at the sub-brain, he could clearly see that the most core authority had been opened. As expected, I was right. I was a fake level 10 before and didn't have the authority at all. Even if I break through to a real saint, I still wouldn't have the authority. I need the knowledge of a multi-dimensional saint to obtain the ultimate authority. Under normal circumstances, I would have to break through to the multi-dimensional sage level to reach this level. However, I've successfully bypassed this threshold through the great universe combat body, and my knowledge has also reached the same level. I'm a 10th level disabled person, I can handle all this. Su Ji's expression calmed down. Whoosh. The sub-brain of the Zerg had also produced a new spore. It turned out to be a super small Zerg sub-brain, which looked a little silly and cute. It was a small queen bug. After Su Ji heard the explanation, he immediately organized his thoughts. Is that so? In order to prevent failure, it would give birth to an offspring with the body of a real Zerg empress, a small Zerg sub-brain. Even if it failed, it would only be the small sub-brain that failed. If it's successful, the old Zerg sub-brain will shrink and transfer to the new body. Su Ji increasingly felt that the insect race was a long-established and perfect family of saints. In order to preserve the continuation of the inheritance, an extremely high threshold was set up. Perhaps it was because of this that it could be continued from generation to generation. And now, Su Ji had already reached this final threshold. As long as Su Ji wanted to, he could completely destroy all the accumulation of the past Zerg empresses. Su Ji quickly discovered that although the Zerg's 6th gene was complicated and was an extremely profound Great Dao gene, it was actually a result of 4 bloodlines' vindication and convergence. However, the specific abilities can be divided into the following branches. 1 Spore Deployment. 2 Zerg Protective Shield. High-dimensional space-time. 4 Zerg Genetic Lock. These 4 branch abilities looked simple, but in reality, the Great Dao was the simplest. Everything else aside, just the Zerg Protective Shield alone had provided an indispensable guarantee for Su Ji to survive to this day. The first 3 are the core. Only with a perfect combination can one evolve into a transcendent world. I don't intend to change it. What I want to do is to transform this transcendent world into a transcendent outer Dao universe. It will directly increase a dimension. Su Ji's eyes kept looking down. The 4th genetic lock is to leave a secret door for the Zergs to prevent rebellion. This is also very important and indispensable. However, I can change it into a quantum gene great cosmos cultivation technique. When the Zergs become a part of their own bodies, they can also prevent rebellion and can even swallow and spit out large amounts of matter in the universe. Whoosh! Su Ji drew a line. The fourth bloodline directly became a great cosmos cultivation technique. There was no doubt that this was the easiest bloodline to change. After all, the Zerg genetic lock was the most insignificant bloodline. There were many similar bloodlines that could replace this position and leave behind a secret door. But next, I want the sub-brain of the Zerg to not only evolve the life spores but also the universe spores, which means I have to create the body of the evil god and the heavenly Deo piano. At least these two. It provides for the creation of a universe, and one to maintain a universe. This was the most difficult part. You think it's just adding two bloodlines? The heavenly Deo piano was fine, but the evil god's body had hundreds of thousands of bloodline gene positions. How could it be integrated? It could be squeezed until it exploded. I can't do it. I can barely merge with the heavenly Deo piano's bloodline ability. Su Ji took a deep breath. After all, with my level of knowledge, I should be able to defeat many generations of Zerg empresses by now, right? Su Ji did not believe that every generation of Bug Tribe Queen Mothers was so heaven-defying. He even felt that there were times when the Bug Tribe Queen Mothers were not very prosperous and could not even break through to the realm of multi-dimensional saints. He should be considered the most outstanding one among them, so it was no big deal to integrate one more. Then, the rest is the problem of the evil gods. Su Ji looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps I can only get an external bloodline and put it under the body of the Bug Tribe Queen Mother as a mount to be used together. This was the only way. If that was the case, then the Zerg sub-brain would be divided into 2 parts. In addition to the main body, there would be an external shell. It was also a scene that transcended the era. From now on, the Zergs will be completely upgraded to the lineage of the god of creation. Su Ji looked at the big bug in the insectoid sub-brain. It was stepping on the 6 paths of reincarnation and he was very satisfied. If they're integrated with the blood of eternal life, they'll be able to live as long as the sub-brain of the Zerg and be passed on to the eternal future generations. But I want to leave it for my descendants? I'm not dead yet. Su Ji shook his head. He was not an idiot. It's too troublesome to merge the 6 paths of reincarnation into the blood of eternal life. At the same time, there are 120,000 or so lives, and each of them has occupied a useless gene position. Their strength will be greatly reduced. Is there something wrong with me, thinking of reducing my current strength and leaving a way for future generations? Su Ji was not that great. In order to leave behind these things for the next generation, he had to first think about how to live his life well. If this 6 paths of reincarnation did not have eternal life, he would definitely die in the future. By then, the external bloodline accessories would be lost. The Zergs had fallen back to the ordinary Zergs from before. But Su Ji could not be bothered to think about it. Wait a minute, maybe the previous generation or some past Zerg empresses also created some external strengthening bloodlines, but they all disappeared after their fall? Su Ji thought about it and felt that it was possible. If he was like this, why couldn't they? They're indeed all sly old foxes. They're always thinking about how to live a good life and don't leave behind anything good for the future generations. Su Ji shook his head and sighed. But very quickly, he didn't care so much. Modifying the bloodline of the Zerg is only the beginning. Su Ji was indifferent. He looked into the distance and said, when Lady B and Menmei, these 2 tools, came up with a living spore root in the universe. I can make the sub-brain of the Zerg follow this path and produce life singularity spores, then combine them with the Zerg spores. What kind of chemical reaction will the 2 create when they are perfectly combined? Su Ji could even imagine a magnificent scene. At that time, within his dimensional courtyard, there would be mountains, rivers, and all sorts of bizarrely shaped universes running about. He would be searching for a universe with potential within them. Chapter 1232. When the new version of the Zerg is updated, I'll be the god of creation, and the Zergs will be the race of the god of creation. Even though it's still fake. Su Ji's eyes flickered. After all, if he did not obtain a complete Great Deo singularity, the universe that he used this singularity to explode would be incomplete and could not be considered the true Great Deo. However, now that he had temporarily improved the new version of the Bug tribe's bloodline, Su Ji felt a sense of satisfaction. What were Zergs? It was the genes of his own race. His first bloodline. Previously, he did not have the authority to do so. Now, he had made some drastic improvements to allow the Zerg to evolve from life spores to cosmic spores. With all kinds of external software, he had successfully evolved them, creating the universe. The Zergs had already mutated under his hands and were equipped with an era-transcending improvement. Naturally, he was full of achievements. Even though this wasn't a whole, and he had to mix up various bloodlines and countless combinations before he could barely evolve the universe, and it was ugly, why did it need to be so good looking? As long as it could be used, he could slowly improve it. However, the insect race is a family of saints. Who knows how many hundreds of millions of years it has been passed down? Su Ji took a deep breath. I guess there's been a big change in the version. Usually, only the descendants of saints could obtain the authority of a Dao field. Just like the nine-headed ancient mother, if she wanted to obtain the authority over her clan's Daoist right temple, she would have to break through to the saint realm. Only then would she be able to completely control her clan's Daoist right temple, the little skirt that was passed down from her clan. The Bug clan's saint family was very powerful. He had to be a multi-dimensional saint in order to obtain the ultimate authority and obtain the sub-brain of the Bug clan passed down from generation to generation, as well as the body of the Bug clan's queen mother. The insect race is a family of saints. They're terrifying, but I don't think they're as powerful as those who are hiding in the ship of immortality. They could obtain eternal life. He would hide in a certain way and sneak into the distant future. When he reached the final Dao validation, the final Dharma ending age of the universe, he would open the door to level 11. However, the insect race could not live forever and could only be passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps the first queen mother of the Zergs had once fought with them and was beaten to death. After becoming the loser, the Zerg civilization, this saint family, had been passed down to this day again and again. Among them, there were many talented Zerg empresses who had tried to break through the threshold of level 11 and obtain the secret of level 11. They had obtained the true sound of the universe and even boarded the ship, hoping that they could live to the distant future. However, he was still killed. Su Ji felt that he was already somewhat close to the truth by evolving the text of the history of the universe. The Zergs might have once been the losers of the ship of longevity, but they were still writing the epic of the Zergs. They went against the current again and again, trying to break through the last glory. If I'm not wrong, in the current era of the multiverse, someone will soon realize that level 11 is in the distant future universe. When the universe was completely completed. Once the level 10 door was sealed, the level 11 door would open. There would be existences who would build longevity ships and sneak into the time of Dao validation. The first queen of the Zerg would rise in that era and fight for opportunities. He failed in the end. The first generation has failed, and the next generation has failed. One step behind, one step behind. The further you go, the harder it will be to defeat the enemy. Su Ji said softly, the previous queen mothers of the Zerg. Their accumulation from generation to generation has resulted in the current strength of the Zerg. However, the other party is already so powerful that we don't even know how strong they are. That's obvious. No matter how bad his bloodline is, the heaven-defying bloodline he's accumulated over the past 10 billion years is enough to beat up the Zerg's own evolution. The insect race was trying to use the short bloodline that they had evolved to fight against the huge bloodline accumulation of the other party that had been accumulated for tens of billions of years. It seemed possible, but the possibility was not high. Now that Su Ji had the core authority, he had the right to completely annihilate the Zerg and get rid of all the previous bloodlines. He could also make the efforts of the Zerg empresses of the past generations go to waste. This was the ultimate authority to control a saint's family. Just like the nine-headed ancient mother, as the current generation's inheritor, she could easily destroy her own little dress and even destroy the accumulation of her own race. Perhaps, if he died of old age, at the final moment of his failure, it could directly destroy the Zerg and destroy the Zerg sub-brain. However, Su Ji was not such a dark-minded person to begin with. He had already passed down his own multiverse cultivation technique to the next generation as a gift to the younger generation. As for the evil god of 6 paths of reincarnation, should he leave it for the next generation of the insect race so that they could create the universe? Then, he couldn't stay for the time being. After all, infusing the 6 paths reincarnation with the immortal bloodline would reduce his combat power. He was not dead yet, so why did he keep thinking that he would die suddenly and leave an inheritance for the future generations? If I'm thinking of seeking fortune for those who come after me, I might as well do it myself and transcend in my own generation. Su Ji shook his head. I just don't know how powerful the other party's bloodline is to be able to beat up the Zergs. Perhaps, the Zerg Empresses were destined to be unable to defeat him. No matter how strong an evolved creature was or how heaven-defying its bloodline was, it would not be able to defeat the other party because the other party's bloodline was already perfect and had reached the strongest level in the universe. But now, Su Ji had updated the Zerg version. If he could not defeat a bloodline creature, cosmic life forms. Do you want to try fighting? Su Ji's heart sank. I'll set up a dimensional courtyard and let the creatures of the universe evolve in it. Bloodline creatures are already eliminated. At this moment, his heart was more or less clear and he was no longer panicking. He had reenacted the history of the universe and knew many things about the past. Knowing who the enemy might be meant that they could make preparations in advance, and there would no longer be a gap in information. If that's the case, I can wait for the nine-headed ancient mother and Menmei's attainments. When they evolve life in the universe, I can completely update the bloodline version of the Zerg race. Su Ji's expression became calm. Perhaps I might not be able to use these universes to complete the singularity of the Great Dao. However, I changed my mind. It's not impossible for me to fight him head-on and snatch the Great Dao Atlas. Su Ji had to admit that he was a fickle man. Previously, he had scolded the previous Bug Tribe Queen Mother for being stupid and foolish, saying that fighting head-on was an act of courting death. He had to hide and go around the Great Dao Atlas, not snatching the opportunity from the other party. But now, he felt that he was good again. I'll just have to wait for the two of you to help me perfect the latest version of the Zerg. He looked at the tea garden. The cute girl was talented, but her main role was to provide knowledge on the evolution of creatures. The main show would have to be played by the second female. After all, who was the second female? Her intelligence was definitely unparalleled, and she was the strongest saint of the laws of life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. A special era appeared in the parallel universe, the era of universe bridges. The distance between the universes was getting further and further, and there was already a large chaos river between the universes. They could only look at each other from a distance, but it was still relatively easy to cross. Some experts and saints started to build universe bridges between universes. The two universes started to travel and trade. They still had contact. Even some experts, sects, and factions would often travel to other parallel universes to roam freely. After all, this was not the future, where there were saints vindicating their Dao, causing the differences in the rules of the two parallel universes to become greater and greater. The saints of this era could go to other parallel universes at a very low price because the difference in the rules between the universes was not big, and they could still unleash a large portion of their power. A brand new Rainbow Bridge universe era was born. This was a mythological era where heroes rose together. The Sage's Dojo was not that far away from mortals, and even the concept of a parallel universe was extremely common and well known. The world of saints was extremely prosperous. Furthermore, many saints had opened their sects and recruited disciples. It was a supreme honor to become a saint's disciple. The first universe era after the beginning is the era of the bridge. This is inevitable. At this moment, Phoenix's expression was very calm. She stood on a universe bridge and looked at the powerhouses passing by. This is the first Hushan period, the era of the universe bridge. It would take at least 300 million years for the universe to be completely separated and form the vast chaos sea. Only then will it completely drift into a territory. In other words, the first post-celestial era of the universe will be relatively long. The Phoenix's expression was calm as she continued to wander the universe and cultivate. Her cultivation speed was very fast, and the flow of time was different. Thousands of years had passed here, and she had reached the peak of rank 9 Dao, achieving cultivator again, and was on the way to rank 10. In this life, I'm not far from the sage stage. On the other side, the nine-headed ancient mother was in a daze. After thousands of years, she was already a perfected rank 9 Dao cultivator and was on her way to rank 10. But in this life, her bloodline was even more complete and powerful. Even she had to admit that this world was full of bloodline treasures, and there were too many empty seats in the Great Dao. With her more than 10 billion years of experience from the future, it was simply a fertile land. He could vindicate some powerful laws. On the other side, a few thousand years had passed. In the tea garden. You succeeded. Menmei's eyes lit up, and she looked at female B as if she was looking at a demon. As expected of the saint appointed by Yumeng to complete the rules of life. Your talent in this aspect is simply amazing. They turned around and looked at a universe embryo. Chapter 1233. The creatures of the universe had finally appeared. Meng Mei seemed to have seen an extreme talent. No wonder he was able to use the laws of the universe to condense and extract the appropriate laws of life, creating material structures suitable for the birth of life, DNA spiral sequences, molecular cells. She's perfect for this line of work. The cute girl had a feeling that she had to be the second female lead. It was a mysterious feeling. If it wasn't for the second female lead, no existence in this universe would be able to break through this hazy realm barrier and open that new world. Of course, my talent is also indispensable. It is because of me that the universe grew a brain and a pair of legs. She was secretly pleased. In front of him was a small nebula vortex. It was the Big Bang of the universe, and countless particles, laws, and light rays spread out. However, it formed an extremely strange scene. These substances and laws were bright red and attached together. The lines of laws formed some special shapes, like an exploding red brain that was constantly squirming. The Big Bang. The two of them were slightly shocked. At the same time, looking at the atlases of the great Dao of this universe, one would feel strange. It was not an unimaginably lush tree. Instead, it was like a strange tree with neurons that were stuck together. It was as if all living beings were proving their way to perfect the nerves of this creature. What a pity! It only survived for a few seconds before it became a stillborn. This baby died young. Meng Mei placed the strange star map into a transparent glass bottle, full of regret. Another failed product. I can only put it on the shelf for collection. But life has already appeared. Although it died young and will die soon, it is already a big step. Female second was very excited. She knew that she had found the right direction. Regardless of everything else, just this scene alone was shocking enough. One could only imagine how exaggerated the special form universe would be once it truly appeared. Let's continue to evolve. With the first time, we'll follow this method in the next direction. There should be test universe number 2 soon. Meng Mei said. Su Ji's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. This bloodline universe. Why did it feel a little strange? Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. We'll just let them perform it. Su Ji also knew that everything was developing at a high speed, and the universe was completely on the right track. He wondered what was going to happen outside. Su Ji's eyes flickered. He was afraid that after a period of time, he would be able to migrate the few sandbox civilizations outside in advance, because he was no longer too afraid of affecting the structure of the universe. The multiverse, outside the chaos heavens. They were getting closer to the saints' dojos. An evil catastrophe known as the burning of civilization spread across the entire Great Path. They couldn't lay their hands on the saints, but the civilizations, gods, and deists outside the saints' dojo fell, infected, and turned into the people of the other party. Teleportation formation, city, level up, professionals, and many other terms began to spread. Soon, the saints began to join in this huge burning catastrophe, and the dojos began to show signs of infection. The players did whatever they wanted and did whatever they wanted. It was as grand as it could get. It was as if it would cause a storm in the shortest time possible. 31 Saints. A saint dynasty outside the chaos heavens was completely established. Zhang Yaling began to carry out large-scale construction. He actually began to build a large harbor along the chaotic coastal area. It was an unimaginably ancient facility, and an unimaginable amount of resources, manpower, and material resources were invested. I'm going to start building the ship. Zhang Yaling, dressed in an emperor's robe, stood at the edge of the chaos sea and looked down at the rising and falling tides. I didn't expect that we would reach this stage so quickly. We can even begin to welcome guests from our multiverse. He wanted to set up a stronghold here to welcome some of the ancient existences of his own civilization, the team. After all, smuggling was very difficult. However, if he were to receive them here, or even build a chaos ship and go out to sea to welcome them, the difficulty of sneaking into the universe would be directly halved. As a supreme multi-dimensional saint civilization, he had to lead some ordinary saints under his command and his descendants to build a team here. I'm not the only multi-dimensional sage that has descended on this land recently. Almost all the multi-dimensional sages in the universe have descended. Originally, this land had an unimaginable multi-dimensional sage empire with many multi-dimensional sages under its command. However, for some unknown reason, those existences actually collapsed in an instant and fell. It was unknown what enemies they touched, but they died immediately. That multi-dimensional civilization was terrifying. Even when it collapsed, some of the multi-dimensional sages from other universes also died without saying anything. At this moment, they finally felt fear. They didn't know when the other party had planted so many saints in their universe. There were even some who held high positions in their universes, ancient supreme beings with unimaginable power. However, such a huge civilization, which had inserted countless saints of the multiverse, had also collapsed in an instant. Even the saints and avatars of the multiverse that they had inserted had fallen. The time in heaven and in the mortal world is different. More than 20,000 years ago, which is 2 to 3 years ago in the real world, this civilization collapsed and experienced a great decline. The number of multi-dimensional sages in this universe was reduced by more than half. There were almost no powerful beings left in this universe. There were only a few multi-dimensional sages left. Those existences that did not belong to the multi-dimensional sage civilization were struggling to protect their own universe. However, there was no way to reverse the situation. This universe has no resistance against us. There were many saints like him who had sneaked into this universe. They had all descended in the past few years. He, Zhang Yaling, had descended more than a year ago, but he had never imagined that he would be able to climb to such a high position so quickly. This multiverse no longer has a master. In the past, the other multi-dimensional sages did not dare to approach. However, at this time, they are destined to become a colony of other universes. Countless multi-dimensional sages of the multiverse will inevitably descend. Zhang Yaling, with his hands behind his back, looked at these players with satisfaction. And I've gathered a huge force that can even contend for the hegemony and ruler of this multiverse, suppressing the other multi-dimensional sages. He didn't even dare to think about ruling this universe. After all, he was only slightly above average among the multi-dimensional sages in terms of strength. Above him was an unimaginably powerful giant of the universe. But now, no matter how strong they are, so what? I'll first establish a force here. His expression was very cold. Almost all the multi-dimensional sages in the entire multiverse have come. This is already the center of the universe. As long as I pay attention to the geniuses who have risen in the past 2 to 3 years and suppress them all, I will be the ultimate overlord of this universe. In front of him, he was about to welcome another batch of saints from his universe. At the same time, although I've occupied a large piece of land and am developing very quickly. However, the other multi-dimensional sages might have calamity-type bloodlines that were specially used to attack this place. I'm afraid that some of the other chaotic lands have already been infected by them. Their development speed is no less than mine. Chapter 1234. Zhang Yaling clearly knew that undercurrents were already surging. Most of these multi-dimensional sages who had secretly descended would descend within 1 or 2 years. After experiencing 1 or 2 years of development, which was equivalent to 10,000 to 20,000 years of recultivation, it was almost time for them to become sages again. They had secretly risen again, and there were probably all kinds of signs now. Some weak multi-dimensional sages have sneaked in and have become idle sages. They are running around and hiding. Some of the more powerful ones have probably done what I've done and established saint empires. They've gathered a group of saints and started to build ports and ships to cross the world. They're going to return to welcome their next batch of people to land on this land. Previously, his progress was very slow. However, after encountering this mysterious civilization, his progress was comparable to that of the strongest group of multi-dimensional sages. He could now welcome the people from his own universe. The seats of the great Daos in this universe are probably going to be taken by many. Zhang Yaling knew that the seats for the great Daos in a universe were limited. They were extremely precious resources, and everyone would do their best to lead their people to this universe and divide them up. I'm afraid that if the development gets too intense, countless multi-dimensional sages will fight and there won't be many seats left in the great Dao of this universe. He said to Zhang Tong, who was beside him. He knew that this was a terrifying situation. Zhang Tong. Was it really that terrifying? She also looked at the port and felt that it was so terrifying. After all, this multi-dimensional sage had given her his bloodline and treated her as his trusted aide, a member of his own race. This had also exposed the fact that he came from another universe. After all, he had to welcome visitors from other universes at the port. This was something that was hard to hide. You can only follow me. That's your only chance of survival. The natives of this universe are already in great danger. They'll all be divided up by the ancient existences of the multiverse who have arrived. They're very bloody. The multi-dimensional sages of this land have already declined, Zhang Yaling said. They no longer have the ability to resist foreign invaders. Jiang Tong had goosebumps all over her body as she thought to herself. Could it be that the ancient gods, Moon God Ji, Rene Mansky, and the native dimensional saints were hiding in order to prevent the invaders from seeing them? Our universe is in danger? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. However, even if the multi-dimensional saints of this universe are unable to resist and can only allow the invaders to descend, snatch the seats of the great Daos, and seize the resources of this universe, even if all the saints of the multi-dimensional universe were to work together, they wouldn't be able to snatch much, right? Zhang Yaling cast a glance at her and smiled. You're very smart. However, you don't know that the wisdom of saints is even more intelligent. Their plundering is very cruel. That's right. Even if the current saints of the 9 parallel universes were added together, there would definitely be less than 20,000 saints. If the saints of a parallel universe and an era CO exist, there would be about 1,000 to 2,000 saints. Even if all of them came here and occupied the seats, it would not be any less than the 20,000 seats of the Great Dao that they had seized. At most, it would only consume the resources of the universe for the next hundreds of millions of years. It was far from the level of serious injury. After all, how huge was a multiverse? Even a saint would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this vast and great universe. How could they possibly divide it up? This is a resource that will take at least 10 to 20 billion years to be completely divided up. Zhang Ye nodded. That's it. After all, even though they had entered the middle stage of the universe and were relatively stable and mature, the main and powerful laws of the universe had been perfected, leaving only the minor ones. However, these minor ones were still terrifyingly numerous. You want to rob all of them with just 20,000? Did they really think that the vast universe was made of mud from the countryside, so small that it was pitiful? But in reality, that's not how it is calculated. Zhang Yaling said with a smile. Why, could it be that each of them can take up 10 or 100 saints? Can you still stand in the latrine pit and not shit? Jiang Tong asked. Zhang Yaling was silent for a moment. There are indeed very few normal level 10 saints in the world, but there are countless abnormal level 10 saints. Zhang Yaling had his hands behind his back. Are there countless abnormal 10th level saints? Jiang Tong was stunned. Fatty Zhang laughed and murmured, 10th rank offspring. When Jiang Tong heard this, she felt the world spin around her. She broke out in a cold sweat and had goosebumps all over. Right. And a 10th rank heir. These level 10 descendants were all incomplete. They were destined to not be able to vindicate a true level 10 and grasp the power of rules. They had no seats, only votes. In their own universes, they did not have a seat on the Great Dao. However, coming to the multiverse was their greatest opportunity. They could directly vindicate their Dao in this universe. Shameless, he's simply shameless. Jiang Tong couldn't help but exclaim. This is the cruelty of the universe. In the eyes of the saints, the world is cold. Zhang Yaling looked at the small TV in front of him and patiently said, the other multi-dimensional sages are extremely shameless. They would lead their descendants and the descendants of their subordinate sages to occupy the resources of this universe. His eyes were as deep as water. Now, I'll lead you to build the harbor and prepare to build the ship to cross the Chaos Ocean. We'll be ready to welcome the next batch of guests from our universe's forces and civilizations. They have 5,000 10th level descendants, and they've already set off in another universe. We have to hurry up and come out to welcome them in this parallel universe. 5,000? Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. There was only one multi-dimensional sage, and 5,000 of them were sent over? As long as one was willing to have a 10th rank offspring, one could have one. It was very natural for some of the older saints to have hundreds of level 10 descendants. It was even possible for some of them to have thousands of descendants that they liked to raise. Did you see that? The future. This land will welcome an unprecedented golden age, a golden age where saints are as numerous as dogs. Zhang Yaling said indifferently. In the normal era of a universe, there were only about 1,000 saints governing the world at the same time. However, this place was different. Soon, this place will be filled with unimaginable excitement. This vast and desolate land that should only have 1,000 saints will be bustling with life and welcome the arrival of countless saints. At that time, unimaginable geniuses of the era will gather. It will be a rare golden age in the history of the entire multiverse. Zhang Yaling's words seemed to make his blood boil, making people see a golden era. There were usually less than 1,000 saints in an era, but there were hundreds of thousands of them here to verify their Deo. It could be seen that such a situation was really unprecedented and might not even happen in the past or present. However, this golden age is an overdraft of the universe's lifespan and a squeeze on its seat in the great Deo. Jiang Tong took a deep breath and was shocked. This golden age is like the end of the world. This piece of information was too shocking and simply made one's jaw drop. Is there no way to stop this? Jiang Tong couldn't help but ask. Fatty Jiang glanced at Jiang Tong and laughed. This is an unstoppable force. This land will soon be invaded by all the multi-dimensional sages. Countless great existences from other dimensions will wage war here to divide up this large cake. It couldn't be stopped and could only try to reduce the loss of the universe. When all existences fought to prove their Deo, a sage force would rule this land and suppress and drive away other sages. Everything would come to a standstill. The sage's power that wins will drive the other sages out of their territory. They will be the overlord of this universe and will protect the interests of their own universe. They will become the new natives of this universe and will naturally protect their rights and interests to prevent other sages from sneaking in again. Zhang Yaling cast a glance at the small TV in front of him and said, "We can only hope that this sage's power that can sweep across the universe will appear soon and drive away the other invaders so that the seat of the great Deo of this universe will not be overly damaged." Jiang Tong instantly understood the other party's intention. He wanted them to help in the battle and become the final victor of this land. After all, when this piece of land completely became the territory of the invader and defeated other existences, he would naturally protect his personal property and take the path of sustainable development. He would become the native of this universe to protect the interests of the universe. Don't worry. Of course. Jiang Tong said righteously. We will spread the glory of the upgrade to the entire multiverse, so that countless indescribable ancient existences will hear of our glory. Zhang Yaling instantly felt very gratified. Su Ji calculated the timeline, and his expression suddenly became strange. They all descended 1 or 2 years ago and rose again. As soon as the terrifying multi-dimensional sage empire collapsed, they took the opportunity to sneak into this place. Wasn't it the same time as him? He had also risen to power more than a year ago. Su Ji had previously thought that his cultivation speed was very fast, but he did not expect Fatty Zhang's batch to be as fast as him. The timing was so coincidental. Looks like the one who was killed was the Bug Clan Queen. Su Ji scratched his head. The players might not know, but he was very clear about it. But that was natural. The Zerg Empresses were so wild, they must be famous all over the world. It was impossible for him not to know about her. It would be abnormal if there was no news of her death. It was just as Su Ji had thought. This old Wang next door had very long hands. As expected, he had once been the greatest giant in this universe. He had his own identity in other universes and had been the old Wang next door everywhere, but he had fallen. However, I didn't expect her to leave behind such a mess. The corner of Su Ji's eyes twitched slightly. I'm growing pretty fast. I'm already in the same realm as this group of saints who sneaked in here. But it doesn't matter. If those sages come, then so be it. Do they want to steal the seat of the great Deo of this universe? His expression was very calm, and he was too lazy to care about the seats on the avenue. He didn't rely on this thing anyway. I can show you the truth of the prehistoric universe. It's time to let you country bumpkins know. Su Ji thought about it and decided not to interfere too much. They had to dig out the history on their own. These big shots were here to divide up the inheritance of this universe and the Zerg Empress land. There might even be a multi-dimensional empire comparable to the previous generation of Zergs. The players will think of their own ways to expand their territory with Zhang Yaling. I don't need to worry about it. It seems that there's still some time before those saints can act as spies and build a port to completely guide the existences from other universes. Su Ji took a deep breath and also felt that time was a little tight. However, he also knew that knowledge was the power of everything. His own research of this outer Deo universe was the most important thing. It's time to modify the new version of the Zerg Empresses to deal with the multi-dimensional saints of the multiverse. Su Ji said coolly. He took a step forward and walked right up to female second and Cutie Pie. He looked at the newly evolved life form of the universe that they had just evolved and said, "Let this universe experience a surprise." Chapter 1235. Within the tea garden, a bright red light rippled out, creating a beautiful halo of light. This was the scene of the most primitive core of the universe, the unreachable dream of all deists and even saints, but they were used to it here. How is it? The figure of the god of creation walked out of the void. The two of them bowed. Female second said seriously, "So far, there have been 7 stillborn babies. They collapsed not long after they were born. However, the speed is getting faster and faster, and the survival rate is getting higher and higher. The path of our evolution has begun to become clear. All that's left is to summarize our experiences and run in with them." Meng Mei quickly added, "Don't worry, we will definitely make the mature universe retain its complete self-consciousness. Even if you return, your consciousness will not be dissipated, covered by the universe. And lose your self-consciousness. They possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a living being, love and hate. That's good." The god of creation was very human-like, and he was becoming more and more human. He smiled gently and said, "Perhaps, having self-consciousness is the greatest opportunity for me. It will allow me to transcend. It's all thanks to this young lady." Female second smiled and said, "She has admired you for a long time, she didn't want you to lose yourself after you returned to the universe. She wanted you to live like an ordinary creature." Su Ji cast a glance at Meng Mei. The cute girl immediately lowered her head shyly. Female B was speechless. Female second instantly felt unwell. "Say something, strike while the iron is hot." Su Ji cast a glance at Meng Mei and just chuckled. He knew that this fellow was really shy and did not dare to make a sound. This guy had always been a big-hearted person who spoke boldly and confidently. At the critical moment, he would be a coward and had stage fright. He was very thin-skinned in some places and was very cute. In fact, Su Ji also sighed with emotion. Cutie Pie's interpersonal relationships were really good. She could become good friends with anyone. When she was hanging out with Carolyn, Carolyn had also helped her research on the god of creation and even helped her research on how to break through to the saint realm. Now, female second also helped her cover up and help her find a way to win the god of creation's heart. This was probably the charm of Mother Earth's personality. This is the evolutionary sequence. Female second was not too lazy to say anything more and went straight to business. After all, the most important business was to complete the rules of the universe. In fact, the second female lead wanted to see the god of creation take advantage of this loss of authority to give birth to consciousness. After all, she also had her own selfish motives. If the new universe successfully defeated the prehistoric universe, the god of creation would have completed her mission and gained the authority of the universe. She would be washed away by the huge rules and will of the universe and return to the cold and merciless consciousness of the great Dao. This was not what she wanted to see. Even though he would probably become the top existence of the entire universe after helping the universe return and receive the favor of the heavenly Dao, such an opportunity was far inferior to having a conscious god of creation to take care of him. With the pass of the god of creation, the whole universe favored him, so why would he worry about not seeing level 11? As for the universe becoming selfish, what would the future rules and structure of the universe be like? Would living beings complain about injustice? She wasn't sure, but she only knew that it was private and biased towards her. That was enough. And that was what Su Ji was thinking too. The universe was vast, just, and unconscious. In fact, he knew very well that there was no such thing as a god of creation. As for giving birth to consciousness in the universe and turning it selfish, not only did a real god of creation appear, but this god of creation also had feelings. What kind of terrifying situation would it become? Blinded by profit? Decay? Festering? Collapse? Su Ji did not care about this, because he was the one who had a private interest. He could also take the opportunity to completely occupy the magpie's nest and become the biggest neighbor in the universe. To steal the true authority of the entire universe. Female second and Su Ji's thoughts were actually very tacitly standing on the same front. If they wanted to do something, they would do it as big as possible. Who cared about the flood that would flood the sky after they succeeded? He just needed to make a fortune. It was like Earth. Everyone was living on it. If he wanted to take over the Earth daringly, what would happen? What would happen? What would the humans on Earth do? What did it have to do with him? Evolving the sequence. Su Ji took the evolutionary sequence and observed it for a moment. This was the evolutionary path of life that the two of them had concluded, but it belonged to the universe. The most up-to-date novels are published on Frugnoelo. This life path might not be suitable for the birth of life in other infinite universes, but it was extremely suitable for the bloodline universe and could produce the life consciousness of the bloodline universe. I didn't expect you guys to progress so quickly. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment and made a rough observation before saying, however, it hasn't developed a true consciousness yet. Have you ever thought about treating the universe as a real life and developing it in batches? Seeing the god of creation discussing with her like a living being, Meng Mei was shocked and excited. She had been looking forward to this moment for God knows how long. Sitting down and discussing the Dao, under the moonlight and flowers. However, the second lady was already full of humanity towards the god of creation and was not surprised by it. She just regarded him as an ancient life that was more respected than her master, Yu Meng. To evolve the universe as a real living being. She was a little puzzled, but Meng Mei had already reacted. You want to, the courtyard of the god of creation's dimension? Using that. A living being that escaped. The escaped one. Female B asked. Meng Mei explained seriously, heaven is one of the 49 mysteries, and man is one of them. The universe had naturally evolved most of the living creatures in the universe, but there was an escaped one as a life force and a variable. And this variable is the living being's own evolution. The universe naturally develops living beings, but there's an escape route that allows living beings to develop themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, female second's heart seemed to have opened a door. Heaven divulges 49, man escapes 1. Her mind was buzzing. Previously, when she had completed the life law of the universe, she had in fact secretly left behind this one secret door when Yu Meng was not paying attention. This allowed living beings to grasp a trace of the authority of the universe over the evolution of life. Heaven is one of the 49 mysteries. I feel like I've realized one of my old thoughts. Is this also the necessity of fate? As expected of the god of creation, fate has long been similar. Her heart was still inexplicably shocked. This sentence actually coincided with some thoughts in her heart before, but she did not think too much about it. Since it's the only variable, it's the best choice to save the universe from the great catastrophe. Su Ji looked at the two of them and gently reached out his hand. There was a crash. The tea garden arrived outside the chaos heavens. In the distance, a dimensional courtyard was rapidly approaching. It was the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction. Nethera was still producing compound spores. After all, the bloodline of Nisra restricted the level of the descendants of spores, allowing them to have a fixed realm level. It can produce extraordinary spores that are born at level 6 or 7. It had more potential than the Zerg Empress's attribute-less spores and had the spore characteristics of a high-tier compound bloodline. After all, was Nasera's talent strong? Even a cute girl might not be better than her. The only reason Su Ji could commandeer her was because he was greedy for her body. Her bloodline was very terrifying, and she had an extraordinary talent for giving birth. I can already fuse this spider's bloodline into the sub-brain of the bug tribe. However, it's not easy to fuse another one. Su Ji shook his head and sighed. He looked at the queen mother of spiders, who was carefully evolving. Since we can't fuse her, we can only make Nicera, like it's time for reincarnation, become part of the external device of the queen mother of the Zerg. Su Ji had no idea how many external devices he had installed for the Zerg sub-brain. It was like a microphone, directly paired with a violin and guitar player. They formed a band. After all, he had already improved the Zerg Empress's primitive spore function to such an extent. Compound spores, or even cosmic spores. All sorts of variations. It's ugly. However, when they are together, they just need to work together and have functions. Su Ji thought to himself, now that I have the ability to modify the bloodline of my own race, I'll have to squeeze all these bloodlines into it sooner or later. Now, I'm using them all in a jumble. It's inconvenient and a little ugly. At this moment, the second female lead was shocked by this scene. This woman's name is Nacella. In this era, she's in charge of evolving creatures. You can let Nacella evolve biological spores and combine them with the singularity spores of the universe. The two of them can coexist and create a small universe evolution courtyard dimension inside the door of the god of destruction's courtyard. After Su Ji finished speaking, he gave a light tap. Whoosh! A small living room had been opened up within the house of the dimensional courtyard, with a radius of about 10 square meters. These primordial life spores combined with the oddity of the Great Dao and began to reproduce according to the evolutionary sequence that the two of them had developed. In the mountains, rivers, and vegetation, one after another, the oddity of the Great Dao began to explode and gestate. The cosmic Leviathan began to possess life, like a small bright red nebula vortex ball, rolling on the ground, but they soon died. The survival rate was extremely low, only 3 or 4. As for these 3 or 4 cosmoses, they had only been born for a short while before they perished. It's the same as the parameters of our evolution. Female second took a deep breath and looked at the rough dimensional courtyard in its embryonic form. However, this is a large number of self-evolution, so we don't need to do anything. This saves us a lot of time and effort. Heavens! As expected of the god of creation, there was nothing he couldn't do. Cosmos Courtyard, Cosmos Courtyard. This works. Meng Mei was completely excited as she looked at the creatures crawling out of the sea. This sea has to become the Chaos Sea, and universes will crawl out from the Chaos Sea, the origin of life. The cute girl was completely infatuated, as if she had seen the most beautiful scene of the most ancient fantasy, an alien-like bloody embryonic creature, the universe was crawling out. This dimensional courtyard was simply terrifying to the point of being hard to imagine. Chapter 1236. Whoosh! It was like the most ancient fantasy, and terrifying aberrations of the universe crawled out from the depths of chaos. Each one of them gave off an unimaginably vast primal chaos aura. The ocean of this dimensional courtyard will be changed to the primal chaos ocean. An ocean with chaotic rules is more conducive to their growth, female second said with a smile. Yes, yes. Meng Mei was extremely excited. The god of creation had his own consciousness and was no longer just. He had actually given them the power to control it. Even the evolutionary universe. Give us confidence? To have the 2 of them be in charge of maintaining the order of this universe, he felt an unimaginable pride and excitement. I can't let the god of creation return to the cold and just will of the heavenly path. Meng Mei secretly made up her mind. She clearly knew that when the god of creation regained the power of the universe, he would once again be on the path of selflessness. It was just like the previous universe, cold and fair. At that time, all the authority she had now would disappear, and the universe would return to its normal state. Justice, peace, no special treatment. The current will of the universe had given these powers to him only because he wanted to use the intelligence of the living creatures in the universe to become the common people's spirits to make up for the universe Deo tree, resist the catastrophe, and make up for his Deo. In order to make him return, he didn't have any selfish motives and favored them too much. What they had now was only temporary authority. Wartime privilege. This was a self-resistance and self-protection mechanism of the universe's will, just like the self-protection mechanism of nature. This universe will wanted to defeat the universe will of this era and replace it. The cute girl pondered for a moment and looked at Nysera, who was standing outside the window of the dimensional courtyard. May I ask why the future of the universe is a dimensional courtyard with complex bloodlines? Su Ji was stunned for a moment. The current creation god's dimensional courtyard was indeed different from the future destruction god's dimensional courtyard. This was because one could evolve a primitive spore with no realm, while the other could evolve a 5th order or 6th order transcendent spore. These transcendent spores could withstand a higher bloodline limit. They could squeeze in several bloodlines without collapsing like ordinary spores. Su Ji could not possibly say that he had only been able to do this because he had picked up Nacella, could he? After a moment of silence, the god of creation said, that's because the rules of the great Deo have been perfected. In the future, many lives will have a complex bloodline. I see. The cute girl nodded. Su Ji heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, even the greatest saints couldn't predict what the future would be like. This was because there were too many variables in each of the saints' great Daos. Could you understand the thoughts of the saints of each era? If one could not understand, one would not be able to see the direction of the universe. Even with Ray, one could only guess the general trend of the universe and vaguely see the 11th level. Meng Mei nodded and did not ask any more questions. She could not help but walk out of the yard to visit Nethera. After all, in the future, the dimensional yard will have to be inside the house to evolve the universe spores. In our words, it's a version update. Even though it's not that fast, it's still in its early stages. The cute girl walked out. In an instant, the entire dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction was in an uproar. What? There's a living being in the yard of the god of creation? The players were instantly shocked. Even existences like Yuan Lan Holy Master looked over in confusion. This was unprecedented. After all, they had been evolving living beings here for quite some time. Looking at the creature's form, it was also a vast giant. It actually walked out of the door of the house that no one had ever walked out of before. It was a girl in the shape of a tree. Who is this being? It's very strange. The stone man disc's eyes were solemn as it looked over cautiously. On the other side, the players observed the place carefully and were extremely excited. They didn't know the blue abyss divine territory, but they were extremely familiar with it. This swaggering walking posture. This face, and this familiar attire and clothes. This ecstatic action. There's no mistake. The grotesquely shaped spore creatures, the Azura Deo players, and even the giant octopus were all dumbfounded. It's Mother Earth, Goddess Green Vine. It's the Green Vine Mother Earth. Shock my mother. Why did Menmei suddenly walk out of the dimensional courtyard's door? They were shocked. Ever since she was taken away by the ancient god, she had been uncontactable and had entered a mysterious universe. Now, she had suddenly appeared in the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction. Just what had happened? What had she experienced? The players were all stunned and their minds went blank. The dimensional courtyard's doors were always tightly shut, and the god of creation was sitting on a chair by the door, eating an apple. No one could enter the courtyard to see what was inside. What was inside the door? All the players were exploring, excavating, and analyzing. Up to this point, the number of speculations posted had already exceeded the 100,000 mark. Almost every day, there would be a large number of people discussing the various mysteries of the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. It was because of such an unsolved mystery that Menmei pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard with a face as bright as the spring breeze. Moreover, he had a smug look on his face. That's scary. Menmei has actually completed a counterattack? He had become a giant and sneaked into the house? Did something bad? Shocked. Detestable. I'm so angry. Cutie Pie is the public enemy of our Goddess of Creation's fan club. We've long found you an eyesore. Tell me the truth, what did you do? Gritting teeth. Everyone was dumbfounded. After disappearing for so long, he had suddenly appeared to destroy the godly dimensional courtyard and had actually connected with them. They couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. The god of destruction is the old god of creation in the future. He has lost his authority and just gained his own wisdom. I'm afraid he's very ignorant and simple. It was taken down by the experienced mother and sister. I can't resist. Damn it, this tender little fresh meat has just begun to understand everything in the world. How could he fall into the hands of an old woman? Cute girl, thanks for the invitation. I'm in the divine yard of creation, but I couldn't get in touch with her. Countless players of all shapes and sizes looked down at this proud giant. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Bang! The cute girl lowered her head and kicked away some of the sand, instantly drowning them. Countless players were chattering and were so scared that they covered their heads and ran away like rats. A dog taking advantage of its master's power. Menmei, that animal, actually attacked us. Don't tell me he knows what we're talking about here. It can't be. We don't understand each other's language. Mengmei lowered her head and looked at these strange-looking guys who were hiding and talking among themselves. She only felt that they were hiding in a small corner and chattering away. One look and she knew that they were not good people. He didn't know what they were saying behind his back, but he knew that they were shameless. Chapter 1237. Mengmei looked at these chattering little creatures and felt extremely emotional. Back then, she was also one of them. She didn't expect to be standing here. In the end, it's because the god of creation has a sense of self that I have such unimaginable authority. The cute girl walked around those creatures, killed some trees that were running around and shouting, made them into small stools, and sat down to chat with Nazira. Help! Menmei is killing someone. As expected of the woman who will conquer the Great Sea Route and become the god of creation, Luffy.jpg. Mengmei could not be bothered with them. Nazira had been an incomplete rank 9 Daoist before, but he had now secretly completed his Dao foundation through the composite Cloud Star Dao fruit that the players had secretly developed here. Now, she was already on the path to level 10 and could become a saint in the future. This was a great opportunity. This is where I'm strong. When I was a saint, I was able to produce 10th grade offspring, 10th grade extraordinary spores. It can evolve into even more terrifying creatures. Nazira thought. Although the other level 10 descendants of the saints were born with no bottleneck at level 10, they started cultivating from level 1. But she was different. Her talent could solidify the offspring, as long as there were enough resources. Her remaining offspring were born 10th grade. Her talent wasn't of much use, but she didn't expect to achieve great things here. Are you also the creatures chosen by the god of creation? The power to control the universe, said Nicera. He had already seen the scene inside the house, but he had only been watching from the outside. He was also very surprised to see the creation of the era. Of course, we are the chosen ones. When the god of creation has mastered the incomplete authority, we will help him regain it. We are the same as you. It's just that you're in charge of reproducing the life spores, while the two of us are in charge of reproducing the universe spores, Meng Mei said with a smile. The universe? Nicera's heart was beating wildly. She was the origin of life, which was already very heaven-defying, but the other party was in charge of the origin of the universe. It was obvious who was more important. The authority he held was closer to the core power than her, and she couldn't help but admire him more. However, she also knew that overthrowing the prehistoric universe, destroying it, and creating a new universe for herself was an extremely tedious task. It required countless gears to be connected together in order to rotate effectively. The cute girl could not help but start exchanging ideas with Nicera. After all, she had known before that the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction was managed by other creatures, and the players had also guessed before. But now, he finally saw the other party's true face. Your bloodline is realm solidification? Directly giving birth to offspring that are one level lower than you. Meng Mei continued to discuss, so that's how it is. This dimensional courtyard has been managed well by you. There was a human touch to it. The dimensional courtyard of the god of creation was very cold and had a feeling of eternal blue sky hanging high above. However, it was likely that very soon, the dimensional courtyard would be updated with a new version. He didn't know if it would be open to the public, to the players. But it's definitely a brand new level. I know that you want to evolve the origin of the universe in this room. Nicera saw everything as well. Yes, I'm afraid it'll work soon. The cute girl said, now, I'm in the dimensional courtyard, mass creating cosmic life forms in my life form. No matter if it's successful or not, the speed is extremely fast. As long as the base number is large enough, it'll eventually be a survival of the fittest and a different color will appear. Nicera agreed with this point of view. The two of them began to discuss the evolution of life. They even kept walking around the courtyard and the house, observing the degree of evolution. Time passed by again and again. The dimensional courtyard within the house finally began to change. Finally, living creatures were born in the ancient ocean. Or perhaps the universe. This was a perfectly round embroidered ball star that was covered in blood. The bright red threads were entangled in it, and one could vaguely see that the DNA sequence was spiraling into a circle, one ring after another, like an exquisite Ferris wheel that was wrapped around another. This creature has taken form. It's finally formed. Meng Mei's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, he might not be the strongest. After all, everything was just a primitive accumulation of embryo. However, this is already a step forward for an era. A second one has truly survived. Will the second one be far away? She wanted to share everything with the players, but it was hard to communicate here, and she didn't dare to. How do I do it? Nicera asked. Let's try it out. Female B said. How do I test it? Nicera asked again. Female second smiled. This kind of universe, of course, depends on how he evolved and survived the primitive era. We can even try to let it collide with another universe, such as the incomplete bloodline universe number 2. Let's see what happens when a conscious bloodline universe meets an unconscious one. As soon as he said that, both Meng Mei and Nicera felt the horror in his words. The universe with the number 2 bloodline and godhood was used as a test subject. If this universe with consciousness were to explode, all the living beings inside would probably be killed. This was the opening of the forbidden area of the origin of the universe. Just as the few of them were discussing excitedly. Zerg sub-brain, calculate and pull out the genes and blood of this universe creature. Su Ji stood in the distance and said in an indifferent voice. Pulling out. Abnormal creature, unable to retrieve specific biological parameters. Su Ji frowned slightly when he heard the voice of the Zerg sub-brain. This is a brand new path. The Zerg spores in the past could quickly extract the bloodline information of any life form they evolved. It was because the Zergs were very mature in the evolution of creatures with this bloodline, but now, this path of mine is unprecedented. He had to rebuild his database and data. Unknowingly, I've already reincarnated from the insect race, this ancient family of saints, and become a new civilization, a civilization that belongs to me. Su Ji pondered for a few seconds. Pull up all the previous stillborn universes, analyze the parameters, calculate them, and rebuild the number 1 database. Rebuilding Class 2 database. A cold voice came from the sub-brain of the Zerg. In reality, it was the fate of the entire race. It gathered the computing power of the entire civilization, including the magic core race. Although they were mechanical and inflexible, their computing power was the greatest. Soon, he obtained a new database template. Name: Unnamed Universe. Atlas of Great Dao, Active Diagram of Living Beings Wool. Complete State of Dao Oddity, 78%. Universe Form: Chaos Seaweed Type Universe. Universe Characteristic: Spiritual Being, Miscellaneous Bacteria Bloodline Virus. Su Ji's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless. The others are fine, but the Seaweed Universe. Are you really treating it as an evolved creature that crawled out of the ocean? Chapter 1238. It was undeniable that this was a completely new path. Even in the entire universe, no one had ever seen this path or even seen such an unbelievable and shocking scene in over 10 billion years of development. This is a new era. I have to start from zero and start from scratch. Su Ji looked at female second and the others. They were extremely precious human resources and were the core members of the Zerg. What will happen? He stood in the distance and looked at the evolution. What I want to see is an unprecedented law of the universe. On the other side, female B and the others were also extremely excited. They stood side by side and looked at the entire experimental sandbox in front of them. Their faces were tense, and their eyes were fixed on it. Life has begun. Our experiment. Female second's voice carried a hint of excitement. This was an unprecedented moment. A cosmic life form. Menmei's voice was also very excited. The evolutionary laws of life in the universe, the true meaning of the Great Dao, will be unfolded in front of us. Knowledge was the power of all. And the knowledge that they wanted to obtain would be unprecedented. Everyone, like the most devout scientists and seekers, turned to look at the test site through the transparent glass cover. This was a historical moment. Whoosh! In the Chaos Sea, the ocean wind was blowing, bringing with it a desolate and bloody atmosphere. Because it was a simulation of a micro-universe, each universe was only the size of a marble to a grain of rice. Therefore, the entire mountain and land of the experimental site was very small. However, the experimental plot was not empty. A large number of universes multiplied and were born. They had strange shapes, and most of them were dead cosmic stillborn that had just been born. Their corpses were piled up on the ground like pieces of sand, stones, and soil, forming this vast world that was ancient. Their corpses seemed to be made up of countless rough gravel. The beach was made up of black and white stones of different sizes. Every stone and gravel was made up of a stillbirth of the universe. In the universe, corpses were like mountains. This scene was truly spectacular and fantastical. At the edge of the beach was a rippling sea of chaos. Countless universes bobbed up and down in it, or they turned into the most ancient gods and demons. They exploded, and with wet mucus and bodies, like bloody flesh, they slowly crawled out of the chaos ocean and walked to the beach. But when they all walked onto the beach, most of them died early and became a part of the corpses on the beach. They became the stillborn of the universe and gradually stiffened. The universes were like moths darting into a flame. They crawled out of the chaos sea and walked towards the beach. The ocean is the mother that gives birth to all life. Female B laughed. The universe here actually applies too. The chaotic laws of the chaos sea allow them to float and soak in it. It's as if they have returned to their mother's embrace and are giving birth to life. It's very cruel. Some of them climbed onto the shore but died soon after. The stillborn piled up like a mountain. Some of them didn't choose to climb out but also died. At the bottom of the chaos sea, there are also many corpses. Meng Mei's expression was grave as she looked at the experimental ground and said, "We have already sensed the complete birth of the first generation life form. The target life form is stabilizing and has lived for more than 6 hours. However, it is still swimming freely at the bottom of the chaos sea and has yet to come ashore." Female B's face was also gloomy. She looked at the test site through the glass cover. He didn't show his face. Could it be a creature from the chaos ocean, a fish, or a seaweed universe? The cute girl's eyelids twitched. Fish? Seaweed? Was that even possible? That's the universe. Female B shook her head. Menmei's thoughts were confined by the rules, but she was not. As a chaos god fiend that created the world, part of the universe's rules were originally created by her. So what if it's the universe? We've never seen such a path before. We only need to listen and see. No matter how bizarre the scene was, it could not be considered bizarre. Moreover, it's no longer a dead object. Since it's already a living thing, it has the instinct to like the environment. Plants like the sun, and seaweed likes the ocean. These are all the natural habitats of living things. As a universe, it has its own favorite environment. What's wrong with that? Female B's expression was very calm. The cute girl was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt like she had learned something. As the two of them were talking softly through the glass window, they saw a universe survive and then decline. It climbed out of the chaos sea one after another and fell on the beach one after another. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not see the protagonist they wanted to see appear. But they were still very patient. As long as it's alive, it will definitely appear. Female Second looked into the glass cover and said with a strong, decisive, and cold attitude. After all, she was a great saint who controlled the plan to create the multiverse and a great person who created an era. Whoosh! The figure of the god of creation gently descended on the land. The few of them bowed and saluted respectfully. Su Ji's eyes flickered. The others could not see it, but he could naturally see the newly born seaweed universe. It was still bobbing up and down at the bottom of the sea and had no intention of coming ashore. He just looked at the test site and said with a smile, "It seems that your creation has become very logical, and unimaginable scenes have appeared. Everything is the power of the temple of creation. All of this only happened during your creation," Female Second quickly said. The god of creation just shook his head. "It's different. You've reached a height that I've never reached. I am nature, the universe, a celestial phenomenon without self. The creation of the century, the destruction of the era, the explosion and collapse of the universe are just natural phenomena, just like the rainstorm and thunder, they appeared and disappeared naturally. And you, as the living beings of the universe, the insects of heaven and earth, the only variable of the universe, opened up the unimaginable era of creation." The second female lead was deep in thought. The universe was nature, and the Big Bang that created the universe had always been natural. The birth of the Big Bang had added its own wisdom and color to nature. This was the function of the living beings in a universe. It was just like how the living beings on Earth used their knowledge and wisdom to change the weather and create artificial rain. Looking at such a modest and self-aware god of creation, the adoration in Meng Mei's eyes grew even stronger. She felt that she really loved such a god of creation. Su Ji did not look at Menmei, who was in a daze. He suddenly felt that Menmei had become a fangirl just like Caroline. No matter what the ancient gods did, he felt that they were all very impressive. "What do you think?" Female B asked. The god of creation looked at the experiment site and said with a smile, "This is a scene that has never happened in the universe. Perhaps you can see the concept that only the god of creation can understand, the highest dimensional knowledge that only the universe itself can understand. The knowledge that only the god of creation could understand? And we're just living beings, yet we're able to come into contact with this level of knowledge of the highest level?" The few of them were shocked and felt flattered. They followed his gaze. Whoosh! In the next second, they saw a bright red, bloodshot seaweed gradually rise to the surface of the water. Then, they fell silent again. "It has appeared!" Female Second cried out in alarm. However, it was only a flash in the pan, and the seaweed universe fell silent again. However, they were still very patient and continued to wait. After a long time, the births and deaths overlapped again and again, but no other universe had completely survived. The dead fetuses piled up more and more, and the beach became wider and wider. During this time, the seaweed universe rose and fell countless times. The other universes were dying, but it was the only one that lived forever. However, what happened next completely shocked everyone. They clearly saw an incredible scene. The other universes began to explode and gradually became the template of the seaweed universe, evolving toward the only living universe. "What is this? How is this possible?" Meng Mei's eyes widened. Those stillborn universes have no intelligence. How can they know what they want? This situation was too strange. They didn't take the initiative. Instead, it's the living seaweed universe that's wandering around. Because it's been obtained for too long, some of its DNA sequence is scattered outside and absorbed by the perception of other universes. Female Second's eyes lit up with excitement. The cute girl immediately reacted. The universe's DNA sequence is their great Dao Atlas. After all, we've turned their great Dao atlases into a similar life structure. The atlases of the great Dao of this universe were actually absorbed by other universes, and a similar structure appeared in the Big Bang. She was completely shocked when she thought of this. She was a big shot on Earth who evolved the origin of life, so she naturally understood that in the process of evolution, some creatures' genetic sequence could be absorbed by other creatures. For example, viruses. The genetic sequence of some viruses did not belong to them. Instead, they were the genetic sequence of other viruses that were absorbed and relied on. Oh my god! Meng Mei exclaimed in shock. I can almost see the necessity of a universe. Just like the evolutionary history of life on Earth, life began to appear in the Sea of Chaos. In the future, there might even be a large number of seaweed-type universes. They were like the great explosion of the cold martial order on Earth, where algae and blue-green algae multiplied in large numbers in the ocean. Sea reptiles would appear soon? Spine type. Chapter 1239. Meng Mei couldn't help but become more excited, and she vowed, the development in front of us is a kind of inevitable evolution. This was because the first living universe would eventually appear in the Chaos Ocean. The structure of this universe would be very simple and it would live at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, there was a high probability that it was seaweed. As for this seaweed primogenitor universe, it has been living in the Chaos Ocean for a long time. This has led to its great Dao atlases and DNA being imperceptibly influenced by the surrounding newborn universe singularities, causing a Big Bang. Therefore, the first life form of the universe is the seaweed universe era. Meng Mei's eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light as she looked at the god of creation with admiration. Is this the knowledge and wisdom that only the universe itself knows? Su Ji was stunned for a moment. You're asking me, how would I know? Aren't you guys trying to figure out this path from scratch? However, he could only smile and nod. He looked at the experiment site inside the glass cover and said with a smile, yes, the evolution of the universe and the fate of the universe's era also have some inevitable development process. As expected. The cute girl was excited. Su Ji stood to the side without saying a word. His eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. If the racer of Mount Harana was just a simple fantasizing monster, then Cutie Pie was a simple fang girl. She really thought of herself as an omnipotent person. But enough chit-chat, this experiment still had to be done. Very soon, other universes started to appear. Su Ji could clearly see a chaotic golden age of the ocean gradually taking shape. The birth of the first seaweed universe creature seemed to have opened the door to a forbidden area. Soon, countless seaweed universes began to grow. The ocean began to boil, welcoming a flourishing age full of vitality. Chaos Ocean, living universes have appeared on a large scale. This is hard to imagine. This is an improvement that transcends eras. Nasera's face was filled with shock at the sight. The Chaos Ocean was full of life. Countless seaweed-like universes started to multiply and live like the sea plants in the ocean. They were like lazy jellyfishes that floated up and down. It was beautiful. A new era had begun. A large number of cosmoses were living. What did this mean? The experiment on universe life was finally on the right track, and a perfect form had appeared. In the future, when the singularity of the universe exploded, it could create a new universe with life at any time. This was a path that was beginning to mature. This is a historical moment. Female Second couldn't help but be intoxicated by the beautiful scene of the universe. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. The era of the great explosion of marine life was rapidly being deduced. It's a bead that consumes a lot of the oddity of the great Dao. Su Ji's expression was a little dark. After all, he was not a living creature. Every oddity had to be created by his own hands. He had to sacrifice thousands of years of savings. However, he felt both pain and joy. Without the consumption of a large number of resources, how could his hard work have caused the change and development of civilization? Soon, with the appearance of a large number of seaweed-type universes, the other new universes almost all disappeared. This was because similar DNA sequences of the Great Dao atlases had already spread throughout the entire sea area. The newly exploded Great Dao singularities had just been born when they were subtly influenced and assimilated by the ubiquitous Great Dao atlases. Everyone saw a golden age. The gravel beach, the chaos ocean, and the endless creatures in the ocean. It was just that every gravel on the beach was a dead universe, shocking everyone. It looks like it's getting closer to peace. When female B saw this, she frowned. The types of the universe are starting to unify. This is a very spectacular scene. Meng Mei said, in this world, the gravel is dead universe. The seaweed, and other marine plants are universes without intelligence. Then, fish, animal, or even intelligent beings. Everyone was looking forward to this future. A vast period of time passed, and the prosperity of the ocean was approaching peace. However, a problem soon came to mind. Insufficient matter and energy. The beach quickly disintegrated, and the piles of dead bodies were absorbed by the new universes as energy. But soon, the whole world maintained a fixed number of seaweed universes, 1373. There were no more, and there was no possibility of intelligence. These universes have life, but they don't have self-consciousness. They're just weeds and trees by the roadside. At the same time, they don't have any living beings in their bodies. If a living being is born in their bodies, the laws of the universe will be completed, and that will be the channel through which they can gain intelligence. Female second made a bold guess. Meng Mei was shocked. These universes only have life but no intelligence. But they look like flowers and trees? There must be a living being who has to complete the rules of these universes and complete the atlases of the Great Dao, which is their DNA sequence, before they can fully develop their wisdom. This was very magical. Female B nodded. That's not the problem. The problem now is that the seaweed universe has life, but it doesn't have the conditions to produce life in the universe. It can only be a plant-type vast universe. The body can't give birth to any living beings, and by filling up the laws of the universe for them, not only will they be unable to develop intelligence, but they will also be unable to grow, causing them to never age and to be preserved until the chaotic primordial era of the Big Bang. Female B observed the scene of the test site and said coldly, without death, there will be no material exchange. Thus, they've always been solidified in the ocean, floating everywhere. There'll always be 1373 of them. Then what should we do? Meng Mei asked. Wait for the mutation to occur, continue to release the cosmic spores. It's very difficult, Female B said seriously. The newly released cosmic spores do not have material and energy to absorb. It's very difficult for them to survive. They are the natural enemies of the 1373 seaweed-type universes that have been stable all this time. They hope that the new spores will mutate and adapt to the environment to survive. This was a very simple method, but it was also the best method. The second female lead looked at the god of creation and said respectfully, however, the storage of the spores of the oddity of the Great Dao is already somewhat insufficient. Su Ji was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, it's just a small matter. After all, it's not a singularity that really creates the universe. It's just a simulation experiment. The consumption is very small. Female second and the others nodded and continued to observe an experiment. Su Ji left, feeling a little numb in his heart. Perhaps for the god of creation who has truly mastered the truth of the universe, it was really done casually. But for me, it was created with the help of external objects and countless laws. Su Ji's scalp went numb in the face of this number. He would have to reverse the flow of the nomological laws one by one to create the oddity bead. Moreover, he could not let his clone create the oddity. He had to enter the great cosmos with his main body's cultivation technique before he could create the oddity. He had to do it himself. I can only go head on. Su Ji's heart ached, and he had a premonition that he, the god of creation, might be squeezed dry. However, he could only continue with the experiment. He needed to do a lot of data and waste a lot of energy to settle everything. I hope you won't disappoint me. Su Ji entered the high-dimensional space-time directly and created a large number of singular points of the Great Path mechanically and repeatedly, providing them to the laboratory for them to conduct experiments. Time flew by. Even Su Ji could not remember how much time had passed. He only felt that the oddity of the Great Dao in his hands had probably consumed at least 100,000 of them. The amount was terrifying. Furthermore, the speed at which he was evolving the oddity of the Great Dao was getting faster and faster. He gritted his teeth and accumulated 1,000,000 of them in one go. He felt that he could last for a period of time before he could come out to relax. As soon as he went out, he found a new piece of news from the laboratory. An alternative universe had finally been born. This was a new type of universe, similar to the ancient trilobites. They began to feed on the seaweed universe, swallowing and spitting it to absorb and plunder energy. Originally, the energy of the universe was occupied by the seaweed universe, but they grew by eating the seaweed universe. Marine plants have appeared. Marine animals have indeed appeared. They feed on seaweed and other floating universes. Female B was shocked and could not help but tremble. Although it is still a universe without intelligence, it can already move. It's done? Su Ji also felt like his entire body was about to collapse. He had finally succeeded. Sub-brain, show me the genetic data of this universe. Name, unnamed universe. Atlas of Great Dao, active diagram of living beings will. Complete state of Dao oddity, 78%. Universe form, herbivorous universe in the chaotic ocean. Universe characteristic, spiritual being, miscellaneous bacteria bloodline virus. Su Ji's eyelids twitched. Everything else was fine, but it was this mixed blood virus again. What exactly was going on? Su Ji did not have time to think too much about it, but something even more terrifying and creepy happened in the entire test site. Not only did the trilobite universes hunt for seaweed, but they were also fast, violent, and brutal. Pucci. They seemed to be able to see the outside world as they slammed into the glass cover of the laboratory. Bang 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 bang. Nui and Menmei were dumbfounded. The arena set up by the saints actually had some cracks. Female Second's pupils instantly enlarged. She had condensed it with her own saint's great Dao laws, and these experimental universes could do it. These predatory universes can not only devour the rules of the seaweed-type universe, but they can also devour our rules. I can't stop them no matter what. Female Second's shocked voice had yet to finish. Cacat. The glass cover instantly cracked. The sealed laboratory inside the glass collapsed in an instant. A large number of trilobites-shaped universes suddenly jumped out ferociously and lay on the faces of Nuwa, Cutie Pie, and Nethera. Their tentacles stabbed into the back of their heads and quickly sucked on them. Face-hugging bug? Su Ji's scalp went numb as he watched. Peng peng peng. Those universes instantly exploded. Only then did female B and the others react. They slowly stood up and said with lingering fear, "Thank you, Temple of Creation, for saving me." Female B was stunned for a moment and could not react. But in fact, if the god of creation did not make a move, she could also quickly defeat these creatures. She just did not expect that she could even break through the means of saints. My face. The cute girl covered her face and showed a touch of horror. It's rotting. My body is turning into some kind of creature, as if it has become the lowest bacteria. She felt that her life essence was collapsing, her bloodline sequence was melting and distorting, turning into a low-level fungus creature, and her entire person was becoming shorter. It was as if he had woken up as a big bug in the transformation script. Su Ji frowned. These are the rules of that universe. They don't belong here. They will soon be assimilated by this universe and disappear. You will be back to your original state very soon. Meng Mei was shocked, but she soon realized that the symptoms were disappearing. Add latest chapters at freeognovlo only. This is too strange. Female Second said. In the future, wouldn't she have no way to trap those creatures? It was as if they had opened up a forbidden zone. It was as if a group of low-dimensional creatures were studying the high and mighty high-dimensional creatures. Some low-dimensional ants were studying the great god. I'll just set up a restriction, Su Ji said after some thought. He stretched out his hand, and the Zerg protective barrier separated the laboratory again. Continue your experiments and study the characteristics of these universe atlases and new creatures. Yes. The few of them nodded and continued their experiment. Su Ji's expression, however, became slightly calm. He casually grabbed a seaweed universe and a trilobites universe and walked out, shaking his head in his heart. I've been working here for so long, working overtime from 9 to 5. I can't be a workaholic all the time. I need to go out and take a walk in the real universe to relax. I've accumulated my knowledge up to this point. I feel that it's almost time. And it just so happens that I can go to the chaotic beach in the outer universe, take a walk, and set free some invasive species. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the two little things in his hand thoughtfully. Perhaps I can create a new extraordinary world and let those saints know the history of our universe. Chapter 1240. Whoosh. Su Ji left the outer Dao universe and came to the real universe. That feeling of being omnipotent suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a sense of reality and refreshing. Hwalalalalalalala. He looked at the beach of the Chaos Ocean in front of him. The tides rose and fell, and he had a bold thought, these two cosmic creatures in front of me were born in the Chaos Ocean. It is their habitat, which means I can cast it into the vast chaotic ocean of the universe. Su Ji's courage was not just ordinarily big. These were clearly two foreign species that had invaded. They were very evil and dangerous. The effects they would produce would be unimaginably terrifying. Even Su Ji could not imagine what they were and how evil they were. Just now, he had directly broken through the limits of the second female lead and killed his way out of the encirclement. This was something worth being 10,000 times more vigilant about. Moreover, it was still unknown now, and he could not understand the specific secrets of this kind of life. But Su Ji could not be bothered to pay attention to him. The Zergs were natural disasters to begin with, all right? It was fine no matter what happened. I have to say, the last queen was too small-minded. Su Ji looked at the chaotic beach. They, old Wang next door who is always going around being saints, are so smug. I didn't know that the highest level of old Wang next door is to be the old Wang next door of the universe. They don't know how to look at the essence of things. I've been thinking about fighting against some enemy in the universe all day long, and my thoughts have fallen into a blind spot. I wonder, if we take care of the universe first, what kind of enemy in the universe is just a harmless little chick? Su Ji used to be very resistant to Wang next door, but now that things had come to this, he had unknowingly advanced triumphantly on the path of being Wang next door, and even had the trend of becoming the greatest Wang next door in the history of the Zerg. Su Ji was not in a hurry after he finished his speech. Since he had come to the real great cosmos, he had other things to do. With a wave of his hand, he released the true forms of the Phoenix, Cutie Pie, Nine-Headed Ancient Mother, and the others. They can go back to their own civilization. After all, the trend of the era of the multiverse has already been formed. Their selves in their parallel universe will no longer change the structure of the entire universe. They can awaken and return to their main bodies in this universe. Whoosh! Su Ji made a trip directly as a super ancient god and the others, woke them up, and then sent them back to their respective civilizations. The nine-headed ancient mother's eyes dimmed as she looked around. I'm actually back. What happened to you in the other universe? Medusa, the four grandmasters, and even little Shiji looked at her excitedly. What is my other self in the parallel universe doing now? Nine-headed ancient mother's mind was in a state of shock. She recalled the dream-like ancient universe myths and her personal experience of the vast universe. She looked at the few people in front of her. There was so much history that she could tell them, and they were all the true text of the universe's history. All sorts of things after the era of sculpture. The nine-headed ancient mother could not help but look at Rainimanska. You can explain it. I've been talking about ancient history before, Rainimansky said with a smile. Now, you can help me continue with the text of the universe. Yes. Nine-headed ancient mother said, it's as if I've traveled back in time to 14 billion years ago. I'm now experiencing an unimaginable era. The era of the universe bridge. The parallel universes have just been born. On the other side, Phoenix had also awakened. She felt herself in another parallel universe and told the entire civilization of the moon goddess season everything. Cutie Pie woke up on Earth. She looked at the busy traffic and was slightly surprised. I'm back. He had just been in the laboratory with the saint and female Yi, doing a terrible experiment. A mistake had even occurred, causing a big laboratory accident. I'll have to look for the racer of Mount Harana and tell him about this. I'll let him analyze it. He should know about it on the forum by now. Meng Mei knew how terrifying this was. It was simply too frightening. The text of history, the god of creation, and the atlas of the creation of the universe, the heavenly music sect. Whoosh! As a god, Meng Mei suddenly flew above Earth. Mom, come out and see the immortals. On the streets, there were children pointing at the sky. Everyone was stunned and looked up at the sky. Everyone on the street knew that Meng Mei had actually woken up and returned. The forum was instantly abuzz. Su Ji had let them go because the knowledge he had accumulated in the outer Dao universe was almost enough. At the very least, it would be enough to support some of the initial actions and situations. Let's not worry about anything else for now. Su Ji's expression was calm as he looked at the two small universes in his hands. They grew up in the Chaos Sea. I wonder if they can adapt to the Chaos Sea of the multiverse? Su Ji knew very well what the structure of the ships that traversed the universe was. It was also a training hall. Using countless rules of the saints to create a self-circulating fake Dao universe, one could cross the Chaos Sea. After all, it was said before that only the universe could float on the Chaos Sea. The two in front of me are also universes. Su Ji tried to take out a seaweed universe and put it into the Chaos Sea. As a rule that does not belong to this universe, it is rejected by the universe. However, if it's placed in the Chaos Sea, which doesn't belong to the universe, perhaps it can survive. Su Ji tried to put it into the seawater. However, a shocking scene appeared. As if a freshwater fish was instantly placed into the sea, the entire seaweed universe trembled violently and collapsed. It rapidly disintegrated and was assimilated by the Chaos Sea. Su Ji took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. As expected, these universes can't be placed in the Chaos Sea outside, he said. This is because the Chaos Sea is also a part of the Great Cosmos. The Great Cosmos was like Earth. The land and the ocean were all part of the Earth. Su Ji was well aware of the history of the creation of parallel universes, and he naturally knew that the so-called Chaos Sea was actually a chaotic zone where matter ejected by black holes from 9 different multiverses was mixed together. However, it was still a large universe in the end. It's not a true Great Dao singularity. The creature that appeared is a fake, a fake. Su Ji shook his head and looked at the 2 seaweed universes. I can only give your universe a batch of Tiandao pianos cloned by the racer of Mount Harana to transform and resist the assimilation of the universe. This was an experiment, and Su Ji also wanted to explore the Sea of Chaos in the real universe. Whoosh! Su Ji stretched out his hand, and a batch of earthy gold heavenly Dao pianos instantly merged into the seaweed universe and the trilobites universe. He put them into the sea and said, "Go. Your path is the Sea of Stars." Su Ji looked into the distance at the endless ocean of chaos and thought to himself, it just so happens that the ships of countless saints are sailing toward this place. The saints might notice the 2 of you. Understanding the mysteries of the universe, the Sea of Chaos known as Death, there are actually mysterious creatures living there, the deep sea giant of the multiverse. Chapter 1241. Hwalala. Tiny tidal waves slapped against the ship. This was a huge ancient fishing boat made of mud. It was like a vast whale island, carrying a huge extraordinary world on its back. There was no sun or moon in the Chaos Sea. Everything was grey, and there was endless mist rising and falling, giving off a chaotic feeling as if shadows and midnight were intertwined. We, the great lord of the multiverse, the scarper of time and space, the ignorant outlander, your highness Michaeli, lead us to wage war against the multiverse. In the fog, a saint on the deck said in a deep voice. Around him were 10th level descendants standing in rows. They were also saints, but they were saints without the great Dao. Their expressions were complicated and excited. They knew that the great existence of their universe had actually achieved good results in that parallel universe. He had subdued a civilization known as the Burning Catastrophe and even built a harbor base to bring them over. Hwalala. This saint was giving a speech to the 10th level descendants. In pursuit of truth and thirst for blood, the wreckage of the old universe will eventually rot to ashes. We will turn into shining stars and light up the universe where we vindicate our Dao, becoming the new supreme saints of the great Dao. While he was giving a speech, the other saints were all fishing on the deck. This was the deep sea of chaos. Normally, even saints would not have the chance to come here. Only on the long journey across the parallel universes would they have the chance to come into contact with the deep sea and fish. Hwalala. The saints were chatting. In the depths of the chaotic ocean domain, there are many true treasures and unimaginable things. There are piles of rotten ironware, sculptures, and weapons. The wreckage of the ancient Dharmic battleships, the ruins of ancient civilizations, there are just too many. Right, how's your control of the ocean currents? A saint asked. Fortunately, this sea area is very calm. We should be able to sail safely. The other saint smiled. After all, we are not only fishing with the fishing rod. We are also using the floating property of the fishing rod to sense the direction of the chaos ocean current. A space-time ship that could travel across the multiverse was built by a multi-dimensional sage, but it also required countless ordinary sages to guide it in its construction. It was a huge project. A world-crossing ship was actually already a fake Dao universe. It needed countless rules set up by the saints to self-cycle into a miniature universe and form the laws of the ecological universe before it could exist stably. Only then could he cross the Chaos Sea. But to cross the Chaos Sea, a ship wasn't enough. Not only did it require sufficient resources and energy reserves, but the most important thing was the ocean current. It was difficult for a human to fight against the heavens, even for a saint. No matter how powerful a sage was, if they did not monitor the ocean currents at all times and floated along the ocean currents to save power, they would eventually run out of power and sink in the Chaos Sea. To cross the Chaos Ocean, luck and opportunities were indispensable. If they were to encounter a chaotic tsunami, a huge wave of hundreds of meters would appear. Even the most powerful multi-dimensional sage would have to die. There shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, we only need to travel 2/3 of the journey and His Majesty will send a ship to receive us at the other end. This way, our risk will be greatly reduced. A saint laughed. Having someone to help him was completely different from not having someone to help him. Moreover, if it was a normal smuggling, once they got close to the other side's cosmic coast, they would definitely be sniped and a war would break out. It would be very disadvantageous to fight in the other side's away field. This is an opportunity for us. I didn't expect that Your Majesty would be able to establish a base in an alternate universe. We only need to descend, and we can also become saints of that multiverse. Of course we are, but these 10th grade offspring, some of the saints smiled. Their emotions should be excited and complicated, right? This is not up to them. A saint said coldly, Your Majesty has made a huge move this time. You've brought so many living beings with you. The consumption is too great. We've used up all our resources to build this ship. Even so, we can't bring them back. We can only throw them into the Chaos Sea when we reach our destination and go back by ourselves. If we don't receive them, we can't even go back by ourselves. When crossing the multiverse, the main body would get close by ship, then get close, pass through the other party's universe membrane, and put one's own avatar in it, then take the ship back to their own universe. However, even though the saints could return after being released, what about the thousands of level 10 saints? He didn't have the motivation to bring them back. The consequences were self-evident. Once their avatars entered the multiverse, their main bodies would sink and die in the Chaos Sea. This was all planned out. Humph, they should be content. It's fine if their original bodies die, a saint said. They won't have the chance to do so anyway. But they've come to this universe to recultivate. As the descendants of a former saint, they have a great chance to prove their Deo and become a true saint. They can only fight to the death. The saints only looked at each other coldly. Even the descendants of the saints were the same. A cold voice said, This is an opportunity. Don't think that just because you are born as a saint's descendant and are naturally sacred and pampered, you can lose your bloodlust and fighting spirit. We fought our way up here, and they're doing the same. If they don't even have this kind of ruthlessness and momentum, then they'll just die. Rotten wood can't be carved. Some saints said coldly. Hwalala. Just as they were talking, the tide surged in the distance. In the grey fog, a small universe ship that was less than 1/10 the size of them crossed over. Our reinforcements are here. A saint's eyes lit up. The two ships soon came into contact. Zhongtong, the mini television, and the in-game avatars of the Racer of Mount Harana and the others soon came out. The Racer of Mount Harana chuckled as he looked at the huge ship in shock. He cupped his fist and said seriously, Saints, we have been ordered to receive you. Sir, you must be under His Majesty's influence. Seeing that the other party was only a level 9 Deo cultivator, the saints knew that he was the confidant of this universe, and his status was not lower than them, the subjects of the saints. They did not dare to be negligent and said with a smile, You are the kind of people His Majesty mentioned. A game clone. Yes, I am. The Racer of Mount Harana split apart and then regrouped. Our main bodies are now in the dojo. Those who go out are all game avatars, so we don't fear death. It'll be the same when you come to our universe to recultivate. The saints looked at each other and were shocked by how heaven-defying this bloodline was. Everyone, let's cut to the chase and get down to business. The car on Mount Harana sped through the air. That's good, everyone on this ship will each send a clone to the other ship, and the other party will take us there secretly. Some saints began to make arrangements. These saints themselves and their level 10 descendants all quickly cut out a soul, flesh, and blood clone to go to the other party's ship. This part of the body didn't have a true soul brand, but when it entered the other party's universe, it would immediately produce a soul brand of its own and become a true parallel universe itself. Soon, they each split their bodies and walked to each other's ship. In that case, let's part ways. The saints laughed and said, Let's take control of the universe ship and return to our own universe. As for the rest of you. The saints looked at the thousands of level 10 descendants. It's a pity to leave you all on the Chaos Sea. Your true bodies, go to the other ship and live as long as you can. The 10th grade heirs turned pale. This was a delay in death. If he really reached the other party's universe, his main body would definitely be rejected by that parallel universe. He would not be able to enter and would only die on the Chaos Sea. Soon, the 10th grade heirs didn't dare to resist and quickly boarded the other party's ship. Whoosh! The two ships completed the exchange and quickly turned around, moving in the opposite direction. Saints, please come to the deck to rest. We have prepared some special products of our cosmos, desserts. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled as he looked at the thousands of 10th rank offspring in a very polite manner. However, he was secretly shocked. As expected of an empire of multi-dimensional saints. Not only did it have a group of ordinary saints, but it also had thousands of 10th level descendants. These thousands of level 10s were all fake, but they were still level 10s. These were the strongest overlords under the saint realm. Each one of them could beat the big shots of the deep blue divine territory, but now they were all abandoned. Even he was moved by such a big move. We're not saints. We're just fake level 10 cultivators. One of the 10th rank descendants turned pale and shook his head. We have been abandoned. The racer of Mount Harana looked at them and pitied them, but there was nothing he could do to change that. Being born into a saint's family was unimaginably lucky, but also unfortunate. However, they didn't dare to resist, and they didn't have the thought of fighting to the death. This was because even though their main bodies were dead, their bodies from a parallel universe could enter this universe and cultivate again. They might become true saints and vindicate their Deo. This is a life after death situation. The chariot of Mount Harana smiled warmly. Everyone, you are the descendants of the sage. However, you are restricted by your father's generation. You are all talented, but you can't vindicate your Deo in your own universe. Now that you've come here, you'll have a new opportunity. All of you were a fake 10th level, and this time you have the opportunity to become a true 10th level. With your talents and accumulation of the great Deo, how can you not recultivate and vindicate your Deo? The pale-faced level 10 saint's expressions eased slightly. Only a powerful multi-dimensional sage could cultivate a multi-dimensional universe. It was indeed a great opportunity for these incomplete false sages to have such an opportunity. Hehe, if everyone can succeed, our force will have thousands of saints in this universe. The racer of Mount Harana laughed. One has to know that in a universe, there are only about 1,000 present sages. They are scattered outside the chaos heavens, but we have leaped into the air and have thousands of them. The 10th rank heirs nodded. That was indeed the case. In a universe era, there were usually only a few thousand sages who could make a breakthrough and vindicate Deo. However, there were thousands of them. Their numbers were overwhelming. Yes, yes. Zhang Tong's face was also serious. Your saints, which is equivalent to recultivating. You 10th rank descendants are like bugs. It's a terrifying number that can produce thousands of sages in one universe era. The rank 10 descendants instantly calmed down. The racer of Mount Harana was still very understanding of the ways of the world. After a round of easing up and trying to build a relationship, the atmosphere became very harmonious and they began their return journey back to the multiverse. A large ship started to sail back to its own port. After traveling for some distance, suddenly, fog. The saints on the deck were stunned. This fog is too sudden. How can there be a sudden mist? I'm afraid the change in the chaos ocean is a precursor to a sea storm? Old Man Hwaya frowned. Old Man Hwaya and the black-clothed saint were also responsible for receiving them. However, they were also quantum avatars in the game, and their main bodies were not here. If it's an ocean current, then it's bad. The ship might capsize. The black-robed saint frowned. The chaos ocean's currents were terrifying. Suddenly, the water around the ship started to ripple. It was like boiling water with bubbles. There seemed to be a huge shadow under the ship that was approaching them with a dense evil intent. Woo, the sound of the instrument penetrated the ship. It sounded like the hum of some ancient beast, and it swept through the tide with a long note. All the living beings on the spaceship quieted down and their minds went blank. This is... The vibrations in the fog became more and more intense, and the sound continued to rise. The air was shaking, the sea was shaking, and the shadow under his feet was getting bigger and bigger. What is this thing? There's something in the sea of chaos in the fog. Impossible. This was simply impossible. There can't be any living things in the chaos sea. No living thing can survive there. The great saints and 10th level false saints who usually looked down on the universe couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Ripples of fear appeared in their hearts. Their hearts were beating violently, and their blood was boiling. We don't want to die yet. No, let me go to that universe. My main body and my soul are both here. If I die, I'll really die. Cries of fear filled the deck. However, something even more terrifying happened. The Chaos Sea started to sweep up waves that actually slapped onto the deck. Large amounts of Chaos Sea water fell onto all the saints like hailstorms. Quickly run! The Chaos Ocean was eroding all the saints and their daos. They were running around on the deck of the transcendent world, running wildly to avoid the sea. Honey, what's going on? Jiang Tong was also scared stiff. Aren't we here to pick someone up? Even these saints don't know, how can we know? How could there be living things in the Chaos Ocean? It's impossible for any living thing to survive there. The only thing that can survive in the Chaos Sea is the universe. The racer of Mount Harana was also sprinting on the deck. No matter what it is, it's a good thing that we're here to rescue our game avatars. So, if it dies, it's just a death. Hwalala. In the grey fog, the giant ship began to sway, and the huge shadow under the sea expanded as if it had occupied the entire sea world under the ship. The shadows covered the sky and the earth. They seemed to have seen the outline of the giant beast. It's the abdomen. It's the abdomen of a giant beast. It looks like the abdomen of some kind of insect. It's segmented and circular. What is it doing by showing its abdomen to us? Countless people looked at the bottom of the ocean in fear. Woo! The giant beast at the bottom of the sea once again made a shocking and inexplicable buzzing sound, which was so vast that it seemed to shatter people's hearts. In the fog, the giant beast with its belly exposed finally made a move. Its huge, sharp sickle-like legs suddenly pierced through the huge sea surface and hugged the entire ship, using its whole body to hold the ship. Boom! It rolled over violently, raising a huge wave that was countless meters high, pressing the ship to the bottom of the sea. It was like a beetle that had caught its prey and was riding on it. It wanted to drown this huge spaceship in the water and push it into the depths of the Chaos Ocean. And this indescribable chaos deep-sea beetle seemed to be holding a piece of driftwood and floating under its body. Chapter 1242. Weevu. The sea water surrounded him from all directions. Hurry up and activate the protective shield to isolate the sea water. Some of the saints' avatars from other universes cried out in alarm. Although their main bodies were far away, if this ship sank, their main bodies would be safe, but the avatars here would not be able to enter the parallel universe to recultivate. All their previous efforts would be in vain. Whoosh! The light enveloped the area and layers of protective shields were activated. Under everyone's urgent response, a large amount of resources were being consumed. This was the chaotic sea water's protective barrier to prevent the waves from hitting it. However, now that he was submerged in the sea water, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Father, where's our ship? Was it attacked? A fake level 10 saint looked at the water outside the protective shield and the huge, mysterious giant beast in horror. We were not attacked. The saint's clone could sense it. After all, he had not gone far. After all, that ship is more than 10 times the size of this one. The difference in size is too great. That mysterious giant beast would not dare to attack it, and it does not have the ability to topple the ship. Then come back quickly to help. The surrounding people were screaming and growling. However, this saint was silent for a moment. They won't come back because the voyage was calculated. Once they come back, they might not have enough power to go back after struggling here for a while. Moreover, I can't save these thousands of existences. I've said before that I don't have the motivation to take you back. We can only pray for good luck. All the saints on the deck turned pale. No matter what, they would not come to save them. Even these saints had prepared for the worst, to abandon their avatars here and enter the opportunities of the multiverse. As long as the sage's body was alive, there would still be a chance. If he died, there would be nothing left. As for how the sage of the multiverse would vent his anger on them, they could consider it later. What about the main cosmos nearby? Can we contact them for help? Some saints were completely anxious as they looked at the seawater outside that was gradually swallowing them. That's impossible. The racer of Mount Harana's face was grim. I've already informed the main body. His Majesty over there already knows what happened here, but there's nothing he can do. Because our foundation is still lacking, we can only build this big ship. There are no other ships to come and rescue us. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't save him from the front and back, so they could only wait for death here. They looked outside and got goosebumps. This. What kind of deep-sea giant beast was this? Wasn't it impossible for any living creature to survive in the chaotic ocean? It can only survive in the universe. This had subverted their worldview. Could it be that this mysterious sea monster is also a Deo field of the fake Deo universe? The same as us? Impossible. It's not impossible. Perhaps this giant beast is actually an ancient sage. A special incomplete universe ship that sank in the chaos ocean? Countless saints made guesses as their thoughts spun rapidly. They stood on the deck and looked outside in fear, hoping for a chance of survival. However, the racer of Mount Harana and Zhang Tong's eyes widened when they saw the shape of the car. Could this be that beetle universe? It's very similar. That's right. Menmei entered in her original form, so can't take screenshot. But her description. Could it be that it has already started? This is scary. We're already in the sea of chaos? At this moment, Menmei was posting on the forum and had just talked about this. His main body was also doing research and discussing with Menmei on the forum. Meanwhile, his game clone here was also helping with the proper business. Multi-thread operations and multitasking were already a piece of cake for these existences. I'm going to confirm with Menmei. The racer of Mount Harana had no choice but to do this. On the other forum, the cute girl was still explaining her experience, and everyone was in shock. The text of history, the creation of the multiverse. Just as everyone was getting excited. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana suddenly interrupted the cute girl's speech, and everyone began to discuss excitedly. Screenshots. Screenshots. The racer of Mount Harana shouted, emergency. I was working as a receptionist on the other side, and suddenly, my boat capsized. Menmei, take a look at the deep-sea giant beast that attacked the ship. Is it the one that you were doing your experiment on? The cute girl saw this and got goosebumps all over. Yes. It's this one. It's exactly the same. It's just that this thing. Did it eat a fermentation drug? Why is it so big? The racer of Mount Harana thought, hurry up and think of something to save the boat. Cute girl, good luck. This thing's attacking posture is the same as when it attacked me. At that time, it extended its tentacles and hugged my face. Now, it's hugging the boat. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. This is a monster that you and Nuwa created in the creation laboratory. If you can't do it, who can? Cute girl, cough, cough, cough. I really don't know. I'm still researching this thing. It just attacked the laboratory and caused a major accident. We haven't started the new research yet, and all the data is unknown. How would I know? You guys can only pray for yourselves. The racer of Mount Harana immediately fell silent. Looking at the chaotic ocean outside, the giant beast that covered the ship was dragged into the deep ocean. The surrounding chaotic ocean was pressing down crazily. It was only a matter of time before the protective shield could not keep it out. Then, we're done for, Zhang Tong said. The entire forum was also stunned for a moment, and the atmosphere became more and more intense. The things that Menmei had said were already extremely explosive, but with the sudden appearance of the racer of Mount Harana, it was even more shocking. This development was too strange. Menmei also stiffened and said, it's just a clone in the game. It's fine if it's dead. However, you guys look like good experimental subjects. We're still studying this species. Hurry up and take screenshots. Before you die, you can also provide data for my research and sacrifice yourselves for the truth. The racer of Mount Harana's face stiffened. Sacrificing himself for the sake of truth? You want us to film how we die and contribute to scientific research? He had a toothache. But Menmei thought for a while and said, although I don't know the specific terrifying ability of this thing, according to my experience, it treats you as nutrients, as in seaweed universe, and hugs you, killing you and treating you as food. The racer of Mount Harana was confused. Food. Cute girl replied, that's right, its hunting posture explains this, and your spaceship is also a universe. Perhaps in the eyes of the trilobites without intelligence, you two are the same kind, and your auras are very similar. Everyone felt that his words made sense. You mean, you're going to be eaten? Isn't this too tragic? Just as everyone was discussing nervously, Menmei added, however, I can give you a plan, a suggestion to survive. What suggestion? Zhang Tong asked. Menmei said, if you stay here, you'll only be waiting for death. You'll be eaten as food. If you want to live, you can try entering the trilobite's body. Enter? How do I enter? This time, everyone was stunned. Trilobites are also a universe, Meng Mei said. You can try to sneak over before your own universe is shattered and use it as a clone to enter that parallel universe. Isn't that possible? As soon as he said that, the racer of Mount Harana's mind jolted. This was a whimsical idea, but it was not impossible. The other party was also a universe, and before he was eaten as food, his main body on the ship was already dead. Sending a clone into the other party's parallel universe? Good idea. The racer of Mount Harana could not help but scream. At this moment, all the saints on the ship had fallen into despair. What is this? It's irresistible. Even if it's sage, it feels. No. If we're in the universe, we can easily kill him, but inside the chaos ship, we can only be slaughtered. What the hell is this? This is a catastrophe that has not been heard of for hundreds of millions of years. There are no living beings that can exert their power on the chaos sea, but now. Grey fog shrouded the deck, and the wet sea water soaked everything. Outside was the shadow of an indescribable giant beast, hugging the ship. The huge evil and shadow shrouded everyone's heart. Woo! The ethereal voice was sorrowful, like the sound of the midnight bell. It was a sorrowful sound that carried the final arrival of disaster. At this moment, in the midst of all the sage's despair, the racer of Mount Harana suddenly growled, I think I know what kind of monster this is. What? All the saints looked over. Even they, the ancient saints of the universe, didn't know, but the other party knew. I think I've seen this evil, ancient, unknown giant beast in the ancient murals of the ancient era of sculpture. The words of the racer of Mount Harana reignited a ray of hope in everyone. The immortal deity abode was a deist family that lived as long as the heavens. They had also heard from His Majesty that the ancient ruins of the sculptures could be traced back to billions of years ago and were very mysterious. They had also wanted to explore the fishing ground on this trip. If it was an ancient relic, perhaps it really recorded. All the sages could not help but think of this as they looked at the racer of Mount Harana. The racer of Mount Harana looked up at the sky. It's a mural. We call it the Dunhuang mural. It's a record of that ancient civilization, but there are only a few words that say that this monster is called Outer God. I don't know much about its specific abilities. It's hidden in an ancient mist. However, the murals on it record some kind of ritual. Perhaps it's a chance to survive. What mural? Quickly, show yourself. Countless saints were anxious. The racer of Mount Harana did not slow down. On the deck, he stretched out his hand and an ancient mural appeared before his eyes. A sense of desolation and age washed over him. Flying heavens! The murals depicted mysterious ancient gods with bare upper bodies, necklaces around their necks, long skirts around their waists, and ribbons around their shoulders. They flew with the wind towards the beetle behemoth of the mysterious ancient universe in the vast sky, and they all merged into its body. Chapter 1243. It was an ancient mural with a strong religious vibe. The god in it was well proportioned, with a round face, and a strong color of ancient faith. Is this a creation of an ancient civilization from a certain era? Is it an ancient object excavated during the era of the sculpture civilization? Is it the same ancient mural as the ancient immortal mansion? The surrounding saints were all asking. The racer of Mount Harana had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer, yes, look at that ancient mural. A bunch of deities from the ancient universe are charging towards the behemoth with blissful expressions on their faces. Perhaps that's our chance to escape? The racer of Mount Harana had no other choice. It was impossible for him to tell the truth. How could he tell these country bumpkins the concept of the god of creation? We can even tell them that we created the god of destruction and that this evil creature might be the growth of the god of destruction's destruction of the universe, and that we are the culprits? Wouldn't he be beaten to death then? Then, if he didn't tell the truth, how would he know about the possibility of this giant beast? After thinking about it, he could only use the art of sculpture as a shield. He was quick-witted and made up a story at the last minute to use such a statement. The surrounding saints were still in deep thought. Flying heavens? What did this sky mean? Are you referring to this mysterious ancient giant beast? This giant beast is referring to the sky. Why do you say it's the sky? These saints were whispering. The racer of Mount Harana thought for a moment before explaining. According to the ancient murals, we have analyzed that what is described on them may be an indescribable existence known as the outer God of the universe. The universe? Outer God? The saints frowned. The racer of Mount Haranah stood on the wet deck and looked up at the shadow in the deep sea. This is just our guess and might not be true, but do you want to hear it? You can tell me. Some of the saints were solemn. After all, everyone felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. The appearance of a living beast in the chaos ocean was already unbelievable. Since someone had seen the ancient murals, there might be some history behind them, so there was no harm in telling them. According to our guesses about the ancient inscriptions, the racer of Mount Haranah seemed to be addicted to saying that, and he replied in all seriousness, they are aimless, disorderly, indescribable, great but blind and foolish. They are floating invader creatures that far exceed the universe. It's a kind of incomplete universe that has yet to take shape and is scattered outside the universe. The universe. Outside. This sentence was truly shocking. The meaning behind this was terrifying. All the saints knew that he wasn't talking about the outside of a single universe or the multiverse. He was talking about the outside of the entire universe. The entire broken glass bead. Outside. At this moment, all the sages felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Was there another universe beyond the universe? Or was it an empty void? Or this kind of evil and indescribable creature? These creatures were all undeveloped universes. Only our universe is well developed. So, these living things are like microorganisms, floating around an egg? What exactly is outside the real universe? Even saints can't explain it, right? As saints, standing outside the chaos heavens is like standing on the surface of a planet and looking up into the sky. However, the sky is grey and there's nothing. Impossible. There's nothing outside the universe. And NBSP, cough, cough, cough. That's right, that's right. This is all very mysterious and unknown. Even the saints don't know about it. We've only heard of the murals and guessed from the scare. The racer of Mount Haranah coughed twice. He felt that he was not talking nonsense. These fake universes were all created by the God of creation. If the God of creation wanted to create any universe, or even beyond the universe, wouldn't it be easy? According to the ritual in the murals, I have to find a way to enter the beast's skin? The racer of Mount Haranah changed the topic. Instantly, the saint's expressions turned grave. Touching the skin of this mysterious giant beast is simply courting death. A saint immediately retorted, is he looking down on death? You've always wanted to stay away from me, but now you are taking the initiative to get closer. Another saint said, right now, we can still resist the sea of chaos and the giant beast for a period of time if we insist on using the energy barrier. However, if we want to come into contact with the giant beast, we have to remove the energy barrier. If we let the sea water pour into the ship, we'll definitely die. These two sentences instantly gained the approval of many saints. However, there were also saints who said coldly, then, are we waiting for death in front of us? It's better to take a gamble, there's still a chance of survival. At this moment, another saint said, do you still not understand? When we wait for death, we'll become the food of that giant beast. We'll be eaten directly, and if we touch the skin, we might have a chance to live. Humph. Was there a difference? What's the difference between being in contact with the skin and being eaten? Some saints sneered. The group of saints made a ruckus. They did not seem like the great ancient existences of the world, but a group of panicked ordinary people. In reality, this was also because most of them were 10th level descendants. They were born holy and had not experienced much hardship. However, in the end, a powerful sage said, this is our only chance. Get ready. We'll take advantage of the tentacle wrapping around the ship and remove the protective shield. We'll directly touch the skin before the chaos sea water floods in. All the saints were red with anxiety. They were going to abandon the ship. This ship had been built with endless effort and the painstaking efforts of the saints. It could be said that all of His Highness treasures in this universe had been spent here. If it was abandoned, it would definitely attract the wrath of thunder. However, would he be able to survive just by coming into contact with his skin? They couldn't think of any possibility of survival. It was simply ridiculous to think that one could survive by touching the skin. However, to be able to see such a monster in the Chaos Sea was an extremely absurd thing in itself. Perhaps, this action could only be said to be a last-ditch attempt. There's no need to say anything more. Let's begin. The tentacles are closest to the ship, the leading saint said. But for safety's sake, we'll touch the skin of the behemoth's abdomen. The people present were all extremely powerful existences after all. Very quickly, they organized their thoughts and began to prepare for an instant charge according to the countdown. The next moment. Boom! The protective shield collapsed. A large amount of chaos sea water gushed in, turning the entire place grey. Countless experts instantly went crazy and touched the giant beast's skin at the last moment of their lives. In the next second, the saints' eyes trembled in disbelief. The moment they touched their skin, it was as if they had touched the wall of a parallel universe, and their souls instantly merged into it, sneaking into this universe. The bodies on the outside couldn't break through the universe membrane and would die immediately. Where is this place? The saints' eyes widened. This is a universe. We actually sneaked in. In a universe. They saw a bloody universe. It was not a planet or soil, but countless fascia, muscles, and red blood cell discs. They were flying around, building, and forming a universe that was like a precision gear. Giggle. The universe ship outside lost its protective shield and was instantly crushed by the chaos sea. It was quickly shattered and then devoured by this indescribable giant beast. The body of the behemoth, after devouring such a huge amount of matter, the laws of the universe began to expand rapidly, and the internal universe continued to expand. We were trying to sneak into a parallel universe to vindicate our Deo. But now, our ship is lost, and we've come to another parallel universe. Can this place vindicate Deo? They stood rooted to the ground, their widened pupils filled with horror, and their minds were like a bucket of paste. In their days, they suddenly thought of the ancient Dunhuang murals. They were filled with religion, and the mysterious ancient gods with joy and a look of seeking Deo merged into the skin of the giant beasts. Flying heavens! This sky actually refers to the universe. At this moment, they seemed to have understood something. Chapter 1244. The flying heavens referred to the universe and the rules of the great Deo. Now that he thought about it again, he completely understood the truth. This flying heavens was flying towards a universe. All the saints fell silent. However, it's actually beyond the 9 ancient parallel universes. The 10th parallel universe. Some of the saints' expressions were already off. They felt that they had never seen such a fantastically strange thing in their entire lives. The universe was simply too vast and mysterious. Even as saints, they were just as laughable as ordinary people. A 10th parallel universe. This was too scary. Throughout the history of parallel universes, the constant of 9 was constant, no more, no less, and no less. A universe, is this really a universe? It's not a fake Deo universe created by a sage, but a Deo field. A saint looked into the projection and was filled with excitement. He laughed and said, "This universe is pitifully small. The outer universe membrane was only a few thousand meters. The space contained within it is actually inferior to the body size of a rank 9 Deo achieving cultivator in the transcendent world. The spaceship they built was truly a ship. It was small and exquisite. It was a universe ship that was only a few thousand meters long, but it contained a huge folded space and an extraordinary world. After all, the exterior of the ship was just an entrance to a subspace of this level of great path cosmic magic treasure. It was like a 10th level saint's dojo, and the actual coordinates of his dojo entrance would not be too big. Even when they arrived, the superworld crossing space-time ship that could travel between 2 parallel universes only had a surface area of tens of thousands of meters. It's indeed frighteningly small. In the beginning, we thought that it was some kind of mysterious giant beast born in the chaos sea. We didn't even think about the universe. Because the universe can't be so small. It's not even as big as a transcendent world. However, it's still expanding crazily after devouring our 1,000-meter ship. A saint had a calm expression. After all, he was one of the most powerful beings in the universe. He quickly analyzed, but this is indeed a universe. All the saints looked over and scanned their surroundings. They were all excited. This unknown meant a huge rare opportunity. This was rare even in hundreds of millions of years. They were too excited. Their hearts, which had been silent for countless years, were actually somewhat difficult to suppress. The Deo field built by the sage and the world ship of the fake Deo universe are clearly different from this universe. The rules can be seen at a glance. This is a universe, and it's a living thing. The saint became more and more frightened as he looked on, but he laughed and said, "We can still sense that its great Deo atlases are completely different. At the same time, this is everything from the primordial chaos. There's actually not a single saint that vindicated Deo here. Alive? The universe? How can the universe be alive? Someone laughed, but his voice was hoarse. It was hard to tell if he was excited or scared. It's a living thing, but it doesn't have its own intelligence. It's just like some insects and marine animals. It instinctively devours, lives, and follows the instincts of a living creature. Some saints were still analyzing. But something even stranger happened. They discovered that their bodies were actually mutating, shrinking in size, and changing their physical structure. The cellular structure, the DNA sequence, and various other molecular structures were all rapidly collapsing and moving towards simplification. The huge body was also rapidly shrinking, turning into pitifully small dark green miscellaneous bacteria. The flagella slowly floated, densely packed, and the structure became simple in an instant. Not good, I'm degenerating. Run. Where to? We're already inside the beast's body, and the Chaos Sea is right outside. Are we going to die? This is the law that is suitable for this universe. The laws of our previous universe are no longer suitable. This is an alien universe. In any parallel universe, the fundamental laws are similar, and we can maintain our life structure. But here, it's completely different. A cry of shock caused all the saints to fall from their initial excitement and desire to explore into panic. For these ultimate creatures that transcended the laws of the universe, the simplest bacteria creatures were simply at the two ends of the food chain, low to the extreme. But none of the saints could do anything about it. In this alien universe, or even the entire Chaos Sea, they had lost their laws and degenerated into mortals. What they had grasped was false logic. Once they left the universe, they were nothing. They could use their powers within the Cosmos ship, but they were unable to resist the Chaos Sea beast outside. Otherwise, this beast might even be able to kill a saint. We are degenerating. The sages felt uneasy. They were most proud of their understanding and knowledge of the universe. This was also the reason why they could climb up and vindicate their Deo again. After all, the rules of other parallel universes were similar, so it was not difficult for them to learn from scratch. But now, all the rules were different. It was equivalent to opening up a new Deo path. Everyone, don't panic. The laws of the universe are constant. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana turned to the sages and said, "It seems like the only living thing in this universe is the parasitic fungus. However, the laws are incomplete. We can vindicate our Deo in this universe and become the first sages of the primordial universe to complete its laws." The racer of Mount Harana was still very familiar with the speed of the car. After all, he knew a lot about the history of this place. Vindicate Deo to the universe. Complete the rules. The saints were excited. This universe was obviously incomplete, but it was still a universe. If they vindicated their Deo in front of this universe, they were not sure what would happen in the future, whether it was good or bad. After all, this universe was not dead. It was a living thing. Do we have any other choice? We can no longer contact the outside universe. The racer of Mount Harana asked them. His quantum body had also been distorted into a worm, and he had become himself in this parallel universe. He said that his game body could not contact his main body, and it was true. However, he still had another method. He could still communicate with the outside world by taking screenshots and going on the forum. This is the power of the God of creation. He looked at these bewildered country bumpkins and felt pity for them. He secretly sent a private message to his girlfriend, "Everyone can only cultivate the false principles of the universe, so the rules are not interconnected. In this universe, you are a saint, and in another universe, you are a mortal. Naturally, you can't communicate. However, the God of creation is the truth, so it can naturally be transmitted to each other in the universe. So that's how it is. You're worthy of your reputation." Zhang Tong's face was full of admiration. She felt that her analysis was very reasonable. Su Ji was speechless. He looked at their messages and was stunned for a moment. What I cultivate is also false logic. If I could connect with the universe, I would have traveled to 9 universes, because this is a Zerg universe that you have created. You can continuously network and connect to the outside world, okay? But this was indeed a unique advantage. That's right. We don't have any other choice. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they are. The sages finally fell silent and laughed bitterly. Everyone, as the most ancient gods and demons of the universe, we have created the world and established our hearts for the heavens and earth. As soon as the words left the racer of Mount Harana's mouth, the surrounding sages felt their blood boiling. Soon, they could only explore, research systems, and open up new paths here. Thousands of 10th grade descendants and a small number of saints. How vast was their wisdom! They wandered around the primordial universe, exploring the laws and searching for the path of cultivation. Very quickly, they actually made extraordinary progress. This universe also trains in bloodline. Physical and soul cultivators can adapt to this place. There's a bloodline here. However, did the bloodlines here come from the organizations of these universes? Fascias, blood, muscles, and all sorts of other things are fused together to form different bloodlines. Unbelievable. It was simply unbelievable. Even if it's a completely different rule, it's still within the bloodline's framework. I'm confident that I'll be able to walk a bright path again. Ha ha ha. With this opportunity, I don't need to go to that parallel universe anymore. It's also great to become a saint again in this parallel universe. Countless level 10 descendants of the saints were getting more and more excited. They couldn't help but recultivate and break through to the next realm. They might even be able to surpass their father. The trilobites in the universe were about to start a chaotic era. All the sages looked at each other with burning eyes. Everyone wanted to use the blade to split the heavens and earth, split the chaos, vindicate the Deo for this universe, and become the first sage in the universe. We can't beat these tools. The racer of Mount Harana shook his head. They want to vindicate their path. We can only watch from behind. After all, their level of knowledge was indeed not high. The other party was a saint. If they wanted to compete for the top spot, they would not be able to win. But it didn't matter. They were looking at the data in front of them. The trilobites universe data and thousands of 10th order offspring. How much intelligence was contained in this? These human tools are the most likely candidates for us to study the universe of life. Because one species of life universe would require a lot of time and effort to study, but now, leave the research work to them. The racer of Mount Harana thought to himself, these sages have actually secretly joined the God of Destruction's camp and are now enemies with the great universe. The God of Destruction's wisdom is truly a good scheme. At this moment, these saints were studying this universe and developing it. Most of the laws of this universe were occupied and the rest were quickly figured out by them. They started to try to cultivate and try to vindicate Deo first. After some time, as they continued to cultivate, they explored this narrow miniature universe and gradually discovered the rules of life of this mysterious chaos beast. They were the bacteria and parasites in the giant beast's body. It's searching everywhere and eating the underwater relics outside. Its body is slowly growing. Is this the deep sea of chaos? It was very difficult for us to see such a detailed front view before. They could vaguely see the ocean world outside. Some ancient objects were floating. The number was too large, like endless dust, floating up and down in the wind. They were also very excited and even had a trace of ambition. We can supplement the rules of this universe and make it the eternal treasure hunting ship in this chaotic sea area. It can travel through the chaos of parallel universes and find the chaos wealth of ancient times. If they could keep looking for these treasures and travel around in the submarine, it would be an opportunity that even they dared not imagine. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, they saw an ancient, long, black, arched bridge that was as vast as trillions of light years. It was slowly rising and falling in the depths of the chaos sea. What historical sight is this? At least a few 100 billion light years. Its length stretched across hundreds of nebulas. How is this possible? Which era is this ancient artifact from? Throughout the entire history of the universe, there are no records of this. Yes, I've never fished up a similar ancient ruin. What a joke! Who could fish up such a terrifying ancient creation? If we didn't have such an opportunity, I'm afraid the entire universe would have come to an end. No one has been able to see the scene in the depths of the chaos sea. All the saints were exclaiming in shock. It was as if they were in the Sea Clan Hall, looking at the rotten world outside. They couldn't help but exclaim. It was too vast. It was too spectacular. It was countless times more spectacular than the ants who saw the vastness of Mount Everest. It was as if at this moment, they had instantly abandoned all of their infighting and had found back their most primitive and pure original hearts. They were wholeheartedly pursuing Deo and all of their ideals. The Universe Bridge. The racer of Mount Harana's eyes widened as he thought, it really exists. He had already heard about this era from Menmei, but seeing the real thing, he was too shocked. I'm afraid it's an antique from the era of the universe bridge more than 10 billion years ago. It's an earth-shaking ancient bridge. A simple sentence drew the attention of all the sages to the racer of Mount Harana. You know. These saints were in disbelief. Is this also from the ancient Dunhuang murals? Chapter 1245. The racer of Mount Harana's scalp went numb, but he did not continue blowing his trumpet. The era of the universe bridge can also be called the first Hushan era. The racer of Mount Harana simply said, the legend of the cosmic bridge has always been a research topic. To think that it's actually real. It really exists. The racer of Mount Harana's eyes glowed. What is the Hushan era? A saint asked. Connate chaotic life forms. The connate great cosmos is the connate era. The post-celestial life forms and the post-celestial universe are the post-celestial era. The racer of Mount Harana placed his hands behind his back and looked at them as if he was looking at a bunch of country bumpkins. The era of the universe bridge, according to some ancient records, was the beginning of the movement of the plates of the multiverse, the era that appeared. A conservative estimate would be at least 100 million years. At that time, the multiverse split, and the plates began to drift, but the plates were not far from each other, so the existences of the ancient universe at that time built a miraculous universal project, the universe bridge. The parallel universes back then could be connected. All the saints were entranced. They looked at the vast arched bridge that was hundreds of millions of light years long, as if they were looking at the ancient ruins from more than 10 billion years ago. They could not help but be shocked. Why do you know so much about you? A saint asked. Because you are country bumpkins. That was what the racer of Mount Harana thought, but he would not say it out loud. He simply said, you should know that I'm under the command of the saint of that fish farm. Our saint has been studying ancient ruins to pursue the truth of ancient history and the prehistory of the universe. These ruins in the Chaos Sea record the truth of history. The racer of Mount Harana revealed the purity of a pure Deo seeker, and could not help but berate them, you guys are too blinded by greed and have lost the Deo heart of truth. Immediately, these saints felt a little ashamed. They were indeed a little rotten. Most of these 10th level descendants were like this. They were very talented and had great ambitions when they were young, but they could not break through and vindicate Deo, so they rotted down. The young man in front of them had turned into a bacterium, but he still had a burning and pure look in his eyes. His face was full of longing for the truth of history, which made them feel a little ashamed. Yes, we can start all over again. In the pursuit of truth, we can also explore the historical sites of the universe. That's right. We can vindicate our Deo in this universe and complete the laws of the universe. We can turn this universe into a ship that soars in the depths of the Chaos Sea. We can explore ancient ruins together and search for traces of the ancient times. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. They had even begun to speculate and measure the size of this bridge across the universe's membrane. A saint stroked his beard and said, this bridge has too many connections. It must have been rebuilt countless times. Why do you want to rebuild it? I'm afraid it's getting longer. It wasn't that long at first, but as the distance of the universe increased, it got longer and longer, eventually leading to such a vast miracle. And such a vast universe bridge is probably only one part of it. Just a section. That's probably the case. Although the universe bridge is extending, it will inevitably collapse. After all, the distance between universes is constantly increasing. When the universe bridge can no longer hold on and connect the two universes, it will collapse and break into countless pieces, floating in the sea of chaos. I'm afraid that the bridge in front of us is one of them. Everyone's eyes became more and more anxious. Such a vast universe bridge, yet it was only a broken part? If there were bridges between the 9 parallel universes, and the section in front of him was one of the bridges of a certain universe bridge, then there must be a large number of broken universe bridge fragments floating in the Chaos Sea. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled at the analysis of the sages. These descendants of the saints originally had no hope in cultivation and should have been enjoying themselves. Now, they've finally returned to their original hearts and abandoned their extravagant life of enjoyment. They've started to pursue Deo wholeheartedly. This is the best. He's the best tool, to provide the god of destruction's research and data. How could he think of cutting corners all day and enjoy it in secret? I have to work overtime every day. Work is everything. The racer of Mount Harana looked at them with satisfaction. At this moment, the forum was already filled with excitement. While the racer of Mount Harana was still busy, Menmei had already told them everything that had happened in the past few days. Cute girl said, Now it seems that the ancient gods and the others are obviously asking us to join the god of destruction's camp. After all, the god of destruction appeared in this era because of our observation. In a sense, we are greatly indebted to him. Why don't we just stand in the line of the god of destruction and walk down the dark path? I personally agree with the god of destruction. Because the god of destruction has its own intelligence, I have designed a set of universe plans for it. If this universe replaces the current universe, it will not lose its sense of self even if it returns. This time, it looks like I've lost my authority, but in reality, it's an opportunity. I'm going to be reborn after I'm dead, and I'm going to transcend the universe. You can imagine that if we help the god of destruction, the universe will be our father in the future. We will be the cheaters and the heroes of the creation of the dynasty. Everyone felt that Meng Mei's words were reasonable. There seemed to be no such thing as betrayal. After all, the god of creation did not have any intelligence now and was only a natural phenomenon. The cute girl was instantly very satisfied. It seemed that she had pulled in another batch of votes for her idol. Just as the cute girl was saying these words, the racer of Mount Harana finally finished his work. He walked out and said, "Brothers, I've come out in such a hurry. I'm afraid that the entire universe is going to face a drastic change. The disaster of the god of destruction has officially begun." Everyone was stunned. They had also thought of this. This experimental universe was released directly. It was obviously the god of destruction's first initial attack. The universe's catastrophe was approaching, and no one could escape it. The racer of Mount Harana, ahem, ahem, ahem. I'll do a simple review now. If I'm not wrong, the end of the multiverse is coming. This is because the sea might be filled with such ships in the future, and the saints of the multiverse will definitely occupy them. The second universe bridge era is about to arrive. The entire multiverse has been opened up once again. The ancient era from more than 10 billion years ago has reappeared. This time, it's not a bridge that has been opened up, but a ship. It's just that the saints who have just encountered the sea disaster can't see all of this. This is very terrifying. It's extremely terrifying. The racer of Mount Harana's words were filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Have you all imagined that era? Everyone instantly felt goosebumps all over their bodies as they vaguely felt like they were in a picture. Our universe is now known as the Golden Age is the end, because countless saints like never before will appear in this universe. But what about the current situation? The 9 universes will be completely opened up. Our universe won't be the only one to suffer from this Golden Age. All the universes will welcome a Golden Age where countless saints will erupt. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. It wasn't just their universe that was facing a catastrophe. All the other universes were forcibly dragged into this apocalypse. Was this the end of the universe that the god of destruction brought? Disaster, pain, terror, shadow. It was about to envelop all the dimensions of the entire multiverse. No one could escape from this catastrophe. The racer of Mount Harana's voice grew even more serious. Such a terrifying era can already be predicted. I'm willing to call it the Great Voyage era. Even now, I've already completed the trilobites universe of life and changed the form of the universe. I've named it the Golden Plum. What do you think, brothers? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this car turning a little too fast? Just now, it had an extremely serious and heavy look on its face, but now it was turning? The racer of Mount Harana thought that everyone was dissatisfied and added, otherwise, it's the Black Pearl? If it doesn't work, then we won't take this path. We'll take the path of the god of blind stupidity, Patrick Star. Everyone's teeth were aching. Chapter 1246. Everyone's faces darkened. Not called a ship, but the god of blind stupidity, Patrick Star? Then, do you want to make a prophecy about the stars? When the stars return to their positions, our lie will rise from the bottom of the chaotic sea, and the grateful who will wake up. The universe would be destroyed? Good creativity. Upon hearing that, the racer of Mount Harana commented with a serious expression. It can be used. The current mysterious behemoth, everything is just the beginning of a sign. The truly mysterious life of the ancient universe will finally completely awaken in the chaos sea when the stars return to their positions, bringing destruction to the entire multiverse. You're a group of close friends, and you've given me great inspiration. What do you mean by confidant? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Can't we just have a proper chat? The racer of Mount Harana, cough, cough, cough. To be honest, we're in a hurry anyway. It's no use. We knew from the beginning, didn't we? The god of destruction would eventually destroy the entire universe. He will bring an apocalyptic catastrophe, a battle between the gods of creation from the present and the future, and all the saints of the multiverse will not be spared. So, it's useless for us to be anxious. We can't change the situation. Brothers, you must learn from my spirit. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how terrifying it is, you must face it with a smile. Ollie.jpg. Get lost. The Dunhuang murals? You just talk too much. Everyone felt helpless. However, everyone knew that this was a great calamity. Just like what the racer of Mount Harana had said, they could only watch and were powerless to change anything. There was probably more than one cosmic life form being projected into the space. Yes, we can't change anything. Right now, we have the right time, place, and people. Menmei also came to say something fair. If it was in the past, without so many time and space crossing ships, these Chaos Ocean cosmic life forms wouldn't have the chance to rise. But now? This was an unprecedented change. Countless overlords of the multiverse had descended and wanted to sneak in from all directions. There were probably many ships like Zhang Yaling's. The timing now was simply too coincidental. These ships that are coming from all directions will become nutrients for the deep-sea cosmic behemoths that are wandering nearby. Everyone nodded in agreement. This part of the universe was already the Death Sea. In the past, there had been no ships that could travel across parallel universes. Even if they were released, it would be difficult to rise. However, there were so many of them now. The thousands of 10th-level descendants of saints on each ship would probably all be pulled into the sea and sink. What a huge force this was! Everyone could not help but sigh at the coincidences of fate. The racer of Mount Harana seemed to have recalled something. Wait! This might not be a coincidence. Everyone was stunned. The racer of Mount Harana did not wait for anyone's response and immediately said, "Do you still remember what Menmei said? The god of destruction came from the distant future. He once said that to him, Menmei was an ancient from hundreds of trillions of years ago, a short-lived saint who had proven her way and then fell in history. She was very ordinary. Before this, Menmei had naturally bragged to everyone proudly. After all, she would be a saint in the future. Have you guys thought of something yet?" the racer of Mount Harana asked. Everyone was at a loss. The racer of Mount Harana was instantly rendered speechless as he berated in a pained manner. To him, he must already know about history. Countless universe ships are coming from all directions to this universe, and our universe is facing an apocalyptic crisis. Although I don't know how we will face this in the future, or how we will secretly scheme against Zhang Yaling, a disaster will definitely happen. Since he had already seen the arrival of these ships. Therefore, this is not a coincidence at all, but a necessity. Everyone understood what he meant. The god of destruction had already seen the right time, place, and people. He knew the history of the universe tens of billions of years ago. They knew that during this period, there would be ships coming from all directions, and the universe Chaos Ocean would have a golden age that had never been seen in the past 10 billion years. That was why they calculated in advance and took the opportunity to send in a batch of universe life forms to occupy the saints and geniuses on the universe ships. Everyone shivered in front of their computers and felt a chill run down their backs. So, it has always been in the god of destruction's plan. Simply awesome. You've already calculated it from the start? The heavenly music sect, Lady B, the experiment of opening up the universe, and now the perfect time to release it. It's absolutely creepy. He's going to conspire most of the living forces of this universe in one go and bring them into the camp of the god of destruction to launch a thunderous attack. No wonder, no wonder. I've always felt that there was something wrong with Menmei's words. Now that I think about it, I've perfectly made up for some of the clues from before. The scheme behind the scenes was terrifying. The netizens sitting in front of the computer seemed to see a cold and heartless ancient existence scheming behind the scenes. They had only seen the first level, but the racer of Mount Harana had already seen the second level. The racer of Mount Harana was like the Sherlock Holmes of the modern world. His ability to analyze the situation was terrifying, and it could be said that he was a good detective. Menmei was also stunned when she heard this, but she immediately reacted. The god of destruction had seen the future. That was why he had calculated all this. It was not a coincidence that the Chaos Sea Beast ate those chaos ships and had a chance to rise. So, this is also your plan. The admiration in Menmei's eyes grew. Everything that Nu Yi and I did before was actually in preparation for the beginning of this natural disaster? Everyone discussed and argued for a while, and it was very lively. Very quickly, the racer of Mount Harana said, "Do you think that there are only 2 levels? In fact, I suspect that there's a 3rd layer of scheme." "What the heck? There's also the 3rd layer of scheme?" The blood in their bodies was boiling, their blood was boiling. "The racer of Mount Harana is actually already waiting for us on the 3rd level? However, how could there be a 3rd level?" No one could figure out what the 3rd plan was. If it was the 2nd plan, they could figure it out after careful thinking. After all, the god of destruction knew the future, and it was reasonable to plan according to the future. But the 3rd plan? The 3rd level, the racer of Mount Harana said, "I suspect that it's the scheme of the ancient gods, Renemansky, and moon god Ji." Everyone was shocked. The blood in his brain seemed to be boiling, and it was thumping in his ears. The god of destruction was on the 2nd floor. If the ancient gods were on the 3rd floor, didn't that mean that the ancient gods had been secretly plotting against the god of destruction? Wait, that was the god of destruction. The ancient gods were actually scheming against such an existence. They felt uneasy, as if cold water had been poured on their bodies. The 3 ancient existences flashed through their minds. They had cold faces and were mysterious. Perhaps, this was the most terrifying truth? The racer of Mount Harana said. "I've been suspecting this for long time." The appearance of the god of destruction was too sudden. Perhaps the god of destruction was intentionally led out by the ancient gods to observe the future of the universe. It's meant to destroy the universe. Everyone's pupils instantly enlarged, and they hurriedly asked why. "Because of destiny, do you understand? This is something that has been destined for the past tens of billions of years." The speed of the car on Mount Harana also increased. Chapter 1247. The sound of the car on Mount Harana was very heavy, giving off a strong sense of oppression as if a storm was coming. It was as if everyone felt a huge shadow hidden in the thick fog. Once it was revealed, the world would fall apart. What do you mean?" Meng Mei was shocked and could not help but ask. The ancient gods had been secretly plotting against the god of destruction? This was the 3rd level? But how was that possible? Even the word treasonous was insufficient to describe this. "The reason is simple," the racer of Mount Harana said. "The so-called logic is just a logical deduction. Now, let's sort out the doubts that have been accumulated in the history of the Buddhist civilization since the beginning. In fact, there aren't many left. After all, we've already uncovered them one by one. There's only one left. What do you guys think it is?" "The last one, historical doubt?" Everyone reacted. It was true that the truth of the ancient history had been revealed, but there was one last thing left: the ancient gods had been hiding their identities. Who were they hiding from? The 3 existences were clearly so powerful, but they were all hiding it without saying anything? Then, they must have a common enemy that was difficult to fight against. This difficult enemy is clearly an invader from the multiverse. At this time, Meng Mei thought for a moment and said. "We didn't know before, but now I have a rough idea. After all, we've already met in Stowaway, and we know the desperate situation our universe is facing." Zhang Yaling had also said that a great crisis had erupted in our universe some time ago. Experts had fallen one after another, and there were only a few local multi-dimensional sages left. They were unable to resist the invasion of other multi-dimensional sages. Now that I think about this dangerous situation, I'm afraid that the ancient gods and the rest are just the few multi-dimensional saints who are hiding from the invaders from the parallel universe, not wanting their identities to be investigated. Everyone nodded. This logic was very clear, and it should be the case. The ancient gods and the others might really be very, very strong. After all, they had the cognitive concepts of the god of creation, which was a rare opportunity in the entire multiverse. But 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Meng Mei could understand this. She had read history. Back then, Yu Mang was incredibly powerful, but he didn't have the ability to fight 3,000 gods, demons, and saints of the same level. After all, no matter how powerful or amazing the nomological laws he grasped were, he was a heaven-defying genius to be able to become a saint. 1 against 3,000? What a joke! That's the reason. It's probably to avoid the invaders from the multiverse. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled and said, "And then? If you were in the position of the ancient gods, what would you do other than hide?" Meng Mei was stunned for a moment, and then? If he were in the position of a transcendent god, what would he want to do? She thought about it seriously and fell into deep thought. After a moment, she replied, if it were me or anyone else, the first thing I would think of would be to hide and find a way to save my universe. Right. This was a matter of course. When some players heard this, they felt that it was natural. What would a normal person do when they were in danger? The first was to hide, and the second was to find a way to save himself. The racer of Mount Harana continued to ask, then, let's go with the flow. If the ancient gods and the others are thinking of a way to save our universe, what is it? Or should I say, my last hope? A way? The last hope? This time, it was not only Cute Girl who was thinking, all the players were thinking along the same line of thought. If I were a super ancient god, how would I save my own universe? To be honest, this was already an irreversible situation. The power of a saint couldn't change anything. This was an absolute dead end. However, in the end, they still managed to figure out the difference between the ancient gods and ordinary multi-dimensional sages. The god of creation. The power of an individual could not be changed, so they would have to rely on the power of nature and the universe. And they happened to have this power. Their hearts were beating wildly as if they had caught onto something. They began to have goosebumps. The racer of Mount Harana nodded. That's right. To save the universe, the only hope of the ancient gods and the rest is the god of creation. However, it was obvious that the god of creation was selfless and just. It was the natural phenomena of the universe. No equivalent exchange would allow them to change the current danger of this parallel universe. They were powerless and did not have the ability to pay an equivalent exchange for the god of creation. Everything is destined by fate, and there should be such a tribulation. I don't know how the ancient gods came up with their reasoning. If we think hard and find this unbelievably bold method, the god of destruction. But it's indeed a bold and imaginative idea. They knew the concept of the god of creation. He was born in chaos and destroyed the end of chaos. The universe is one and only, and the past and future of the entire universe exist. He is the only truth of everything, the true one of the great Dao. Cognition will collapse, and observation will become reality. If that's the case, the god of creation will live in the entire universe's timeline from beginning to end. It's a four-dimensional phenomenon in the true sense, or even a five-dimensional phenomenon. Since it exists in all the past and future, will the god of destruction, who has collapsed the future, descend into this time and space? After all, cognition will collapse, and observation will become reality. The racer of Mount Harana's words were short and concise, but everyone's minds were completely blank. Could it be that the appearance of the god of destruction in the Battle of the Cosmos Garden was a deliberate act from the start? However, the racer of Mount Harana revealed an even more terrifying truth. The god of destruction, but now that I think about it, it is indeed the only way. Because if we want to save this universe from a disaster, we have to use an even bigger disaster to save it. That's because the only way to change the destiny of the universe is to confuse the great Dao of the multiverse and the heavenly Dao. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his mind seemed to be torn apart in an earth-shattering manner. When they heard this, their hearts seemed to be filled, pressed, and clenched, and their minds were spinning. The only way to save the disaster of this universe was to use an even greater disaster? These words were too shocking and too bold. He was the greatest sinner of the entire universe. He had actually taken the initiative to let the god of destruction descend. This was to directly destroy the entire great universe and let all the sages of the multiverse experience the great tribulation of destruction. They would not be able to escape this tribulation. To save our universe, the only way is for the two of them to fight in this universe and completely disrupt the past and future? Everyone sat in front of their computers, feeling uneasy. The racer of Mount Harana felt a chill down his spine as he said this. If this news were to spread, the entire universe would be in a state of shock, and our civilization would become the target of public criticism. All the past is a prologue. The disaster of our universe and the destruction of our Huaxia civilization is an ancient past tens of billions of years ago to the future god of destruction. It's just an ordinary wave. Then, let our past, which is destined to be destroyed, be the prologue. Everyone was silent. The ancient gods have changed the Buddhist civilization of Huaxia and Earth. They have changed the world line that is destined to be destroyed and reversed our fate of death in the future. They felt bitter, excited, and complicated. As you can see, he did it. He has opened a new chapter in all the predestined fates. We were originally unable to resist the invasion of the multiverse. This was a situation of certain death. I can imagine the future. The cute girl who should have died as an ordinary saint, me, the alchemy emperor. Our Earth's Huaxia civilization has been reduced to dust in this calamity of the parallel universe. But now? Who can see the future? All the multi-dimensional sages and the multiverse are in danger. Disasters no longer only exist in our universe. The racer of Mount Harana's voice was filled with emotion and excitement, as if he had just seen a new chapter in a heroic history. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in everyone's chest. This was life after death. It's cruel to let the universe fall into a crisis and change the fate of our universe that's destined to collapse. However, it's also our only chance of survival. It was a good method, a cruel and cold method that was indescribable. Use a greater disaster to change our current disaster. They seemed to see the great saints of this universe, hidden in the dark, and on the chaotic coastline, looking at the distant universe on the other side. The racer of Mount Harana took a deep breath. This is our God, who is protecting the Chinese Buddhist civilization on Earth and welcoming the new life in the future. Everything was a scheme. This earth-shattering plan had never been seen before. Following the words of the racer of Mount Harana, everyone felt as if they could see a super-ancient god standing in the void with his hands behind his back, scheming against all the multi-dimensional sages and changing the general trend of the universe. This is a cruel and cold overbearing man. He's an unparalleled fiend. He's willing to bring disaster to the great universe to ensure the continuation of our universe. He's willing to pass down the torch and the future of our civilization. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the culprit who destroyed the universe. He is a complete madman. The universe was destroyed in advance because of him. But in our eyes, she was a peerless hero who had descended from the sky on a beautiful cloud. They felt tears welling up in their eyes, not knowing how to describe this shocking truth. The heavens have changed, and the great Dao has changed. The racer of Mount Harana continued, his voice already making everyone's blood boil. They could feel an intense, ancient, and heavy air. Who said that fate has long been decided? Who said that we can only wait for death? Not everything is destined and cannot be changed. It's not that all calls for action have gone unanswered. Not all karma can't be replaced. Not all destinies led to destruction. Not all tragedies. It's all over Shi Chen's head. I change the past in the way I change the future. My fate is my own. Not by the heavens. Chapter 1248. Boom. The words of the racer of Mount Harana had completely shaken their hearts. It was as if the softest part of their hearts had been touched, and a strong sense of glory for their race and civilization surged into their hearts. The hymn of humanity was a hymn of courage. It used blood and tears to write the poem of civilization in despair, pushing forward the vast wheel of history. They had seen Gilgamesh's epics, the sorcerer's world, the people of Isodar, and the songs of praise for civilization that had once been rotten. How could the current epics be inferior to them? Our Chinese Buddhist civilization has also written poems in despair, and the flower of hope has bloomed in death. At this moment, the minds of all the netizens who were looking at their computers went blank and they were shocked. On the streets and in the shops, students, office workers, men, women, old and young, and people from all continents, many people looked at their phones and suddenly stopped what they were doing. It was as if the atmosphere had welcomed an incomparable silence. They looked at each other, and there was an indescribable hot-blooded feeling in their hearts. They wanted to vent their feelings. By now, they knew that all the historical mysteries of ancient Buddhism had been solved. Is this the ultimate truth of the Buddhist civilization? The one who dodged, turns out to be an enemy from another multiverse. This is very exaggerated. Use a greater disaster to change the disaster we're facing. This kind of bold and imaginative idea, the strategy of putting one's life on the line before the other, can indeed change the desperate situation we are facing. God of destruction. This truth is really cruel and emotional. Now that I think about it, during the battle in the Universe Garden, Renemansky and the ancient gods were watching in the dark, but they didn't stop the evil god from opening the magic box of the destruction of the universe. At that time, he felt that it was very strange, but now, he was completely right. Because it was a deliberate plan to begin with. The ancient gods have kept us in the dark for so long. Bitter. He is shouldering too much. He has to bear everything silently. Touched. The ancient gods have given too much to our civilization. Tears. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the three magnates all had a secret plan. The birth of the god of destruction was originally some kind of heaven-defying plan that they had agreed to become mortal. They were all in heated discussions. All the ancient truths had been revealed. It was as if the shadow fog that had been covering the sky had been lifted, revealing the blue sky and the bright sun behind it. Although the truth was unexpected, it was still within expectations. This was because all the clues pointed to this truth. The forum was very heated. There were also some goddesses who began to accuse the ancient gods of destroying the universe and that they were the greatest sinners in the past 100 million years, but they were soon drowned by the vast curses and accusations. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization is a hunter. The other parallel universes invaded our universe, plundered resources, and destroyed our civilization. Should we just lie down and accept our fate? Yeah, they invaded us, so they must be prepared for a life and death struggle. It's not just our universe that's suffering now. Their universe is also going through the same crisis as ours. Humph. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Only by disrupting the heavenly secrets and messing up the destined fate will we have a chance to live. Many people were speaking, and those goddesses were instantly drowned out, not daring to make a sound. Soon, people began to discuss. Now that I think about it, this plan is simply amazing. It's not only a life and death situation, but it's also a great opportunity for us to break through the desperate situation. Yes, even though a greater disaster is coming, because this cosmic disaster was prepared by us, we can turn from guest to host. We have the greatest innate advantage. In the God of Destruction's camp, we have the greatest possibility of surviving the cosmic doomsday. It might even be our opportunity. With the arrival of chaos and the rise of heroes, it can be said that the times create heroes. The universe has ushered in a change that has never been seen in ancient times. The second era of Universe Bridge had appeared once again, and the 9-Yuan universe was connected once again. Who was the real king of this era? To become the main character of today's world and universe. The more they talked, the more excited they became. In fact, in my opinion, it seems that the god of creation has traveled to the past, but in fact, to a certain extent, it is our Huaxia civilization that has traveled to the past and changed the tragedy that we are destined to be destroyed. That's right. The more he spoke, the more high-spirited he became, and the fighting spirit in the entire forum was ignited. This was because the ancient gods had shouldered too much for them. They had to work hard to not let the ancient gods down. The racer of Mount Heron remained silent all this while. He was waiting for the netizens to get worked up. After all, this was something that was hard to imagine. He had to take some time to accept it. After all, the ancient god was the man who had plotted against the god of destruction. He was simply a ruthless and unparalleled hero. The racer of Mount Herana, when the chaos of the universe first began, there were ancient sages such as Yumeng and Nuyi who created the heavens and earth. In my opinion, the future ancient gods and the others might have a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with these ancient sages. What? A super ancient god, comparable to the ancient light, Nuyi? This was simply treasonous and difficult to describe. Who was Yumeng? It was the first blade that opened the chaos of the universe, an existence that could split the heavens and earth. What about female second? He had created the laws of life structure, allowing creatures to be born naturally more easily. This isn't very possible, right? The cute girl mumbled. The racer of Mount Herana shook his head. Right now, there's indeed no comparison. But what about the future? In my opinion, the drastic changes in this era of the great universe are comparable to the era of sculpture and the era of the universe bridge more than 10 billion years ago. The 14 billion years of the post-celestial universe are also the coordinates of an era. If we can succeed and become the trendsetter of this era, do you think we can compare our achievements? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's breathing quickened. That was a possibility. After all, to them, this era was definitely comparable to the era of Universe Bridge, or even beyond it. The battle between the two gods of creation was unprecedented in this era. If he were to sweep away everything here, reach the top, and become the true overlord of this universe era, ruling and suppressing an era like Nuyi and Yi Meng. It was not impossible. After all, the saints of this era were all country bumpkins. Over the long years, they had already lost the ancient history of the lost universe. They didn't even know about the era of the universe bridge. It could be said that their intelligence was superior. The racer of Mount Herana, but everything depends on hard work. The ancient gods have already changed the time and space where our civilization should have been destroyed. We have to work hard so that we won't repeat the same mistakes. Many people's gazes were heavy as they felt like they were being ordered around. The racer of Mount Harana. Now, everyone knows the truth of the ancient history. Let me share with you my personal opinion on what we should do next. Chapter 1249. Everyone instantly fell silent and obediently listened to the racer of Mount Harana. After all, he had completely conquered everyone. How could an ordinary person see the third level? That was impossible. Only the racer of Mount Harana was able to link all the clues that had developed up to this point. He was able to connect all the illogical points to the truth. Everyone was naturally convinced by such a strange person. He is the strongest think tank of the current Huaxia civilization on Earth, leading the future of our civilization. Now, one could tell everything from the countless likes given to the racer of Mount Harana's post. There were more than 1 billion likes, which showed that his popularity had long transcended national boundaries. We have a spy, but we must seize the opportunity. Tell us what we know. The racer of Mount Harana was calm. Let's talk about the future of the universe first. It'll definitely be the new era of universe bridges. The universes will be connected to each other, and there will definitely be more than one universe with life. There might be other spaceships that have sneaked in here already, and they've been infected. There really weren't that many of these sea beasts, just 2. Su Ji looked at the post and only shook his head. He held his chin and mumbled, it was just a small experiment to begin with, but it caused so much trouble. But if that's the case, we can just release a large number of them according to the speed of the car on Mount Harana. It will cover the area around our universe so that when the saint ships see the sea monster, they will capsize and eat them all. It would be a waste not to take this big advantage. He continued reading the post, curious to see what else the racer of Mount Harana had to say. Naturally, the racer of Mount Harana did not know that he was being observed. He continued to speak excitedly. Brothers! We should only be one of the life forms that entered the universe. Perhaps the other saint ships are already similar to us. However, it's impossible for all of us to enter because we know that touching the skin is the only way. Most of the saints on the other ships drowned after the destruction of the spaceship. Only a small number of them accidentally touched the skin when the ship was submerged. Su Ji nodded slightly when he heard that. The racer of Mount Harana reminded him that he might have to modify these cosmic life forms and make them come into contact with the saints and enter his own universe. After all, eating the other party's cosmos ship would be a huge growth material. However, you would also have to swallow the saints on the ship. These are all super elites and future quasi-saints. They can vindicate their deo in the universe. If you drown them, it would be a waste. After all, without these saints, it's very difficult for these small universes to develop, he muttered. That was a good suggestion. At that moment, the racer of Mount Harana continued, at the same time, according to my guess, not only was the Trilobites universe released, but the seaweed universe was also released. But why didn't we encounter a seaweed universe? Because the seaweed universe is a vegetarian universe, it eats plankton, so it won't hunt ships. Everyone nodded. Because the universe ship was also a circular universe made up of rules, it could float on the chaos ocean. Its structure was similar to the seaweed universe, so it was hunted by the Trilobites universe as a seaweed universe. However, the seaweed universe wouldn't care about the universe ship. Isn't it hard to find the seaweed universe? And also very useless? Someone asked. The racer of Mount Harana shook his head. According to the information provided by Cutie, it's indeed hard to encounter one. It's because it doesn't attack the spaceship. But it was not useless. Seaweed, trilobites, each have their own strengths. Each has their own strengths. Indeed, they each have their own strengths. The trilobites were carnivorous and could only grow by eating cosmic ships. For the rest of the time, they could only eat ancient objects floating in the ocean and absorb a little. The efficiency was low and their growth rate was slow. However, the seaweed universe was different. It was a vegetarian universe. It could eat the floating residue in the sea and all kinds of antiques, so its growth rate was definitely very fast. Don't think that the Trilobites universe has gained a huge advantage. After eating such a valuable treasure built by a saint, a universe ship is rapidly expanding in size. But I'm afraid that the seaweed universe has already grown to more than 10 times its size. More than 10 times? Everyone got goosebumps. It was as if he was looking at a real deep-sea monster. It was even possible that in the future, its vast body of countless light years would float in the deep sea. Right now, the universe ship that was only a few thousand or tens of thousands of meters long couldn't even compare to a single flagella of the other party. There were too many ancient relics and sunken ships in the Chaos Sea. Even the seaweed universe could feed on them and grow to an unimaginable size. In this case, each has their own strengths. That's right. If we can get a seaweed universe, we'll grow faster too. However, no matter how huge the seaweed universe is, it's still seaweed. If you encounter a trilobites universe that is smaller than you will be eaten no matter how big you are. Yeah, I'm a carnivorous beast, you're a seaweed. You can't calculate it that way. If the size difference is too big, can you eat it? Besides, if I can enter the seaweed universe, the creatures of this universe will definitely help to protect me from being invaded. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Su Ji was also entranced by the story and felt that it was indeed so. The racer of Mount Harana said, "For now, the god of destruction should only be the beginning of the disaster. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be more advanced universes. However, we should focus on the development of these two universes first." Everyone listened quietly. At the same time, the thousands of saints in our insect-type universe are still mending the rules of the Great Dao. They'll probably become saints very soon. Once they become saints, they'll barely be able to control the root of this universe. Hopefully, they'll be able to control it back to our port and make contact with our empire again. I feel that this is not bad. After all, this universe doesn't have meat to eat and its growth is too slow. If we can come into contact with land and get the saint kingdoms there, Zhang Yaling, and the others to help build a cosmic ship, we can eat it and its growth will be extremely fast. Everyone's scalps went numb. The speed of the car on Mount Harana was so ruthless. This was squeezing out Zhang Yaling's resources. How precious was a cosmic ship? They had become consumables and food? Why was this person so elegant? The racer of Mount Harana continued, "At the same time, we still have to look for the seaweed universe or other trilobites universe. One is obviously not enough. It's going to be the Great Voyage era in the future. With a ship, it means that we can sneak into other universes at any time. It's of great strategic significance." The racer of Mount Harana learned a lot of things and made a lot of decisions. Su Ji was listening quietly as he leisurely ate his fruit. He felt that it made sense. After some time, the racer of Mount Harana finally stopped, and everything came to an end. He couldn't help but take a deep breath to relax. Kaka. Su Ji immediately rolled his eyes at the racer of Mount Harana and took him away. Su Ji was munching on fruit with one hand and carrying the racer of Mount Harana with the other as he made his way back to the laboratory. This guy is very good. In the age of navigation, more seaweed universes and trilobites universes should be released, but the golden Tiandao piano is obviously not enough. Each universe needs to be matched with thousands of them to resist the assimilation of the universe. So, he has to clone tens of thousands of them to barely catch up with the first batch. The racer of Mount Harana had been knocked out and was being carried with one hand. He would never have thought that he was actually digging a hole for himself when he excitedly said that he would definitely project more life universes. Chapter 1250. When the racer of Mount Harana woke up, it had already been a long time. His mind was muddled and white, and he felt very tired. He was like a deflated balloon filled with water, shriveled and lying on the ground. Where am I? His mind was muddled. He thought about it seriously and vaguely remembered the scene before he lost his memory. He talked about the history of China's Buddhism and Taoism and the final truth of the ancient gods in the forum. After that, he was taken away by the ancient god without even a moment's rest. After thinking about it seriously, he still couldn't remember what the ancient god had said. What secret research had he been fortunate enough to participate in? I'm exhausted, as if my body has been hollowed out. He struggled to get up. On the other side, Su Ji knew very well that creatures like the Tiandao piano, the phoenix, the alchemy factory, and the protozoa were all unique mutants that could not be replicated. There was only one heavenly Dao piano, and it was impossible for one to withstand the assimilation of the entire universe. Therefore, Su Ji had always been in Caroline's hands, allowing her to use it. But now, with the cloning factory of the racer of Mount Harana, it was an unimaginably powerful combination. He could madly mass-produce the Heaven's Path piano, the only bloodline, and achieve such an incredible thing. I got over 60,000. Su Ji looked at the golden pianos that were arranged in an exquisite and orderly manner in front of him. Over 60,000. It should be able to be used for a long time. I also have hundreds of thousands of Deo oddity beads. A bead in 1,000 heavens path pianos could create a stable universe with life. It's like a life alchemy formula, but others are refining life while I'm refining the universe. Su Ji suddenly felt that it was very mysterious. He had pieced things together and developed it into a miracle. The Zerg had achieved a super qualitative leap, evolving the universe spore. However, although those sea beast universes seem long, they also have lifespans. After all, they're not real great universes and are incomplete imitations. The length of their lifespans depends on the consumption of the heavenly Deo piano. After all, the heavenly Deo piano can resist the assimilation of the universe, and it has a time limit. If I don't replenish it after it's used up, the universe will inevitably perish and be completely assimilated by the great universe. Su Ji's expression was very calm, and he thought to himself. In fact, these mysterious and terrifying life forms of the universe are essentially the same as the multi-dimensional sages universe ship the fake Deo universe. It's just that they are fake Deo universes, while mine is an outer Deo universe. This foreign great Deo is a special active universe that contains the life law. After thinking about it carefully, the essence was the same. After all, this wasn't a real universe. It was similar to a spaceship, but this spaceship was alive and didn't use the laws of this universe. That was all. Hwalala. Su Ji raised his hand and immediately got 50 of them in one go. 30 seaweeds and 20 trilobites. He then carried the heavenly path pianos one by one according to his previous practice. After thinking about it, he kept the rest of the heavenly path pianos as a reserve. After all, he had to keep some leftovers in case of an emergency. After all, there had to be some spare parts waiting to be replaced. Thump thump thump. Very soon, these living universes were directly thrown into the chaos sea by Su Ji. As juveniles, they quickly drifted away with the current. The chaos ships that were rushing over from all directions would probably be doomed. However, wasn't this also an opportunity? Over the past 10 billion years, the accumulation of the chaos sea was too vast. The civilizations of the multiverse had accumulated countless treasures and ancient divine objects at the bottom of the sea. All of these would be salvaged and explored by the current starships. The chaotic ocean was a forbidden zone in the universe. It also covered the sands of time for the entire universe and preserved many ancient relics. From here, living beings 14 billion years later could find all the ancient ruins and historical truths. It's just like what the racer of Mount Harana said before. This is an open scheme. You want him to work for you openly, because he saw an opportunity. Su Ji's expression was very calm as he looked at Female Second's laboratory. And this is only the beginning. Seaweed and trilobites are the two most primitive species. In the future, there might be a spine universe, a reptile universe, and an amphibian universe. He looked at the boundless chaos sea, which was grey and boundless. The vast sea of primordial chaos here is a forbidden region of primordial chaos that is even larger than an entire universe. It will become the true origin of all life, and it will give birth to all life. The deathly still sea of chaos will flourish with life. In the end, they will climb up the earth and turn into various species, moving towards the 9 continents. The primal chaos land of the 9 universes, the originally cold and dry land of death, will become the true land of prosperity for the vast number of life forms. Outside the chaos heavens, the flowers and grass on the ground, the forests that land on the ground, the fish that swim in the rivers, the beasts in the basins. It looks ordinary, but in fact, even a blade of grass is a vast universe. This is the real. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. The more Su Ji thought about it, the more excited he became. This is the true 129,600 worlds. All the heavens and all the worlds. If he were to succeed, he would completely transform the entire ice-cold chaos heavens ecosystem. It would be like turning a lifeless desert green. The map of the great universe suddenly appeared before Su Ji's eyes. Like a broken glass planet, it was made up of 9 fragmented continents. The gaps between them were filled by the chaos sea, and the surface of the continents was made of crushed stones. It was a plain stone land. I will make the entire universe green. I will plant 9 green prairies on the surface of this planet. Su Ji knew that this was a bold idea. This would be the beginning of a new universe era. However, if a person didn't have a dream, they were no different from a salted fish. Su Ji had never liked fighting and killing. How carefree would it be if he was locked up in the house and farming? Even though they were secretly farming now, there was not much difference. However, the change and shock it brought was definitely not inferior to the first strike that created the universe. It was not weaker than splitting the universe into 9 pieces. This was using farming to change the ecological environment of the universe. This era could even be called the third universe node after these 2 most important eras of destiny. The structure of the multiverse was completely altered. I plan to vindicate the Dao for the entire great universe. To vindicate life beyond the chaos heavens and restore order beyond the chaos heavens. Su Ji looked down at the sea of chaos and chuckled softly. This action is no less than opening up the world and proving the Dao for living beings. It could increase the prosperity of the universe beyond the chaos heavens and open up new territory for the saints. To seek the blessings of the future generations. Good fortune for hundreds of millions of years. This was a species invasion. He was simply treating the 9 continents of the entire great universe as his own sandbox, evolving into endless life, fish, reptiles, and beasts. As for the natives, saints, and Dao existences of the universe, they could only become the bodies of the life forms on the surface of the chaos heavens. Miscellaneous bacteria. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Su Ji was extremely bold to have such a thought. If it was before, he would not have such radical and unruly thoughts. However, he saw the development of the entire history of the universe. He cut open the universe and proved that the universe was flawed. He cut the lifespan of all living beings and cut the universe again. How shocking was it to be spat on by all the living beings in the universe for severing the lifespan of all life. Cutting the universe's territory and splitting the entire universe into 9, such a great rebellion? If it was before, would you have come up with such a bold idea and such a groundbreaking future move? This groundbreaking history had already allowed Su Ji to look at problems beyond the framework of the ancient times and see the essence of things. The truth is always held by the minority and spurned by the majority. Back then, Yumeng and Yi were the same. They were not understood by that era. Only when the later generations look back at history can they understand their painstaking efforts. I'm the same. Even if I'm going to be spat on by the people of this era and be puzzled by them, I still have to persevere on my path and make the entire universe green, planting endless green grasslands. Chapter 1251. Su Ji's expression suddenly became complicated. He suddenly realized that he had gradually changed. Back then, he had looked down on the Zerg empresses of the past generations for being the next door kings. He had felt that it was extremely contemptuous, but now, he had finally become the person he once hated the most. Time was a merciless carving knife. He suddenly remembered what female second had said. You say, is the decay of life just an accident, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? Perhaps, I've already decayed with the passage of time. It's already been a few years since I've developed to this day, and in reality, I'm finally someone who's approaching 30. My original heart has changed. This is probably what it means when a dragon slayer becomes an evil dragon. Although Su Ji felt that there was something wrong with the words turn into an evil dragon, it was roughly similar. However, he was a practical person after all. Although he laughed at himself, how could he care about these messy things? If stealing everything in the universe could make him stronger, so what if he became a real natural disaster? At the same time, these universes will wander around the Chaos Sea and search the entire ancient and modern universe. Su Ji's eyes were half smiling as he said, it's hard to keep secrets in the universe. If the legendary realm of longevity really exists, I'm afraid they'll be found by me. Su Ji was planning to ruthlessly plot against some ancient existence in the dark. At the same time, Su Ji also suddenly thought of something. However, if that's the case, I don't have to continue to complete the 5 Dao bloodlines. As a level 10 saint with an incomplete Dao, it's good that I don't vindicate my Dao. After all, if I do this now, I won't vindicate my Dao in this universe in the future. Instead, I'll find a way to complete the oddities of my Dao through these universes and vindicate my Dao in the universe I create. I won't vindicate Dao to the universe, I'll vindicate Dao to myself. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. He had to complete the 5 Great Dao bloodlines and the Great Dao oddity. The latter would definitely be more difficult. And it was hundreds of millions of times more difficult. But Su Ji still had dreams. He had chosen the most difficult and most unbelievable path. After all, completing the 5 bloodlines of the Great Dao was routine, but he had opened up strange path and pointed to the ultimate realm, the truth of the Great Dao. However, just because I don't try to complete the 5 Great Dao bloodlines, it doesn't mean that I won't try to develop complex genes. Su Ji knew what was important and what was not. The compound bloodline, the new 9 revolutions mysterious art bloodline, as well as the new clan's cultivation method, all of these have to be evolved. These are the main external combat power that will escort me to the end. As Su Ji thought of this, he cast his gaze slightly to the other side, at the godly dimensional courtyard that was being destroyed by Nicera. After such a long period of preparation, it should be about time, right? Destroy the courtyard of the god's dimension. After the incident where a cute girl walked among them and talked to Nicera, everyone regained their calm after the shock. Even now, after experiencing the truth of the ancient Chinese history of the racer of Mount Harana, they were completely touched and worked even harder to change everything. It's almost time. Standing on a patch of grass and mountains, Dichi said indifferently, after all these years of development, I've finally integrated part of the bloodline of Mother Earth, ancestral sorcery and 9-headed ancient mother into my body. The two of us also happened to finish it, said Carolyn with a smile. Over the years, she and the 3 pillar gods had worked together to evolve. After all, they had achieved mastery in this aspect. Her talent in this aspect was truly inferior to Dichi and the others. It was not bad to work together. The bloodline of the entire clan, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and the monster core. The 3 of them have merged together and formed a true transformation. Over the years, they had been secretly researching and disappearing. Finally, they had some achievements. A new bloodline had been completely born. Medusa was also smiling. You all have evolved some strange bloodlines, but I am different. What I have evolved is very ordinary. It is just an evil spiritual creature. Carolyn shook her head, her voice calm and cold as she laughed. We're different from you. We specialize in one of them. We've walked the same path to the end. Therefore, this bloodline is of utmost importance. You don't need any extraordinary bloodline at all. Instead, you need an extremely common bloodline that can be found everywhere. Their paths were different. Her species was life overclocking. Su Ji had already been very powerful when he used the half-finished product. If she brought this creature out, she would no longer need to recultivate tens of thousands of times. As long as she had enough knowledge, she could quickly recultivate to her realm. Medusa thought. I heard from those guys that there was a god in ancient Huaxia mythology called Zhang Baron. He was the god above gods, the king of gods, the god who ruled over the heavenly Dao. He had reincarnated and recultivated for a total of 1,750 tribulations, and each tribulation took 129,600 years. Only then did he become the final god. It actually has the same effect as me. The god of the heavenly Dao. If she had recultivated 129,800 times, she would be the final sage who controlled most of the laws of the universe. 129,600 saints, the ultimate life form. The day has finally come. Medusa knew that she had lived the longest, but her combat power had not been obvious. Now, she had finally reached the end of her life. Everyone, there's no need for further discussion. Dichi only smiled. According to those living beings of the Azura Dao, when our species has completely evolved in this dimensional courtyard of the God of Creation, we will obtain an opportunity to enter a certain universe. At this time, we should do the same. Yes. Carolyn nodded and said, we should indeed bring this bloodline to the outside world. It's more than 10 times stronger than the single bloodline from before, and it should be the peak of the universe bloodline. Yes, I am. Although Dick's body was in the Dao fishing ground, he had been focusing on this place. He also smiled and said, I don't think that a naturally evolved bloodline can reach our level. The few bloodlines we have now will definitely be at the peak and invincible in the world. Just an ordinary bloodline is already comparable to those fused bloodlines of the Grand Daos. The 3-pillar god's voice was very cold. It can dominate an entire lifetime. We've almost reached the end of our bloodline. The few of them nodded and began the final stage of the show. They wanted to come to the outside world and announce who had the strongest extraordinary bloodline, overturning all the saints' knowledge and concepts. Soon, they received a new notification. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, evil god, Carolyn, Dichi. Evolved species has obtained an achievement. The universe has been opened, and you can enter at your own will. A voice resounded through the entire sandbox courtyard. Everyone, we'll meet again. I wonder what kind of universe it is. No matter which world we are in, we'll still be able to rise quickly and return soon. They all smiled and quickly entered the door. It was pitch black in front of them. The species that they had evolved were finally going to walk out of the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction and walk into the universe. Right behind them, the players looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly lit up. They secretly looked at each other. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, Zhang Jiangguo! Evolved species has obtained an achievement. The universe has been opened, and you can enter at your own will. Kakat! A black-cloaked octopus that was hidden in the shadows slowly walked out. They patted the octopus and said with a serious face, "It's finally your turn to show up. After countless deaths, you've finally become a dead soul. Let the world experience your anger." Chapter 1252. Hualala. Dichi, Medusa, and the others stepped in without hesitation. At this moment, Caroline stepped into the endless void and said in a soft voice. Dichi has already broken through the void and ascended to the outside of the universe. My main body is already 89% on the path to level 10 and is about to complete it. However, this body is just a clone without a divine soul. It can't vindicate Deo in my current universe. However, if you enter another parallel universe, you'll have a chance. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint light appeared in front of her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw a magical and strange world made up of bright red meridians, cells, and mysterious gears. She raised her head and could vaguely see the muddy sea outside. It was hazy. It was as if she was looking at the vast and mysterious ocean world through the Sea Clan Hall. This place is the life universe created by the god of destruction. It's seaweed. It's actually seaweed. It's the most suitable for me because it's large enough to rebuild my spiritual universe technique. As expected. In the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction, you can only enter the heavens and worlds created by the god of destruction. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she couldn't help but look around. She was actually collapsing because of the laws of the universe, changing her shape, and quickly turning into a bacteria. However, she sensed that the rules of her bloodline had been forcefully suppressed and she could not use it. However, it's only suppressed. This is a bloodline universe after all. If I can recultivate here and vindicate the rules of Deo, vindicate the rules of my new clan cultivation method, my bloodline will be able to unleash its full power in this universe. In fact, I'm the only one here. I can take over and transform this place into the universe Deo field. She was instantly excited. On the other side, Medusa was the same. She had entered a trilobite's universe by herself and had a similar thought. I can transform this place into my evil god universe and master the same rules as me. I'm going to transform an entire universe into my personal training hall. I can even drive this universe ship across the chaos ocean, travel the endless universe, search for ancient ruins, pursue the truth of history, and become a traveler of time. Dichi opened his eyes, only to hear chaos. The ocean water bobbed up and down, and huge waves crashed against each other. It was as if the world was being overturned. The surroundings were filled with wails and screams as if they were experiencing an unimaginably huge sea disaster. Boom! What kind of monster is this? That's terrifying. He actually... Kakat! The entire spaceship flipped over and was surrounded by countless tentacles and claws. It was crumpled into a ball of paper and was quickly swallowed. Under Dichi's dumbfounded gaze, countless descendants of the saints touched the skin of this giant beast and gradually rushed into this mysterious and strange universe. Zhen came at the right time? Is this a universe ship from another universe? Dichi's expression was calm. He instantly hid himself and watched the guests from the disaster. Very quickly, they had become a mix of bacteria due to the influence of the rules. As for Dichi, he was also mixed in the middle. For a moment, the descendants of the sages could no longer tell who was who. Dichi casually simulated the aura and became one of the members of the shipwreck. This place is my heaven. Dichi was mixed in with these existences. Su Ji was very satisfied when he saw that they all belonged to different people. Caroline was suitable for the seaweed universe, Medusa was suitable for the trilobites universe, and Dichi was thrown into a universe where a sea disaster happened. All of this had been carefully arranged. The 9 Yuan universe era is over. The era of the heavens and realms has set sail. Su Ji gave her a half smile. At the beginning of the era, treasures were everywhere. The times made heroes. With their abilities, they would naturally be able to make a name for themselves very quickly. Su Ji glanced slightly to the side and suddenly fell silent. This place had also experienced a sea disaster. The giant octopus was treated the same way as Dichi, and they successfully entered at the same time. At the same time, the giant octopus was from the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction, which was also the spore evolution. Naturally, he could also live stream and contact the players. Don't panic. They're all saints, but they can't defeat you now. In the live broadcast room, the players were excited. It seems that even if you've become a miscellaneous bacteria, you still have a bad smell. You're still very powerful. It's fine. I'll secretly make a name for myself among the saints. The giant octopus nodded, and the magnificent voyage of its life began. On the other side, after a series of struggles, there was finally a saint who managed to recultivate and verify his Deo from the old attached universe ship, splitting open the chaos of the heavens and earth. They were surprised to find that as they vindicated their Deo and perfected the rules and atlases of this universe, the intelligence of this universe seemed to be gradually awakening and some consciousness appeared. They felt fear, but there was nothing they could do. They could only follow their initial plan and steer the ship closer to the coastline. The anxious Zhang Yaling was currently waiting on the shore. The missing Cosmos ship wasn't just built with almost all the resources here. The thousands of descendants of the saints on the ship were also the entire team of the main universe. With his strength greatly reduced, how could he not be anxious? Wait, what's that? On this day, they looked at the Chaos Coast and saw a giant beast gradually emerging from the water. Then, they heard an extremely terrifying truth for the first time. An underwater life form, an incomplete universe, and a visitor from the beyond heaven universe. The racer of Mount Harana explained to them excitedly, this is an ancient life form from outside the universe. It's an incomplete universe, not as complete and mature as our universe, which is floating in our universe. In the depths of the dark blue universe, the endless vortex spiraled, surrounded by resplendent starlight. It was a beautiful sight. Over the countless billions of years, the world outside had changed, but this place had never changed. The entire White Palace was filled with eternal silence. Large amounts of laws revolved around this place rapidly in threads that looked like an endless rainbow. He didn't seek eternal life, but only longevity and longevity. He wanted to live to the end of the universe and finally verify his Deo. A voice came from the depths. How many hundreds of millions of years has it been? Your Highness, it has been 14 billion years. How's the outside world? Ever since that person fell, that universe is in conflict. I'm afraid the great Deo is weakening and accelerating towards the end of the world. That person's descendants? I can't even remember which generation they are. The ancient existences around them fell silent. After a while. Over the years, we have long known that everything in the world has its own destiny. The growth of the universe has its own rules. Certain inevitable eras are destined to appear, and we cannot interfere with them. If we interfere too much, there might be a huge change in the universe. The universe may be heading on a path that we have unknown before. It has lost the opportunity of the Age of Chaos, and the door to level 11 has been completely sealed. The existences were extremely calm. They didn't know what era the universe would usher in the future, but it was an inevitable law of the universe's growth. They were just like Su Ji in the past. They did not dare to interfere, for fear of affecting the trajectory of their destiny, which was a certain inevitable stage of the universe's growth. They had almost never been born before, and they had survived each and every drastic change in the universe era. They were going to walk into the distant future. Suddenly, they fell silent again and closed their eyes. However, in the next second, a slightly bewildered voice could be heard. When I peeked into that universe, a variable actually appeared. A large number of cosmic ships fell out of thin air and disappeared. This existence, as a terrifying multi-dimensional sage, could spy on and listen to all things. Most things in the multiverse could not be hidden from him. The surrounding ancient existences held their breaths. Why? There's an unknown life form in the Chaos Sea, he said. The existences around him were stunned and confused. The universe had life? What was the meaning of living in the Chaos Sea? I'll show it to you. He reached out his hand, and an image gradually appeared. It was the car on Mount Harana giving a speech excitedly with spittle flying everywhere. This is the Dunhuang frescoes, Flying Sky. This strange universe with life comes from outside the real great universe. It's a broken, deformed universe. There are many broken universes like this outside of our universe, floating everywhere. But at present, only our universe is complete. According to my estimation, it's possible that a group of meteorites from beyond the sky fell into our Chaos Sea, which caused these strange objects to appear. The ancient existences of the longevity deist palace were stunned. Flying? Meteor universe group? And beyond the heavens? They had lived for tens of billions of years, so how could they not have heard of these terms? They were dumbfounded. They were ancient existences who had lived to this day. They were the true giants who had experienced the universe eras. They knew clearly that this was a lie. They looked at each other and frowned. At that moment, the racer of Mount Harana continued, "This reminds me of an ancient prophecy. Everything is just the beginning of a sign. Now, too many evil gods have descended, and indescribable evil is growing. In the future, we will enter the true node of the universe, the era of the heavens and realms." The people around him were shocked and hurriedly asked the heavens and the myriad world. "The universe isn't just the 9 Yuan universe now. This world will be filled with thousands of worlds in the future. There will be 129,600 great thousand universes. This number is eternal. There is life and death in the world. Maintain this constant. Therefore, 129,600 is 1 yuan, which can be called an era. There will be rise and fall in an era." The racer of Mount Harana became more and more excited as he spoke. This was what the god of creation had told Dichi back then, and now it was completely true. Didn't that mean that the god of creation had already known that he would face such a calamity? But he had no self-awareness and was unable to resist. He felt a strong sense of destiny in his heart. There's life and death in the new age. Zhang Yaling was startled. "Yes, I am." The racer of Mount Harana was still in high spirits. "When the stars return to their positions, our Lai will rise from the bottom of the chaotic sea, and the grateful who will awaken. The universe will be destroyed." His words were earth-shattering. This so-called our Lai, wasn't it referring to them? In the longevity deist palace, a saint at the top opened his eyes. "Someone is plotting against us." Chapter 1253. 129,600 cosmoses were 1 yuan, which could be called an era. There would be rise and fall within an era. They could not understand any of this. He felt that his mouth was full of lies and that he was bragging about 9 universes. 129,600 vast universes, how large was this number? It was unimaginable. And towards the end of the era, and the catastrophe of the end of the era was the time when the stars returned to their positions. Our Lai would rise from the bottom of the chaotic sea, and the grateful who would awaken. The universe would be destroyed. They could ignore the heavens and the 10,000 world eras mentioned earlier. However, the rise of our Lai from the deep sea, the awakening of Fulhu, and the destruction of the universe. Wasn't this a metaphor for them? They were the most ancient and mysterious. At this moment, the great Dao of the universe was sealed, and the laws were incomplete. No matter how heaven-defying the ancient taboo was, it could not pry open the laws and see the door to the final great Dao. Thus, they chose to hide and cross the universe eras and billions of years to the distant future, to reach the final Dharma-ending age of Dao verification. That was the age of chaos, and it was indeed the end of the universe. "This person is plotting against us." An existence's voice was cold. "Everything I said before was a lie. It's all dream talk." An ancient Buddhist civilization? The greater world? The universe? 1 yuan? How could there be so many of them in the universe? However, the last sentence was clearly meant to scheme against us. He, we don't know if we're dreaming or not, but there's actually someone in this world who can remember us. A charming voice sounded. It was a colorful bird. 10 billion years, what kind of light and shadow is it? A sage's lifespan is less than 10 million years. A sage who has completely attained the 9 eons and walked towards a multi-dimensional path can only live for 90 million years. 10 billion years. It's been too long. Even in the current era, those multi-dimensional sages don't even know what happened 500 million years ago, let alone 5 billion, 10 billion. Her voice was very light and pleasant to the ear, but she was describing a cruel fact. Back then, the insect race, the dimensional race, and my race were fighting for the path of immortality. In the end, both sides were the losers. The she race was completely annihilated, and even if the insect race escaped, they were already crippled. They were stranded outside and could not live for long. They could only die in an unknown corner of the foreign land. They didn't need to chase after this loser because if they couldn't seize the lifelong realm, time would help them to kill this ancient and unimaginable supreme magnate. She could only leave behind her inheritance before she died. However, as time flies, the insect race has passed down the inheritance from generation to generation until now. They don't even know who we are anymore. A deep and majestic voice said indifferently, they took over the inheritance and only guessed that a mysterious existence had destroyed the previous generation of the insect race. However, they didn't know who it was. Time was an enemy that could erase everything. Even the strongest enemy would be destroyed. However, they also revealed a hint of surprise. Time could destroy all traces. Even the current Zergs didn't know about it. If history was lost, then who was hiding in the dark and plotting against them? In the entire universe, no one should remember their names. They looked at the racer of Mount Harana, who was chattering non-stop at the port. They could not help but think, who is it that spread such a rumor? Who is it that still remembers us and schemed against us? They did not suspect that the racer of Mount Harana was just spouting nonsense. Because the mysterious life in the universe and the prophecy on the ancient murals he had mentioned had appeared. And this weak life could not do this at all. Is it a coincidence? Someone asked. It can't be a coincidence. The charming voice laughed. The other party actually knows about the historical site from the era of sculpture and the stone monument cave dwelling. Everyone, take a look. It's said that this is a mural of the ancient Buddhist civilization. A stone tablet appeared. The immortal deity's residence, a deist family that lives as long as the heavens. The hearts of the ancient taboos trembled slightly. Wasn't this talking about their world? In fact, this sentence directly reflected the two conditions for breaking through to level 11, immortality, as long as the heavens. Only by being immortal could one live to the end of the universe and the beginning of Deo vindication. Only by living as long as the heavens and from the most ancient era of the universe to this day could one know the order of the entire universe atlases and the order of the sages Deo vindication. Only then could one open the door. This sentence is a scheme against us. One of the existences said coldly. They weren't convinced before, but now they were completely convinced. All the multi-dimensional saints in the universe didn't know about the opportunity to break through to level 11. However, now, this opportunity was revealed. This immortal's cave was a reflection of their existence. However, who had created this cave abode? The ancient murals and prophecies left behind by the other party were clearly a scheme against them. Those who can remember us must be from an ancient civilization in the same universe era as us. They knew they couldn't win the war and couldn't live to the future, so they left all kinds of schemes, murals, ruins, and civilizations to reveal our information to the later generations, hoping to secretly. You schemed against us. An ancient immortal said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding forbidden creatures nodded. There were many similar situations. Because of that war, they managed to subdue all the other civilizations. The other civilizations would definitely be unwilling to accept this. They would try their best to leave behind traces of their civilization in the various galaxies and regions, telling the world about the existence of the lifelong realm. Over the long years of the universe, many civilizations had obtained inheritances and historical truths and then attacked them, which had caused a lot of trouble. But time was the source of destruction. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. In the billion year, almost no one recognized their existence, because almost all the ancient ruins that could be discovered had been discovered. Ruins would also decay. The murals, tablets, and historical sites left behind would all be destroyed by time. The later the cosmos epochs, the fewer people who knew about them. Until now, no one knew about them. It's impossible for the ruins in the universe to exist anymore. There was only one ruin that could be preserved for countless years, the Chaos Sea. Perhaps, there are many existences that threw these ancient tablets into the Chaos Ocean and waited for them to be fished up after a long time. In other words, this Buddhist civilization might have been an ancient civilization that had been coveting us. You knew that you were no match for us and left behind a ruin in the Chaos Sea. You were only excavated today. They looked at the cave abode on the stone stele and the flying painting. It might not be the so-called Buddhism civilization. We have never heard of it in the old days. Maybe, it's just a pretense. Maybe the insect race, dimensional race, and some other races, as the losers, left these ruins before they died. They wanted to leave the truth for the future generations, so they schemed against us. He randomly chose a civilization name and replaced it. It's not impossible that they don't exist. Civilizations like these usually leave their true names behind, hoping that the future generations will prove their existence and pass on their civilizations so that they can revive their own civilization. They would not use any other fake names. This Buddhist civilization might have really existed. If it really did exist, then it might have hidden itself very deeply, and its strength might not be weak. But no matter what, whoever is scheming against us behind the scenes has already decayed with the passage of time and has long turned into dust. They discussed softly. Let's just wait and see what kind of scheme this person has against us. We just need to wait and see quietly. Find an opportunity to suppress and wipe out this storm. At this moment, they were talking while looking at the port. At this moment. Speaking of evil gods, I can't help but talk about the ancient era of the Great Voyage recorded in the prophecy. The speed of the racer of Mount Harana was a very important factor. Although he didn't know what the lifelong realm was, and didn't even know how to break through to the 11th level, it didn't stop him from following his plan and starting an era of the heavens and realms. He continued, it's said that in the distant early days of the universe, there was also a golden age where the 9 Yuan universe connected. It was a golden age. It was known as the era of the universe bridge. The era of the universe bridge? The ancient existences of the Longevity Deo Palace were slightly shocked when they saw this. They knew that this person was from the era of the universe bridge. He was indeed from the same era as them. The racer of Mount Harana was in high spirits as he replied, at that time, in the era of universe bridge, there was a captain who was oppressed by an evil enemy. He was old and on the verge of death. Go and find the treasure I left behind. Truth, treasure, and Deo were all there. The Great Sea Route. Thus, the era of Great Sea Routes began. The saints of the Longevity Deist Palace held their breaths as they heard this. Their eyes were heavy. This was a reflection. And it was an extremely open and above-board reflection of history. That captain, wasn't he referring to the bug race, dimensional race, and other civilizations? Although they were defeated, they used their lives to open up a new era, leaving behind inscriptions, records, and informing the future generations. They had also opened up a long era that lasted for 1 billion years, searching for the lifelong realm, truth, and treasures. They were all here. Hateful. An ancient taboo with a violent temperament was furious. This is a blatant scheme against us, leaving behind these inscriptions. The so-called Buddhist civilization will not be able to live in peace even if they die. Although the other ancient taboos didn't say anything, they were also slightly angry. Naturally, the racer of Mount Harana had no idea how much trouble he had brought upon himself by bragging about the Buddhist civilization of China. He had no idea what kind of an unknown existence was targeting him. He was still in high spirits and continued to speak with great fighting spirit. That was only the first Great Voyage era. Now, according to the prophecy of the ancient mural, the second Great Voyage era is about to begin. We have to find the Great Sea Route again, the ancient treasure. At the same time, we need to take a boat and search for the text of history. Not only do they want to find us, but they also want to find the missing text of the universe's history. As soon as these words were spoken, an ancient existence sitting at the highest point, shrouded in holy golden light, suddenly opened his eyes in the next second, and a strange look flashed in them. He was slightly angry, and the universe changed color. Boom! The chaos sea trembled slightly as huge waves came. Many deep ocean vortexes and endless waves were rising and falling. Thump thump thump! It was as if a mini earthquake had struck the 9-sided multiverse. Our universe is shaking. Are the plates drifting? What kind of strange phenomenon is this? The tectonic plates are shaking. No, my sage body in another universe also feels the vibration. The entire great universe is shaking. Many multi-dimensional saints in the distant universe exclaimed in shock, what is happening? We've also lost contact with the universe ship we sent. They looked out of the chaos sea. The water was more turbulent than usual, as if it was shrouded in fog. Their universe had become an isolated island, and they could not contact the outside world. On the other side, Su Ji was also a little confused. He scratched his head and put down the fruit in his hand. What happened? An earthquake? The plates are drifting. All the saints felt the slight vibration of the universe. Everyone thought that this was a natural phenomenon, the mighty power of nature. In the port, the sky above the chaos sea seemed to be covered by a layer of grey fog. An ancient existence had awakened from the past. It opened its eyes in the sky of the chaotic land and peeked at the entire harbor. The racer of Mount Harana was telling a story at the port. By the way, the story recorded in the murals, the flying murals, states that the universe will enter the era of the heavens and the realms. It's a new era. At that time, we will be searching for the truth of history, so that the mysteries of the universe will no longer be able to block our eyes. Us 10th grade descendants also have the possibility of vindication. The multi-dimensional sacred gate will open to the common people. Crossing the chaos sea will no longer be difficult. As he spoke, the 10th level descendants around him were moved and fell silent. Suddenly, they saw that the weather had changed and the sun and moon had lost their light. They thought to themselves, I'm bluffing a saint, and even the heavens are cooperating? It was the first time he had seen an earthquake and celestial phenomenon of this level. The pair of eyes above the chaos sea seemed to be an ancient taboo, peeking at him. It seemed very real. 10th level descendants and saints, please listen to me. He couldn't help but jump up and stand on the deck of the port. He pointed at the sky with one hand and pointed at the ground with the other. He looked at the fog in the sky like a pair of ancient cold eyes and shouted with an unyielding expression. We were born free, who would dare to be high above us? Chapter 1254. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The big waves were beating. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the world changed color again. In his days, the chaos sea was like a bolt of lightning. The waves crashed like thunder, darkening the sky. The grey chaotic ocean water in the sky seemed to have turned into a pair of completely cold eyes, and an ancient existence was staring at it. However, the racer of Mount Harana remained unyielding as he stood proudly on the ground. The racer of Mount Harana pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The eyeball that was pointing at the sky roared and repeated, we were born free, who would dare to be high above us? Why should I be afraid of you? The racer of Mount Harana's eyes were burning with rage as he stood proudly on the ground. This unyielding mythical scene seemed to be imprinted into eternity. The descendants of the saints trembled in excitement as they heard the sound of the waves. Such a figure? This unyielding? They were also excited. It was as if they were seeing a great era in history. The universe was welcoming a new turning point. What was about to happen was an era of great struggle that no one could have imagined. The racer of Mount Harana was overjoyed as he looked at the acknowledgement around him. The heavens are really on my side. I was just about to talk about ancient history, and it was the most exciting moment. Suddenly, the entire primal chaos ocean came to help. It felt really cool. He naturally didn't think that he had offended anyone. He simply thought that this was a phenomenon. The fog of the chaos sea had condensed into the shape of some kind of blurry eye. After all, this was just for his own entertainment. He made up fabricated ancient Huaxia history to enrich his image of civilization. If he did the same thing as before, who would he attract? Could it be that he had really revealed the truth of the mysterious history of the ancient times and angered some ancient taboo, causing an ancient existence to spy on him? How could this be possible? He had made up a lie, and it was a combination of Chinese and Western. How could this be true? Would I be found? If I talk nonsense, can it kill me instantly? Impossible. Furthermore, he did not believe that ancient existences could cause such a commotion outside the chaos heavens. This was outside the chaos heavens, where the power of saints was reduced to an unimaginable level, much less a natural phenomenon that could interfere with the entire multiverse. Obviously, this was a natural phenomenon. An earthquake-like sudden scene was coincidentally used by him. He was simply blessed by the heavenly Deo. Wait, maybe the god of destruction is really helping me in the dark. I've already become the chosen one after causing such a storm. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and said those words with a strong sense of righteousness. Everyone, we can set sail and head towards the distant future. The racer of Mount Harana pointed toward the distant sea of chaos in high spirits. In the longevity deist palace. All the ancient taboos were so scared that their scalps went numb. All right. How bold. How arrogant was this? This person was afraid of death. He was a strong and fierce warrior. These thoughts kept appearing in the minds of these ancient taboos. It was the first time in hundreds of millions of years that they had seen such a bold person who dared to blaspheme the dignity of this ancient existence. Even 1,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for his sins. Furthermore, the other party not only pointed at him in the sky once, but twice in a row. Even they began to feel fear in their hearts. They were afraid that this ancient existence would be enraged and vent his anger on them. After so many years, this existence had already surpassed the 10th level. If it were to get angry, it could even destroy all the living beings in the multiverse. The alluring voice looked at the racer of Mount Harana in the video and said hurriedly, this creature not only divulged ancient taboo mysteries and historical works, but also encouraged all living beings to plot against him. Please allow me to cleanse the land of that generation with blood and slaughter all the gods and common people to wash away their evil. The existences around him also spoke up. Any one of them would be able to dominate a universe. No matter how many sages there were, they would be destroyed with unimaginable combat power. However, the ancient being sitting above was silent for a while. His eyes suddenly became calm and he smiled. If I wanted to kill him, I would have died in an instant. Your Highness is magnanimous, the forbidden beings around him quickly said. The ancient divine being above only said calmly, this, I'm afraid it's also a scheme of the existence behind the scenes to trick us into taking action and revealing our traces. Does this so-called Buddhist civilization in ancient times really exist, or is it a substitute for another civilization? However, the plans they left behind to plot against us have probably been passed down in the Chaos Sea to this day. They have been obtained by some sages of the present age, accepted their inheritance, and are currently carrying it out. The words of this mysterious figure on the throne made all the saints nod their heads. What was the point of killing this ant? If they were to attack, they would fall into the other party's trap. With the existence of Taboo, he could not help but say, the most important thing now is to find out the existence of the mastermind behind the scenes. If it's an ordinary scheme, it's just an ant trying to shake tree. However, if the prediction on the mural is true, the so-called Great Voyage will probably usher in another great change in the universe. All existences held their breaths. They clearly knew how terrifying the era change of the universe was. A revolutionary change that could split the heavens and earth. A revolution that cut the lifespan of all living beings. A revolution for the universe. Each universe era was a major trend. Although the other party was hidden like an ant, if they were to take advantage of the rise of a universe to plot against them, perhaps he would really suffer a great loss, and there was even a slight possibility of being pulled down from his deity position. And the other party could also become the protagonist of the era universe, opening up a new era of the universe and becoming an existence similar to Yumang and Nyi. They would leap along with the tide and stand at the top. There was a possibility that they could stand as equals with them. The Taboo figures murmured. If it's really a scheme, then it's not good. Because they know that we can't be defeated. They're borrowing the power of the universe and the might of the heavens to create a glimmer of hope to defeat us. The ancient being behind the scenes is definitely not simple. He can predict the general trend of the universe of this era from that ancient era. The so-called heavens and realms, 1 Yuan Hui, and 129600 universes. After that, you knew that you wouldn't be able to occupy the lifelong realm and live to the far future, so you left behind these prophecies for the future generations to overturn us. If that's the case, it's not simple. We can't even tell what the next universe era will be like, but the other party. If this Buddhist civilization isn't hidden too deeply, then it's probably the insect race and the dimensional race's disguises. They were the losers in the past and left behind a last resort. Or perhaps the two races joined forces and predicted the future before they died, and they wanted to overturn us in this situation. They continued to discuss. They were all clear that no matter how well the other party hid, they were just weaklings that could be easily crushed. The cosmic ship that was currently revealed, the so-called sprouting of the universe's general trend in an ancient language, was what made them cautious. The Great Voyage era. Finally, the mysterious figure sitting on the highest seat of the throne said, they say it's the incomplete universe beyond the heavens? Rujeoji, go and verify if it's true or not. Yes. The existence with the charming voice stood up. Is this the inevitable situation of the next universe? Not necessarily. Perhaps some existence is trying to confuse you. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noello. Chapter 1255. There are actually living sea beasts that can move freely in the depths of the Chaos Sea? And it's called the universe? It's hard to imagine. I'm willing to investigate, the existence with the charming voice said. The figure on the throne was silent for a moment. The depths of the Chaos Sea are not places where saints can roam freely. In the Chaos Sea, no matter how strong a saint is, they will still become immortal. They will lose their power and drown in the sea. Go to the treasure vault and retrieve Bai Hai, the bloodline of the third Queen Mother. That Queen Mother is very unique and you were the one who killed her when you were born. You should be familiar with her. If you integrate her bloodline into your body, you can transform into a chaos fish and sneak into the Chaos Sea. Yes. The charming voice was still laughing. Take number 73 Bai Hai away? It's rare for me to go out, so I want to bring number 107 Crimson Moon, number 291 External Heat, number 91. These names were very common. Perhaps they had unimaginable names in history, but here, they seemed to be simple code names. You can go and get it yourself. A voice came from above. It wasn't just the bloodlines of the powerful saints from each era. Even the bloodlines that evolved from the failures of the bug tribe queen mothers had fallen into the hands of the other party. In a sense, the generations of bug tribe queen mothers had all made wedding dresses for the other party, allowing the other party to consolidate to an unimaginable extent and not have the slightest possibility of being overthrown. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire palace fell into a dead silence. There's seaweed here, can't there be trees in the future? Will the universe tree produce fruits in the future? Su Ji mumbled to himself with an indifferent expression as he ate the fruit. A universe fruit? What's the taste? Is it edible? He was very carefree and naturally did not know that the racer of Mount Harana had messed around and provoked some creepy existence. The universe's tremor just now, he only felt that it might be some kind of natural phenomenon in the universe. He was also surprised by the strangeness of this phenomenon and felt that it was very terrifying. The entire universe was shaking. How terrifying was that? It was hard to imagine. But very quickly, he didn't care anymore. He looked at the racer of Mount Harana and thought, this guy is still trying to fool me. However, he did educate these saints about the age of universal exploration and the multiverse. After the universe, would there be more than 9? Would there be 129,000 universes in the heavens and 10,000 worlds? But at the very least, it was a good start. The heavens and the worlds were just words spoken by the God of creation in the past, but now, it's actually happening. You can imagine that the God of creation back then had already predicted this era of destiny. Su Ji scratched his head. Perhaps the internet would say that. He glanced to the side. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana was trying to fool the saints into supplementing the trilobites universe and using the laws to vindicate the laws of the quantum TV. They wanted this life universe to lean towards their cultivation laws and become their Dao field. And Zhang Yaling also seemed to be somewhat moved. After all, this game civilization was indeed the main bloodline of the current era. It was extremely useful. If they could vindicate the rules of this universe and become the Dao field of this race, it would be extremely useful. Players like them could even drive their own game dojos and truly become natural disasters of the multiverse, invading all the multi-dimensional universes and letting their game avatars walk and invade. It was not impossible. After all, the laws are Dao vindication. As long as we can vindicate Dao and change the rules, anything is possible. Zhang Yaling's gaze became urgent. You can do that. That's right. Everyone, welcome to the 5,000 plus descendants of the saints to register and log into our Burning Legions expedition game. From now on, you will become saints. Zhang Ye chuckled. A new era had begun. It had been less than 3 days in reality. In less than 300 years in the high-dimensional space-time, a terrifying thing had happened to the multi-dimensional saints hidden in this land. They had sneaked into the universe ship to take over this universe, but almost all of them had fallen. They were filled with fear and uneasiness, not knowing what was happening. But soon, the descendants of the saints who had disappeared at sea finally reappeared at the port they had built. However, their ship had almost disappeared, and it had become a universe of living sea beasts. What is this? What is this? They did not know about the history that the racer of Mount Harana was talking about, so they could only be confused. However, they soon discovered the huge opportunities within. This living universe was much better than a cosmic ship. With it, they could simply travel in any universe as they wished. We'll go back and transport another batch over. In the past, they could only transport a limited number of people with the strongest aptitudes. But now, times were different. They began a new journey. In the past, no ship had crossed the entire Chaos Sea for tens of millions of years. But now, they were crossing at almost the same time and could see each other's ships from afar. They began to communicate with each other. Very quickly, the words of the racer of Mount Harana began to spread on these sailing ships. The ancient language of murals, the Great Voyage era, the future universe, the era of the heavens and the countless universes. One of the ships, the big octopus, which had turned into bacteria, was lurking in it. At this moment, it was standing on the vast black shell of the trilobites universe as if it was standing on a deck, looking at the vast coastline and the universe. We changed the rules of this universe and gave it the ability to float on the sea. It can be our ship. It's like a ship, a turtle, and we're standing on its shell. The outside world is still fresh. Standing on the turtle shell is also standing outside the chaos heavens of this universe. After all, some existences have already re-corroborated their Deo as sages. In the universe, they are rapidly assimilated into laws, but they are still standing outside the chaos heavens, which is the shell. It can reduce life exhaustion. The descendants of the saints on the deck were discussing. This really is a universe with an independent and special atlas of the great Deo. It's actually a spiral diagram of a life structure. This universe is very small and incomplete. We're cultivated and vindicated our Deo very quickly. However, as saints, we are not strong. Ha ha ha, isn't that natural? Look, how vast is a true universe. What about this universe? Pitifully small, it's obvious which one is stronger. But don't worry, this universe can still get bigger. They were still discussing on the deck, planning to return to their own universe first. Excuse me, can I take a ride from here? A charming voice came from behind him. The saints on the ship turned around, and their pupils shrank instantly. This was a charming and beautiful woman in human form. Her entire body was drenched, making her appear extremely seductive and charming. All the sages' pupils suddenly widened. They couldn't control themselves. This was the Chaos Sea. There was actually a mysterious existence that swam over directly from the Chaos Sea. Chapter 1256. All the saints were trembling. This was the Chaos Sea. The vast Chaos Sea. Any saint who fell into it would be drowned to death. No saint could survive in this endless land of death. This primal chaos ocean floor had all sorts of universe life forms, trilobites, and seaweed. Could this be a human-shaped universe? A human-shaped universe? They had goosebumps all over their bodies as they looked at the beautiful woman who had climbed onto the deck wet. She had a strange and moving charm. A mermaid-shaped universe? Or was it a mature universe that had already developed intelligence? Their hearts skipped a beat. They clearly knew that the universe they controlled was now being completed and had begun to give birth to wisps of wisdom. It had entered the growth stage from the infant stage of the universe. At this moment, he already had the hazy state of a 3 or 4-year-old baby. If it entered the mature stage, it might be able to give birth to a more mature spiritual intelligence. The laws of the entire universe would be completely complete, and it might be able to transform from its current incomplete state into a true miniature universe. They were conversing in their minds. A human-shaped universe? It's not that bad, right? If it's a human-shaped universe that has intelligence, is this an invitation for us to enter her body? Right. For the heavenly Deo of these universes, the will of the universe hopes that some powerful existences can settle in and become saints. Human-shaped universe. They looked at the mysterious woman in front of them with fear and shock. Pheasant Eye looked at them and knew what they were thinking. It was just that they didn't dare to believe that there was an existence that could freely soar in the Chaos Sea, subverting their cognitive limitations. Therefore, they used the concepts that they could understand to forcibly recognize things. He thought of her as a human-shaped universe similar to the trilobites. But how ridiculous was this? The previous trilobites universe had already exceeded their cognitive limits. They were just using another kind of inconceivable to explain the current inconceivable. But now, her aura was indeed a universe. The bloodline White Ocean didn't have any combat power. Its only characteristic was that it simulated the aura of the universe Chaos Ocean and allowed one to live in the Chaos Ocean. This came from a powerful bug clan queen. Every generation had its own unique characteristics. That generation of bug clan queen had developed a heaven-defying bloodline that could live in the Chaos Sea. You should have felt the universe's aura on my body. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye smiled and shook her head. Suddenly, she raised her hands and looked at the people on the deck. I have no ill intentions. It is indeed a wild universe in trouble that came here by chance. A universe in trouble. As soon as these words fell, the heavens and earth shook. Or wild. All the saints in this universe ship were shocked. Ruhi revealed a warm smile that made one feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. I'm from a meteorite shower outside the great universe not long ago. I'm one of them and fell into the nearby sea. I've just gained intelligence not long ago and am very unfamiliar with this world. I couldn't help but come here when I saw that there were living beings here. Her voice was gentle and melodious, like the sound of nature. When I first arrived here, I didn't know where I came from. It was only when I hid at the bottom of the ship and heard the ancient prophecy that I knew that we had been prophesied by the ancient powers of this universe in the ancient times. I'm afraid that such an existence was able to observe the universe from hundreds of millions of years ago. The meteorites in our universe are going to fall in this era. This prophesied era of the universe is about to completely begin. As a member of one of the 129,600 worlds, it's destined to benefit both of you, so please take care of me. What a polite universe! Was this really the universe? All the saints' eyes widened. For a universe to be able to give birth to a consciousness, as the will of the universe's heavenly path, was already extremely incredible. But they still accepted it. After all, the trilobites under their feet had already begun to vindicate Deo with the saints, complete the rules, and gradually give birth to wisdom. However, it was still unbelievable that a universe turned into a woman and was so gentle and polite to them. The giant octopus? The players in the live stream room? The big octopus's live broadcast was full of question marks. A group of meteorites in the universe, how could such a randomly made-up word appear? The universe could turn into meteorites? Wasn't that the slogan of the racer of Mount Harana? There was a group of cosmic meteorites outside the great cosmos? What the hell was there? To reveal his background as soon as he appeared, saying that he was one of the heavenly Daos of the universe, one of the heavenly Daos of the universe that would start the universe era in the future, and that he was looking forward to meeting him? He was climbing up the pole. They were dumbfounded. But what made them even more dumbfounded was yet to come. The mysterious woman in front of him smiled gently and said, "I've heard that as a living being, I have feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. I also have a lover. I've just gained intelligence and I want to enjoy love and find a Deo partner that I can entrust my life with." Love? Find a Deo companion? All the saints were shocked and dumbfounded. They had seen rocks turning into spirits and trees becoming intelligent. They had 7 emotions and 6 desires and wanted to find a Deo companion. However, the will of the vast universe in the dark. Their hearts were shaken, and their hearts were beating fast. They were completely moved. They looked at the woman with a graceful and charming figure in front of them. She was a universe. A Deo companion of a cosmos was simply unprecedented. To marry the will of the great path. Their gazes instantly became heated. The universe and the saints were creatures of 2 completely different dimensions. If the universe was compared to a giant, then the saints were the parasites in the body. And the parasite in front of him was going to marry the entire universe. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a powerful opportunity. Instantly, countless saints were tempted. What kind of experience is it to marry a universe and have your wedding night? They looked at the beautiful girl with a burning gaze. Even the other saints were thinking, the trilobites universe in front of him was about to gain intelligence and develop self-awareness. If he built a good relationship with them, he could even marry them? Although it was a vast giant insect and not a human-shaped universe, it was still better than. Welcome, welcome. We are all saints. We know the relationship between the universe and living beings. They complement each other and are indispensable. Only with living beings can the universe have life and be complete. We can discuss the cosmic meteor shower. The entire deck was instantly filled with enthusiasm. Some even came to bring in stools, food, and some precious antiques they had fished up for appreciation. Pheasant Eye blinked and smiled in her heart. These mortals of the future are interesting. I think this journey will be very pleasant. It could be considered as adding some life to the chaos heavens cosmos that was previously lifeless. I hope you won't be killed by me. That's right, these ordinary saints and even 10th level descendants were only mortals in her eyes. Only those who could walk on the surface of the universe and survive on the surface of the universe could be considered as true mortals. After all, she was the most ancient existence. She clearly knew that the sages of this universe were incomplete. Only after vindicating the Deo of the 9 Yuan universe could one be a true complete sage of the old era. Incomplete, without the true power of a sage, what else could it be but a mortal? In fact, the first few generations of the insect race still had the power to fight against them. However, as the generations passed, the bloodline that the insect race had painstakingly developed was obtained, which made them stronger and stronger, while the insect race became weaker and weaker. In this era, the inheritors of the insect race could not even reach the complete saint realm of the 9 universes. They had almost all of the Zerg's savings from past generations. How could they fight? She had killed several generations of Zerg empresses just by being born several times. As long as she was not surrounded by thousands of powerful saints, she would be completely invincible. Even if she was surrounded, she would come out with the White Sea. Being able to enter the Chaos Sea and escape from the encirclement, she was invincible. The entire universe of this era posed no threat to her at all. She was like a giant whale that had entered the lake of a village in the countryside, and she had to be careful not to kill other beings. A total of 5 perfect heaven-defying bloodlines from the past generations of the insect race. How heaven-defying would they be when they were combined? It's really a treasure vault. It's constantly enriching our savings. And NBSP, pheasant age stretched lazily. Is this a new era? On the other side, the giant octopus was curled up in a corner. Seeing this tyrannical scene, it suddenly didn't dare to make a sound. The live broadcast room was completely boiling. Where did this demon come from? It's the same trick as the racer of Mount Harana, full of bullshit and climbing up the pole. Shameless. I'm a lone wild universe? I'm here to find love? Oh my god. What kind of novel scam was this? If we didn't know the truth of history, we would have really believed her. Dumbfounded. This person is following the history we fabricated and causing trouble everywhere. Dumbfounded. He's showing off to the point of explosion. He's simply shameless. We can't afford to offend her, we can't afford to offend her. Quick, get the racer of Mount Harana to come out and line up with her. Chapter 1257. The crowd was boiling. It had always been the players taking advantage of others, but now someone was taking advantage of them? That history was obviously made up by us, and we worked so hard to complete the historical setting. In the end, a swindler came out, took advantage of them, and stole their peaches? I'm one of the 120,000 or more 600 universes that are all alone in the universe. Shameless. How could he endure this? Very soon, the racer of Mount Harana arrived. After hearing about the incident, he was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a sneaky trick. He had met his match. However, the racer of Mount Harana thought about it and calmed down amidst the crowd's excitement. Brothers, don't worry. I'm afraid this is the enemy's scheme. Ah? No one understood. To be honest, the other party's acting was flawless, the racer of Mount Harana said. If it weren't for the people involved who knew the truth and the fact that we found out from Cutie Pie that there are only 2 types of universes, namely the trilobites and the seaweed, even I would have believed that there are human-shaped universes. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, outsiders wouldn't have too much suspicion, but only those who knew the truth would be angry. Was the other party deliberately doing this, or was he fishing them out? Trying to lure them out? They were starting to get goosebumps. The racer of Mount Harana said, the other party's background is very mysterious. I'm afraid he's an extremely terrifying hidden multi-dimensional sage. He's probably here to investigate the changes in the entire universe. To be honest, it was really shocking that he could swim across the Chaos Sea directly. It was the first time they had seen it outside the universe. It's possible that the other party is carrying a miniature universe with him. Anyway, we can't afford to offend this person now. Brothers, serve him well. Be a good dog and lick him well. The racer of Mount Harana appeared to be very humble, and even a little shameless. The players were shocked. Then, what should we do, lick? Using flattery to buy time and lick out a piece of blue sky so that we can develop and rise? Su Ji looked at their actions and was a little dumbfounded. The racer of Mount Harana was not the usual kind of carefree, or rather, it was a bit complicated. However, could this person be someone from the lifelong realm? Su Ji held his chin in his hands. The players did not know, but Su Ji knew this. In fact, Su Ji's intention of letting the ship sail across the entire universe and explore everywhere was not necessarily to find the legendary ship that would save the world. After all, the structure of the universe was very clear now. If he didn't hide in the 9 great continents, he could only hide in the Chaos Sea. The possibility of it happening in the Chaos Sea was still very high. In a certain aspect, the entire universe was used to find the lifelong realm. That might not be the case. Perhaps it's just some other hidden sage sect from another parallel universe. After all, the water is very deep. Su Ji gave it some serious thought. However, the other party was clearly testing and seducing him. She had deliberately followed the prophecy and confirmed the players' fabricated history. The cosmic meteors had descended and she had even released the news that she was a human universe and was going on a blind date. It was obvious that she wanted to spread the news. The target isn't simple. Su Ji mumbled to himself and looked at female second and the other's laboratory, but we can ignore it for now. The biological explosion in the Chaos Sea is still going on. Will the next cosmic species be the Kong species? Omnivorous animal? It even has the ability to come ashore temporarily. The living beings were actually starting to crawl out of the chaos sea. It was obvious that it was one level higher than the two most primitive sea species. After all, in the ocean, the lowest form of marine life was seaweed, and there were also primitive crusty insects, which were at the bottom of the food chain. Now that an upper level had appeared, it was still not bad. Su Ji took a deep breath. It looks like I'll have to release a new species. The Chaos Sea's explosion will definitely accumulate. The other party won't be able to find out anything about me anyway. Su Ji knew that this was a game of wits. He was hidden in the dark, and the fastest way for the other party to win was to find his position. If the other party found his real body, he would die without a doubt. However, how can you find it in the era of the universe? In the past, the highest level was the 9 Yuan Sage. There was one in each of the 9 universes and one had to kill 9 of himself before he could die. Currently, the highest number of Yuan Sages was 120,000 to 1,600 Yuan Sages. Could they kill all 120,000 to 1,600 clones of the sages in the universe? The sage has countless avatars in the universe. Each of them has a body and is almost indestructible. Su Ji gave a half smile and said, "Perhaps I've really opened up a new era of the universe that I can't afford to. Lady B, create 9 great cosmoses for the world." I've created 9 subsidiary great cosmoses for the world, 120000,600 minor heaven cosmoses. Just as Su Ji was still studying his new universe, the racer of Mount Harana was still saying, "Brothers, although we can't afford to offend such an existence, it's not like we don't have a solution." "What plan?" everyone asked. "I personally think that we can send an existence to investigate the other party," the racer of Mount Harana said. Everyone was stunned. Who should go over? Ordinary existences would be killed in minutes. The racer of Mount Harana, "Of course, we don't dare to trouble the ancient gods. But I think we can get in touch with the venerable sovereign. We can let this ancient being who has been dictating the world for all eternity to come out and explore the universe." Ah! Everyone was stunned. After all, as we all know, venerable sovereigns are innately lacking. No matter how powerful he was only a 10th level descendant and could not vindicate Dao. Now was the time for a 10th level descendant to vindicate Dao in this universe. They are restricted in their own universe, but they can go to other universes to recultivate and vindicate their Daos in other universes. Venerable Sovereign, it's a good time to go and explore. We can obtain opportunities and also see the other party's background. The words of the racer of Mount Harana instantly stunned everyone. Good idea. In fact, the other party would agree to it. This was an opportunity, but it was also the general trend. After all, Dichi, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods had already entered the world. Only the venerable sovereigns were left, so it was impossible for them not to enter the world. I'll contact the venerable sovereign now and ask him to enter the world to cultivate and travel across the universe. Su Ji was speechless. These people were toxic, inexplicably pulling him into it. However, it's not like I can't go out for a walk. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. It's a good opportunity to go to the Chaos Sea and take a look. I can also go and find out more about the mysterious existence that claims to be the universe. In the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the river of forgetfulness and the bridge of helplessness were all operating in an orderly manner. In the Samsara Palace, an ancient emperor in a black robe sat on his throne. He looked down at the jumping cats and smiled. So that's how it is. You've also encountered such difficulties. There is indeed an ancient being spying on this mutation. That level is probably the overlord of the multiverse on the level of the ancient gods. The venerable sovereign pondered for a moment. However, the universe's catastrophe has descended. The descendants that Master taught, such as Dichi, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods, have already entered the human world and transcended the catastrophe. I will not fall behind. Su Ji smiled and looked at Meng Po. The others don't need to go out. You'll come with me for this trip. Meng Po quickly nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Official Sovereign, we don't have a spaceship, Mao Tiao quickly added. There's no need to worry about that. I've already prepared it. Su Ji smiled and waved his hand with Meng Po. They appeared on the chaotic beach, where a young seaweed universe gradually floated up. Chapter 1258 Su Ji did not intend to bring out the living beings of the 6 paths of reincarnation. They were the core tools he used to create his own universe. How could he bring them out? It was enough to bring Mengpo. It was just as he said. Dichi, Caroline, the 3 pillar gods, and the others. At this time, they had all entered the world, and it seemed a little unreasonable for the venerable sovereigns who were also in charge of a world to not enter the world. Moreover, venerable sovereigns were 10th level descendants, so they needed to enter the world the most. Hwalala! The chaotic ocean started to ripple. A seaweed universe slowly emerged in front of the two. I'm going out for a walk and see how the times have changed. The 2 of us can just enter. Mengpo was shocked. Even a life form in the universe had been secretly controlled? Yes, Your Majesty, Mengpo didn't dare to say more. As one of the earliest people, she had already become a level 9 expert and was on the path to level 10. However, her aptitude might not be enough. For most level 9 existences, the path of level 10 was their end. It was difficult for them to become saints in their lifetime. Whoosh! His hands touched the universe membrane. The 2 of them stayed outside, while a soul passed through slowly and entered the seaweed universe. We've already snuck into this parallel universe, and another version of ourselves has appeared. Our main bodies outside can go back now. The venerable sovereign said with a smile. That simple? The smuggling is completed. Mengpo was surprised by the simplicity of the matter. Can we go back now? How can it be that simple? Su Ji could not help but laugh. Sneaking into the real parallel universe and crossing the long chaos sea back and forth is a problem. When you get close, you have to hide and not be discovered by the saints of this universe. Mengpo nodded and followed the venerable sovereign back to the world of 6 paths of reincarnation. In the seaweed universe, Mengpo, who had entered this parallel universe, looked at this strange world and rules. She was very surprised to see herself gradually turning into bacteria. Is this the perspective of a multi-dimensional sage? I can feel 2 of me, the me of the great cosmos and the me of this cosmos. Mengpo said in surprise. Every universe can only allow one of itself to exist. Once you sneak into another universe, a strange law will form and you will also condense your own true spirit in that universe. Su Ji himself had also given birth to a true spirit in this universe. This also meant that he was an independent and complete person in this parallel universe. With their own souls, they could cultivate again and vindicate their Dao in this universe. If his main body were to die, there was still a possibility of him being reborn in this universe. This was the terrifying aspect of the multi-dimensional sage. Unless they were killed 9 times. Every cosmos had to kill the other party once before they could be completely obliterated. However, Su Ji also knew very well that this universe was incomplete and weak. Vindicating the Dao in this universe and becoming the saint of this universe might seem powerful, but it was just a fake like this fake universe. This was because he could only dominate in this trilobites universe. Outside, he was nothing. Hearing the venerable sovereign's words, Mengpo thought for a while and felt that it made sense. But it's still a huge opportunity. Becoming a saint in this universe is nothing outside, but you can still do whatever you want here. The venerable sovereign shook his head with a smile. How can you be so tyrannical? These 2 types of life universes were native life forms that could not produce their own selves. They could only accept foreign existences to sneak in. Many of those who came in were saints, and there weren't many mortals. How could they act as you wish? That's true. Mengpo nodded. If she wanted to act like a tyrant, being a deity was enough. Not only could she create a small transcendent world, but she could also rule a planet. Then wouldn't that be of little value? Mengpo mumbled. How can it be of little value? Su Ji replied, just a brand new universe and different atlases of the great Dao can prove one to be a sage, which is enough for all sages to pursue. Moreover, this stable universe can be used to cross the chaos sea easily. It's like occupying a private island on the 9 continents. A private island. She agreed with him and praised him even more. Your Highness, you're clear-minded and have a unique vision. You've been in seclusion in the Samsara Palace for a long time, but you know everything about the world. Of course. I've been in seclusion for thousands of years. The venerable sovereign put his hands behind his back. Although I don't go out, I know everything about the world. This is the power of knowledge. I can deduce the past and the present. I see. Mengpo was completely in awe. Su Ji smiled. He had also become a mutt and said, you can cultivate in this universe and try to vindicate your Deo. This universe is very primitive and the laws are rough. It's countless times easier to vindicate Deo. You can find experience here and vindicate Deo outside. The two of them conversed as they traveled. Su Ji asked Meng Po to cultivate and vindicate the Deo, and she would be the helmsman of this big ship of the universe. He, on the other hand, secretly watched the progress of the civilization development of the fake Deo universe. Even though he wasn't restricted by the laws of the multiverse and could take 10,000 years a day, his progress wasn't fast. They were still in the era of peaceful expansion of the universe bridge. I feel like I'm just missing a spark. Let's see who can open up the universe and ignite this era of the universe bridge. Whoever can discover the truth through Ray, level 11. In the distant future. Su Ji took a deep breath. He believed that it was during the era of the universe bridge that the war for the longevity world had occurred. This was because the era of the universe bridge was the most prosperous era of the universe. There were many capable people. The universe hadn't completely split into 9 isolated islands, and the 9 different Deo atlases had also caused the saints of this era to explode. Their vision of the realm was no longer unique, and it was the best era of prosperity. It was also such an era that the storm of level 11 could appear. It's a pity that it's still a little too slow. If I could deduce it faster, I would be able to see the origins of those people from the lifelong realm. Even though they are similar flowers, some of their destinies are inevitable. For example, how was the lifelong realm constructed and where was its location? Su Ji sighed. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll always win. Reading the text of history was his greatest opportunity. It was because he had seen it that he had chosen to open up a new era with Mang and Yi in the real universe. Those existences can no longer be defeated by human strength. Su Ji closed his eyes and said softly, Fate. I can only use the torrent of fate and the general trend of the times to defeat them. Whoever can control the next big trend will have the initiative in the future. The few of them continued forward. Although the parallel universe on this side was traveling far and catching up with the fleet of ships in front of them, things on female B's side did not stop. Their conch universe had been completely formed. In the meantime, Su Ji had also been completely released into the conch universe. And the entire universe, although the conch universe had yet to be discovered, was already boiling. The news of the 9 universes' chaotic lands had already reached the ears of some ancient saint religions and empires. The entire land was boiling. The era of the heavens and realms. 9 great cosmoses. In the future, there will be 120,000 or more, 600 cosmoses? Is that even possible? All the saints were shocked. Some of the saints who didn't have a solid foundation and hadn't explored the ancient history felt that it was impossible and ridiculous. However, some of the more ancient saint families and sects in the universe were shocked and fascinated. Another era. The turning point of the universe that lives in ancient myths is actually our turn? Just as they were in shock. The seaweed universe that Su Ji was already in transformed into a deep-sea monster and lurked all the way. At full speed, he finally caught up with the space troops in the front. Your Majesty, look ahead. It's a trilobites universe. While Meng Po was in shock, the saint from the trilobites universe also looked over in shock. What kind of life form is this? They had only seen the trilobites universe, but they had never seen the seaweed universe that did not attack creatures. This was the first time they had seen a behemoth that was far larger than a carnivorous universe. It formed a huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun. Their trilobites universe seemed to be a poor shrimp. This is seaweed. And NBSP, Pheasant G, who was riding on the ship, looked up with a curious gaze. Chapter 1259. The black shadow covered the sky and the sun, as vast as a galaxy and cloud system. At this moment, the entire trilobites universe was like a satellite or a particle in the endless clouds. You were not even comparable to a tentacle flagella. To all the sages present, they were used to the size of the trilobites universe. This scene was so magnificent that it was shocking. What kind of universe is this? Seaweed-shaped? Most of the fleshly, carbon-based life forms come from the oceans of the life-preserving planets. The algae in the oceans are one of the most primitive and simple life forms. Is this really a cosmic form that conforms to the laws of life? The trilobites universe and the humanoid universe are worlds apart in size. These saints turned around and looked at the human-sized pheasant age. It was not on the same order of magnitude as the universe beneath their feet. But isn't this one a little too vast? What do you think? A saint couldn't help but ask Pheasant G. It would be very dangerous for such a huge monster to be hostile to them. Pheasant I smiled. That's right. In fact, it's normal that you haven't seen it before. This is a vegetarian universe and it doesn't attack cosmic ships. I've seen this kind of seaweed-type universe when I was at Hai Jinghong's place. I was also shocked at that time. It's too different in size from my human-shaped universe. Yes, yes. The other sages quickly said, if the size is too big, it has its advantages. If it's too small, it has its advantages. Pheasant G looked at these saints and chuckled in her heart. These mortals who live in the primal chaos land are probably thinking that even though the bigger the size of a cosmos, the more potential it has, and even though my human-shaped cosmos has a small size and potential, if I can monopolize it, I'll become a Deo partner. The opportunities I'll encounter won't be any less than those in other cosmoses. She didn't point it out. After all, it was good to be a woman from the universe. These bootlickers were serving her tea and water on the deck, and they licked her very comfortably. Even she had to admit that times were indeed improving. Every universe era was separated by billions of years. When she was born, the way they fawned over her, the way they spoke, the sweet words they said, all kinds of sweet nothings, and their own ways of pursuing her would always reach a new height, which was refreshing to her. Now, Pheasant Age was only looking at the seaweed universe in the distance. Hwalala! The vast seaweed universe approached in an instant, and under the shocked gazes of all the saints, two beings walked down. Meng Po walked out slowly and welcomed the person behind her. It's a presumptuous visit. The venerable sovereign walked out slowly and looked at the saints on the deck. I just saw you from afar. I don't have much hostility. Don't worry, this universe is a vegetarian universe. Vegetarian. As soon as he finished speaking, the saints around him heaved a sigh of relief. The giant octopus hiding on the deck was too lazy to react. The ruler of our six paths reincarnation, the venerable sovereign, has finally arrived. I'm afraid they'll have to suppress these saints. Brothers, let's add 666. The giant octopus hid in the dark on the deck and said to the live broadcast room, brothers who have gifts, send some gifts. I'll broadcast to everyone how city folk beat up country bumpkins. Everyone, look at the venerable sovereign's operation. That's right. After all, he's an ancient black hand that has cut through the ages. Back then, the anomalist, secluded mountain prefecture lord, had unparalleled schemes and was forced to isolate himself. However, there were also people who were not optimistic about it. The other party is an individual life form, not a universe, yet it can swim in the chaos sea. It's simply terrifying. It's at least at the level of the most terrifying multi-dimensional sage, a venerable sovereign. It's impossible to win. We can only win with our wits, but to win with our wits. They were not optimistic. Even though venerable sovereigns were calculative, the wisdom they showed was enough to toy with these 10th level descendants, which was very terrifying. I think so too. I've been watching in the live stream. It's not like I haven't seen how these descendants of the saints are bootlickers. And NBSP, Pheasant Fate was truly shameless. She had already turned these people into her brainless fans and treated them like toys. She always had a pure and gentle smile on her face, but she was definitely a two-faced person. If the venerable sovereigns want to fish for information, scheme against or deceive the other party, it will be absolutely difficult. Right, we have to deal with the other party's brainless fans. Even if they managed to get past the bunch of bootlickers, the other party is not someone to be trifled with. Even the racer of Mount Harana was impressed by the shamelessness of the other party. Maybe we'll even be tricked into the concept of the god of creation. Everyone was very excited. This was a battle without smoke. The bloodline of the ancient gods and the mysterious existence that was investigating them had to be dealt with, and this was the first battle. All the big shots also came out to express their opinions on this confrontation. Brothers, in my opinion, the best way for venerable sovereigns to gain the other party's trust was to pretend to be a native or even become one of the lackeys of the thousands of descendants of the saints. Only then could they get close to the other party to gain their trust, obtain their background information, and break into the enemy's inner circle. As we all know, only a bootlicker can defeat a bootlicker. Everyone was speechless. So, this was the god of death who had killed hundreds of billions of lives without blinking? This kind of flamboyant leg-breaking operation, I love it. However, the balloon fish licked everything until the end and successfully won the beauty. Cute girl, based on my experience as an expert in love, the venerable sovereign must first act mysterious, then act cold and aloof to appear different from those bootlickers. After all, the temperament and speech of city people are different from those country bumpkins. It's hard to hide their brilliance. In the end, the other party will most likely say, "Man, you've successfully attracted my attention." Everyone was shocked. "Cute little sister, you seem to have learned a lot in theory class, as expected of a good planning master." When the racer of Mount Harana saw this, he was speechless. What kind of people are they? Can't you guys be serious? This would be the first contact. He would probe the other party's background and origin. Even if he couldn't find out, it didn't matter. "We're just trying to get in touch with them and get some useful information, but where did you change the topic?" The racer of Mount Harana coughed. "Let me be fair. It's already good enough that we're able to get in touch with him and get some information." What was his opponent's level? The other party is equivalent to the most powerful existence behind the scenes at the level of the ancient gods. He's personally entering the world to investigate. It's an ancient existence that's not from our dimension. One can imagine how terrifying it is. It's good that we can get close and get some information, but it doesn't matter if we can't. At this moment, whoosh! The two universes slowly approached each other. The leading saint hurriedly greeted him and served him some tea and snacks on the deck. He looked at the venerable sovereign and asked, "Your Excellency, are you also returning to your own universe to lead another group of people over?" After all, now that they had obtained these wriggling living universes, they immediately gave up on staying in the universe that the other side was about to invade. Instead, they flew back to their base camp. They believed that this mysterious being was also a multi-dimensional sage, just like them. After all, they had seen many return cosmic ships on their way here. The saints' first thought was to first bring it back to their own universe and study it madly. "Yes, we also have to return to our own universe." The venerable sovereign looked back in the direction where he came from and said with a smile, "Originally, we were going to invade that universe. A saint dynasty has collapsed, and we all want a share of the loot. With such an unexpected situation and my universe ship gone, I can only plan for the long term." The saints all nodded, seeing that the other party really had no intention of fighting. After all, if they really wanted to fight, they wouldn't have wasted so much time chatting here. Then, since it wasn't for war, wasn't it for war? And NBSP, they suddenly turned to Pheasant Eye and immediately became wary. To express kindness, friendliness, and modesty. Wouldn't they have to make a move on the human-shaped universe on their ship? To win the other party's heart? He wanted to take the other party, the entire universe as his wife? They immediately had a bad feeling. The human-shaped universe had already spread among some big ships in this sea area. Many saints knew about it and came to strike up a conversation with it. They looked at the venerable sovereigns with a strong sense of hostility. When the live broadcast saw this, they immediately started discussing. The venerable sovereign's opening move was very normal. He pretended that he was also one of the invading saints. "But as a native, I won't be suspicious. It seems like I have to be a bootlicker? I wonder what kind of ending it will unlock. No. I might have to take the cold and aloof route to show my difference." Everyone began to study it. In fact, they were clearly overthinking it. Su Ji had simply come on a vacation to see the changes in the chaos sea brought about by the life forms in the universe. He would then develop a new version according to the circumstances. Clearly, he was playing the role of a native. He was also trying to see if he was from the longevity world to test his background. It didn't matter if he could succeed or not. It had to be said that the racer of Mount Harana's guess was the closest to Su Ji's true thoughts. It was very simple and ordinary, so why would he have so many wild thoughts? At this moment, one of the saints couldn't help but ask, "So that's how it is? May I ask, why are there only 2 people left on the ship? The ships we've seen in the past all had thousands of saints on them." After all, their ships had been devoured by the trilobites. The venerable sovereign smiled and explained, "In the beginning, I was just like all of you. The thousands of sages were also in the trilobites universe. We also traveled for a while. Then why? At the bottom of the ocean, we happened to encounter this huge seaweed-shaped universe and were shocked by the mysterious vastness of the universe. We also tried to get close to this universe. At that time, countless beings tried to enter. Only this saint and I managed to enter." Su Ji looked at Mengpo and said, "And so, we followed this new universe and left the original trilobites universe." Their hearts were in turmoil. What kind of opportunity was this? Why didn't they meet him? However, this mysterious saint in front of him might be extremely brutal. He was able to stand out from thousands of saints and occupy the seaweed universe. You are truly blessed with endless opportunities. And NBSP, Pheasant G said gently, the seaweed-type universe is extremely vast. It can eat rotten food and omnivores. It grows extremely fast. The carnivorous universe in front of him, for example, grew very slowly. I can't eat an active universe, and my body is still growing very slowly. The surrounding saints' eyes lit up as they looked at the seaweed-type universe with passion. This was simply a super universe that could grow infinitely. It was much better than the one in front of them. There were too many restrictions. They had tried to devour the trilobites universe, but the other saints were not fools. There was no chance at all. They could only think of returning to their own universe, building a universe ship, an outer Deo universe, and letting this universe devour them to grow. A vegetarian universe. How enviable! That's right. With such a body size, I'm afraid that if it continues to grow, it won't be far away even after countless light years. Envious voices could be heard from the surroundings. Then, may I ask what kind of universe you are? The venerable sovereign looked at Ruhi. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye was stunned for a moment before smiling. I'm an omnivorous universe. I can eat both vegetarian and meat, but because it's too mixed and not focused enough, my digestion speed is extremely slow, causing my growth to be slow. I see. At this time, the surrounding descendants of the saints all agreed. Chapter 1260. No wonder the human-shaped universe was so small. It was actually similar to them. I wonder how big the inner cosmos is? It seemed that the swallowing and spitting of matter and the eating ability of each universe were very different. At this moment, a saint suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Your Excellency's universe is a vegetarian universe. Although it's full of energy, it doesn't have any offensive power. Why don't you give it to our trilobites universe to eat? Trilobites are carnivorous, he said seriously. If it can swallow such a huge seaweed universe, its size won't be this big, but it won't be far from it. With such a huge carnivorous universe, it will definitely be able to unify this chaos ocean, chase and devour the other trilobites universe ships, and become the only overlord of the chaos ocean. As soon as he said this, all the saints were moved, and their hearts beat faster. The trilobites were limited by food, which was why their growth was slow. If they ate the universe in front of them, they would explode. This was an unprecedented era of the universe, a golden age. Everyone was fumbling forward, and whoever dominated first would have the initiative. One step ahead, one step ahead. Previously, they had been exchanging information with the trilobites that they had encountered, but they could not do anything to each other. After all, they were all trilobites that had just devoured a spaceship, so they were almost the same size. No one could do anything to the other, but now. Yes. This will definitely work. Our fourth universe, under Taming's tutelage, will definitely stand out. They were extremely excited. The saint continued, only a carnivorous universe is the overlord of the Chaos Sea's food chain. Of course, I won't mistreat you, we're just helping each other. If this universe is eaten, we'll let you vindicate Deo in our universe and occupy enough authority and status. When Pheasant Eye heard this, she smiled at the saint before her. This is a good suggestion. What do you think? In the moment that Su Ji was stunned, the live broadcast room was already boiling. These bootlicking guards have been plotting against the venerable sovereign since the beginning. Hateful. As for this mysterious woman from the universe, she's here to watch the show. She's eating melons and fruits, fishing, and watching how these lackeys that she picked up fight with each other. Everyone was excited and wanted to see what the venerable sovereigns would do. It was already very difficult to get close to the venerable sovereigns. After all, there were countless people fighting for their hearts. How could they let them join? I'll scheme against you first. At that moment, Su Ji was no fool. How could he not know that there was a trap? If he were to vindicate Deo in the Trilobites universe and become one of their crew members, it would seem like there were enough benefits for him to gain, but in reality, the other party had thousands of Deo vindication cultivators. The core power was all in their hands. If he vindicated his Deo in their universe, it would be the Deo that belonged to them after that. In the words of the company's shares, it was extremely low. If he was ranked behind the other party, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? Do things according to other people's eye signals? In a universe, the first batch of people to enter would definitely obtain the greatest authority, while the later ones could only eat dirt. No need. The venerable sovereign smiled and said, I'm not interested in your trilobites universe, perhaps in the future, I'll find a completely new trilobites universe without an owner and let him eat it. The saint's expressions changed. The other party was like a piece of fat meat in his hands, and whoever ate it would become rich. The other party planned to continue to fatten up this piece of meat by himself, and when the time came, he would find a carnivorous universe that was completely under his control. Another saint with a gentle appearance walked out and smiled. Sir, although your universe is huge, it's not very flexible. It's not easy to find a trilobites universe without an owner. I'll have to trouble you to worry about this. It's not that I can't find it. The venerable sovereign turned around and looked at Pheasant G before smiling again. Right now, isn't it just finding a suitable universe? A suitable universe? As soon as he said this, all the saints' expressions changed. They had a bad feeling. This person had actually come with a goal from the beginning. He had been planning to take over this human-shaped universe. Ruhi was also stunned. Did the other party really treat her as a newborn human-shaped universe and brought a seaweed universe as a pretense to let her devour it? She was dumbfounded. She shook her head and sighed. Who knew how many hundreds of millions of years later, her little brother would be a ridiculous mortal? He was really young and full of vitality. In her eyes, it was like an ant confessing its love to a dragon. Even the so-called saints of the present age were incomplete to her, an overlord from the distant ancient times. 1/9 of herself was incomplete. He had the name of a saint. Even if he became a 9 Yuan sage and became a true sage, his combat power would only be laughable. It was impossible for him to be very strong. I see, you're going to propose to me too? There are so many people who have proposed to me, I don't even know who to choose. Her face was full of distress, as if she was a charming big demon. The other saints were even more tempted. You don't have any living beings in your body, do you? The venerable sovereign asked seriously. Once I enter my body, I'll be the first Xiantian chaos life form? And you'll also receive a huge dowry. This voice instantly stunned all the saints. How bold and direct was this person? The live broadcast room also exploded. There's still this move. Let me enter your universe. Everyone gasped in shock. This was all a straight man could do. Wasn't he afraid of ending the conversation? They shouted that they had no chance. Pheasant G's expression was stunned. She had seen too many cheesy love lines, but this was the first time she had seen someone so direct. She smiled and said, it is indeed the best choice. If I eat this seaweed universe, I'll probably have a huge growth and opportunity. You're a normal person and you tell a lot of the truth, but I still want to think about it. You've just started to understand, the venerable sovereign said seriously. This is understandable, however, if we miss this opportunity, we will lose a lot. You can't see the horror of this era, but I can see the inevitable fate. If you see the inevitability of fate, you will definitely marry me and fight for the opportunity of this era. The saints were stunned, and the giant octopus, who was hiding in the dark and broadcasting, was also stunned. Previously, he had thought of the boot-licking style and the overbearing president style. Was this the style of talking to himself and forcing a straight man to marry? The players were still in shock. However, something unexpected happened. Ruhi was stunned. I can't see the horror of this era? You see the inevitability of fate. Fate. These two words, fate, were deeply rooted in her heart. Many things seemed to be coincidental, but in reality, they were inevitable. It was fate. She was suddenly interested in talking about this era. You said fate? You must know that saints don't believe in fate. You are very special. What do you think? Ruhi had always been lazy and didn't seem to be sad about anything, but now she was suddenly interested. The people in the era saw the era from a different perspective. They had been corrupted and imprisoned by the old ideas, just like the second female lead. The waves of the new era and the small characters might have a different view. Let's hear it. You've successfully caught my attention, Pheasant Eye laughed. The surrounding saints were stunned. At this moment, they suddenly felt that her expression was completely different. This was a serious expression, as if a saint was planning to discuss the truth and the rules of the great Dao with another saint. The players were also stunned. A straight man of steel could do that? Which floor was the venerable sovereign on now? They couldn't see through it. There's a problem indeed. Suji, however, was completely silent in his heart. He talked about fate. The first reaction of a normal saint would probably be to scoff. However, this existence was different. He believed in fate, knew fate, and followed fate to fight for the general trend of the era. It could only be those who knew the truth of history. Did this guy really come from the ship of longevity? Can you see fate? The venerable sovereign calmed his mind and stood on the coastline far away with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. I saw it. I saw an inevitable future. The era will change drastically, and the great universe will experience an unprecedented change. Even saints like us will decay and be subverted. It has been overthrown. The venerable sovereign said something earth-shaking. This is a class revolution. Level. GE. Life. As soon as he finished speaking, the saint's eyes widened. Impossible. The times have changed so much. How can we, the saints, be corrupted? There's a possibility of being destroyed. They were very excited, because these words were too shocking. This was an unprecedented change, and it was too subversive. And NBSP, they didn't believe it, but Pheasant G knew that it was all true. No matter what he said, it could be true. This was because the next era of the universe was hard to guess. Severing the lifespan for the common people, severing the multiverse for the universe, the era of the universe bridge, the era of Deo and longevity. If these eras had not appeared and he had told them beforehand, who would have believed him? It was earth-shattering. They were all pitiful creatures who were limited by the times. But they were different. They had seen many eras and they would never decay. But if it was really that important, it would indeed attract attention. Pheasant Eye regarded this saint highly. You're clearly living in this era, yet you can see the big picture. As a small figure in life, you're indeed not simple. The venerable sovereign was still speaking. You seem to have just been born. As a living universe, you are a member of the 129,600 universes. You are destined to fulfill the prophecy and become the trendsetter of the era. But is that really the case? Isn't that the case? Pheasant G asked. The universe has the alternation of life and death, and you are the same. You are not eternal. There's a food chain in the universe, the venerable sovereign said. The universe will be covered by a huge number of special life forms. An unprecedented era will appear. What era? She sat down and began to discuss Deo. She sat down directly and poured tea. The venerable sovereign sat opposite him. In my opinion, after studying the structure of the seaweed universe, this is the beginning of the outbreak of species. In the future, there will be changes in the evolutionary eras. Not only will the trilobites universe and the seaweed universe of this era be destroyed, but they will be replaced by other universes. You will be replaced too. I call this universe era the spore evolution. Spore evolution, what do you mean? Ruhi laughed. If you enjoy my content and want more videos, support me in Ko-fi. The link in the description.